couple of procedural matters that I'd like to address. We really need to stay on schedule for this hearing. We have quite a bit of commission business next week as well. And so what I would ask all of the parties to keep in mind and really adhere to is when you have exhibits, make sure that you're ready to go with your exhibits, any documents, motions that you're going to be making, be very efficient and be prepared and ready to go and accurate with your requests. Also, please pay very close attention to your estimated cross-examination time. And we again want to make sure that the parties have an opportunity to ask questions, but it's very important that you be efficient and that you not duplicate questions. So be efficient, don't duplicate questions, and do the best that you can to remain within your estimated cross-examination times. We also are going to be changing the schedule. We are going to be taking a 1/2 hour lunch break today. We're going to continue until 5:30 this afternoon, and I will, by the end of the day, I will let you know what the schedule is tomorrow. We may be starting earlier than 9 o'clock tomorrow. And we are, for the foreseeable future, we're going to be taking only 1/2 hour lunch breaks. So we've got to be as efficient as we can with continuing with the hearing. With that, before we get started, are there any preliminary matters that we need to address? Okay, seeing none. Mr. Burns, would you like to address a discrepancy with your exhibit that you identified yesterday?
Yes, I believe the record may have reflected confusion between on whether we had Exhibit A or Appendix A to Mr. Hagerty's testimony. So having looked at it and determined that it is in fact Exhibit A, CCBO would, just to clean up the record and make our motion, CCBO moves the commission to admit Mr. Hagerty's pre-filed, corrected, confidential, and public redacted testimony along with Exhibit A as if delivered from the stand.
Okay, you're seeing no objection. Your request is allowed. And before we proceed with commission questions, I did want to address one other matter about questions on commission questions. I've provided the attorney some leeway about identifying and documents on commission questions. That goes beyond the scope of the limited questions on commission questions. So please be advised that going forward, we are not going to be allowing documents to be identified on commission questions. That's an opportunity to do so during cross-examination. And please take advantage of that during cross-examination as opposed to presenting documents and exhibits during questions on commission questions. And with that, Chair Mitchell.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Hagerty. Questions for you on your pre-filed testimony. Before I begin, your testimony is marked as confidential, and I want to be very careful that I don't inadvertently get into confidential information. I noticed that your testimony includes highlighted information, but doesn't include bracketed, begin confidential, end confidential. So is the highlighted information confidential?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So before we get into, I'm primarily interested in your recommendations regarding transmission planning, but before we get there, am I correct that you testify that removing carbon constraints from the model does not result in significant cost savings to ratepayers?
That's right.
Okay. And did you hear Mr. Metz's testimony? I think it was yesterday and the day before yesterday on this same issue.
I recall he testified on a similar topic and talked also about the volatility of natural gas prices, if that's what you're referring to.
No, I'm not necessarily don't want to get into any of the commodity issues, but just in general, the results of the modeling show that there's not significant cost savings when you remove the carbon constraints.
That's right. And that's if you just look at a single base case, you do see lower costs without the carbon constraint, but they're relatively small. But then you can't only think about a single future where gas prices aren't going to be that exact price. So it's important to not just look at that single base case for the gas prices, but also to consider the range and where do you want to be in terms of costs and risks to those volatile commodity costs.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Okay. on your transmission planning recommendations, in general, you advocate for proactive transmission planning. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I have, can you help me understand when you use the word proactive?
Sure.
Just be clear and as concise as you can be about how you define proactive, what you mean by proactive.
Sure, that's a really good question. So by proactive, I mean that you are planning for a future scenario that is plausible and based on your analysis of future demands, future generation resources, the location of those resources, and other market conditions like fuel prices. That you not just look at the near term, that you think about what that full future could look like more than 10 plus years out. And that you plan for that. To do so, though, just like we're talking about gas prices, there's uncertainty to the future. So you should be considering several scenarios that you think are plausible scenarios. And I think we have a good example of that here, where you all have, and Duke has put forward several portfolios of future resource mixes. You know, those are based on their own assumptions about load and costs. But those give you an opportunity to plan for multiple future scenarios.
Okay. Thank you for that testimony. You testify that Duke has to date, Duke hasn't engaged in this type of transmission planning, this proactive transmission planning. And your testimony indicates that Duke's approach results in a perpetually constrained system that has to play catch up when new resources are studied and desire to interconnect. Did I paraphrase your testimony correctly?
Very well.
Okay. So, and then you go on to make some recommendations about how Duke could transform its planning processes to avoid, well, to be more proactive. And I'll just kind of stop there. You also suggest that using the results of interconnection studies to do planning, I think you call it bottom-up planning, might not result in the most efficient transmission solutions.
Right.
Did I paraphrase your testimony correctly?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think I see the RZEP projects that have come primarily out of interconnection studies as a really positive development, and something I think is actually should be used throughout the country. But it shouldn't just be that, because those just look at the next few years of new resources instead of looking further out and seeing what the whole set of resources needed to meet the carbon plan goals would provide. And that gives you a broader sense of the upgrades that are needed, and that'll be lower cost overall to plan the system and build out the system.
Now, help me understand.
Sure.
Explain to me how you get to lower cost. Just connect that dot for me.
Yeah. So
That's
by
fine.
looking at the total need of, so through the interconnection process, you look at a smaller set of resources, nearer term. And that tends to result in more piecemeal upgrades. Instead of looking at a larger mix of resources that might result in higher voltage, higher capacity upgrades that on net are lower costs to build for the amount of capacity that they support.
Okay.
In addition to that, that's focused just on interconnection. Proactive planning should also consider other benefits of reducing congestion on the system, reducing the amount of total reserve margin for the system, reductions in the cost of the supply itself, so that you can consider the whole set of costs that hit ratepayers and find what the lowest cost resources are. Deliverability is the main goal of interconnection. So you're looking both at a narrower scope of the future resources that are needed, as well as a narrower scope of the cost savings that transmission upgrades can provide.
When you focus only on the interconnection process, is that your point?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think the interconnection process highlights where upgrades are needed, and that should give you a signal to where the type of upgrades you should be looking at the proactive planning.
Okay.
So I think instead of the RZEP projects, the upgrades that are needed to support multiple resources in the interconnection process should be studied in the longer term proactive planning process. in order to see if those exact upgrades are needed, and maybe they're the same, but maybe there's other solutions that are not considered because you're not looking at the full 10-year needs. And I'll note that the reliability studies that the CTPC does is a 10-year planning study. They already look at 10-year load forecasts, but they currently do not include in that the resource mix that's identified in the portfolios to meet that load. So it's really asking for that planning process to account for both changes in load and generation. And we started to do that last year in the public policy study. We asked for that, but it was required for us to ask for it. You know, stakeholders had to ask for it. It's not a standard assumption that CTPC uses in their planning study. On top of that, no upgrades came out of that study. So that's why I think there's still a lot to be improved on for proactive planning.
Okay. The question that remains for me after reviewing your testimony and just participating in discussions and reading FERC orders, specifically 1920 and the work that's gone into 1920, about this idea of sort of a more proactive approach to long-term planning. And I guess it wasn't 1920, it was the 2022, sorry. Here in the Duke service areas, much of the generation that they're going to build, at least as established in the plan or as set forth in the plan that's before us, much of the generation that they plan to build is going to occur at sites that are at existing generation sites. So they're going to take advantage of the transmission assets that exist today as they figure out a way and solve the puzzle of bringing electrons on in the future. And so I worry that, as I understand information that's been put in front of this commission before, evidence that's come before this commission before, the argument is it's more cost effective. It can be more cost effective to take advantage of existing transmission assets.
Sure.
When we're contemplating and planning for the generation that's got to come on in the future. So how does the existing transmission network factor into the analysis that you're suggesting Duke move towards?
Yeah, I think that totally should be utilized as efficiently and as effectively as possible. That is the lowest cost available capacity. It needs, you need to make sure that those resources that you need in the future can interconnect there. There's sometimes limitations, whether it's gas pipelines or resource availability, land availability that can limit that. But utilizing existing infrastructure and maximizing the injections at that definitely should be a priority.
Okay, so you're not.
That's not, you can't meet all of the goals of the resource plans, resource portfolios using existing transmission. So I think you need to do both. And you see that throughout the country, that there's more work going towards generator replacement processes that allow new resources to come on efficiently. You do get some concerns about incumbents utilizing and having kind of access to that first, and questions about whether that should be open to independent producers. But I think it shouldn't just be an or here. It should be an and solution.
Okay. So respond to my concern then that, we've got the existing transmission system, existing transmission assets. We've got to take advantage of those as we plan for the generating mix of the future, of the planning horizon that we're looking at here in 2050.
Yeah, I think that's why the location of where you're putting new resources is also really important.
Okay, let me finish my question, but I understand your point. So if we so we've got the existing system, we've got to take advantage of the existing system. And from what I can tell, Duke's plans, at least for new generation, takes advantage of existing transmission assets. We've got to bring on new resources, that is the solar and some of the other resources that we're looking at sort of, out towards the longer term. that will require some transmission. But what I worry about is, are we going to have to build an entirely new transmission system to accommodate those resources? The quote unquote, the new resources, the resources that we couldn't categorize as replacement generation. So let me ask my question one more time in hopefully a clearer way.
Sure.
Like, how do we avoid, how do we avoid having two different transmission systems? One to accommodate the solar and perhaps some of the wind and other resources that we're going to have to bring on, and the other that is, that's already there, that's
Yeah.
serving the coal and the existing generation that
Sure.
we're going to have to get off and replace with other assets.
Yeah, well, I don't think it's quite right to think about it as two transmission systems. It is one integrated, system that works together to meet load. So I don't think,
And just to be clear, of course, I understand
yeah.
that. I understand
Sure.
that, but
But
my
the
concern is
the
sort of
cost-
engaging.
Yeah.
My concern is just engaging in, having to engage in two different types of planning processes.
Sure. And I think the concern could be if you build that you're building out high cost facilities that might not be used. But the costs of doing so have proven to be cost effective. You need to invest in that system in order to access least cost resources. And we saw that in the public policy study. In the carbon plan modeling, there were assumptions about the cost of transmission for solar. I believe they were 21 cents and 35 cents per watt. And we found in the 2023 public policy study that on average, interconnecting the upgrades necessary to interconnect, I think it was total 14 gigawatts of new wind and solar, was less than that. It was 17 cents per watt. So already from the carbon plan modeling at a higher cost for transmission, solar and these other resources were cost effective. So the goal then is to find how can you, to confirm that those are the right assumptions, right? If the public policy study came back and it was $1 a watt, you'd be like, oh, wow, like we should go back, we should update those assumptions and make sure we're getting the least cost resources. But instead, the study came back with lower costs, which demonstrates that there are cost-effective upgrades, and you should be thinking about the transmission with the solar in order to achieve least cost for ratepayers and meeting the goals of reliability and the carbon reductions.
Okay. Thank you for that explanation. Last question for you. Paragraph 41 of the amended stipulation that CCBA entered into with various parties, including the public staff and the companies.
Yep.
Paragraph 41, and I'll read it to you, provides as follows. The stipulating of parties agree that it's reasonable for the commission to direct the companies consistent with the requirements of the joint OAT attachment N1 to plan for, identify, and propose to the appropriate FERC jurisdictional transmission planning organization cost-effective, least regrets transmission upgrades through a long-term proactive transmission planning process that, one, incorporates resources needed to achieve future system requirements and to maintain system reliability, and two, considers a broader range of benefits of transmission upgrades. The commission should direct the companies to continue developing a local transmission plan that focuses on identifying least regrets upgrades, and then it continues on from there and mentions a few things like GETS, et cetera. But here's my question for you. The stipulation or the settlement agreement as it's written in this paragraph 41 would have the planning processes consider a broader range of benefits. So what can you help me help me understand what that means to CCBA? What is the broader range of benefits that should be considered, and how does that change what Duke is, how does it change the benefits that Duke's already considering as it conducts its local transmission planning process?
Yeah, so transmission has lots of impacts on the system, and those impacts affect the eventual costs to ratepayers. Traditionally, that broad range of impacts of transmission has not been considered in transmission planning. Duke is now moving forward with the MVST process, that does, in fact, include a lot of those benefits, which I think is a very positive movement forward. for
Does
this
include,
process.
what did you say? Does include what benefits?
Several benefits. I don't know if I have the full list in front of me, but it includes production cost savings. So that's the using more lower cost generation resources. It includes reduced losses on the system. It includes avoided local reliability projects. And I believe it also includes reduced peak demand, capacity to meet peak demands. So those are the big ticket items. Those are the things that you're thinking about. What should we pay for? How much should we pay for? What resources? And so it's really important that the transmission planning process include that. So I think that over the last few months, the progress that we've seen through the MBST process is very encouraging. I will you should focus though on how those are calculated. Over the last 11 years at Brattle, I've been working on these types of analyses, and I've seen them done in many different ways. Some of them very poorly, and some of them well. So just because they said they're doing it doesn't mean that you're going to actually identify the full range of benefits and the lowest cost outcome for ratepayers. So I think it'll be really important for the commission to continue to oversee the implementation to ensure that this process is resulting in the lowest cost outcome for ratepayers.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand your testimony. The benefits that have already been identified in the context of the MVST work that Duke is doing, that's the benefit. Those are the benefits that you would say need to be incorporated into the planning work that the CPTC does.
I think it's a good start.
Okay.
I think there's several reports that we've done that identify a full set of benefits. And when I use the word benefits, I really mean primarily cost savings that transmission can provide to ratepayers. So I think that the ones that they've identified here are a really good start. It captures a lot of the big ticket items. But Duke and other planners should also be thinking about what's in particularly high cost in their system that transmission can help reduce the cost in the future for ratepayers. When we do these studies for other markets, we look at, we don't have LMPs, marginal prices here, but we look at congestion. We look at where are they building new resources? How can transmission reduce those costs? We look at extreme events. Obviously, Winter Storm Elliott was a very impactful and high cost event here. How does transmission provide benefits during those scenarios and those types of events? So I think what they're starting with is great, but we don't take a fixed view of what the benefits are when we do an analysis like this. We like to talk to the planners, we like to talk to the operators to hear what do they think could be beneficial about transmission so that can be incorporated into a study. So I don't want to give the impression that that's all they should consider. I think it's a great first step, and I think it'll get a lot of the big ticket items, but they should continue to think about what benefits, what cost savings transmission can provide to their system in the MVST process.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you. I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Good morning. I have just a couple of questions, and my questions are more for follow-up with some of the questions I asked the Attorney General Witness Burgess yesterday. There's a lot of interest among some of the interveners about the energy-only interconnection options, like I'll just call it connect and manage for simplicity's sake. And did you hear his testimony yesterday? Were you in the room?
Majority of it, yeah.
Okay. So what I'm trying to so Duke has already filed an application for provisional interconnection service for, I believe, projects that are in the 2022 DEC study. Were you familiar with that application or what Duke is planning to do with?
At a high level.
Okay. And do you think that that is sufficient, or do you believe that the commission and Duke should be looking toward something more comprehensive, such as the full connect and manage type of interconnection service?
Yeah, I think you have to, there's several pieces to the puzzle here. So I don't think you should be thinking of them as alternatives, but different approaches to bring cost-effective resources onto the system as efficiently as possible. So the provisional interconnection service is intended for NRIS resources that have requested NRIS to come on earlier due to delays in network upgrades. So during that time frame where if they receive provisional service and are allowed to inject on the system, they might not be able to do so at their full capacity, but can start to provide output. Given the constraints that still exist on the system that are intended to be overcome by those network upgrades. So I think that's positive development. ERIS, which you refer to kind of common term as connect and manage, should also be an option that is provided to developers. And there's a few important things there. When you talk about connect and manage, everyone wants to connect, but the question is what's manage? And there's two primary approaches to managing. One puts a lot of risks on developers to manage through the curtailments. The other approach is to manage through transmission planning. Identify if there is congestion on the system, if there's a lot of curtailments, would it be cost effective to ratepayers to build those upgrades to allow access to that low cost resource? And we talk about ERCOT a lot with connect and manage. In many ways, they've done the connect and have not done the manage very well. I've worked with developers in ERCOT that are not happy with the transmission planning that's done in ERCOT. I've actually worked for ERCOT on their transmission planning and tried to get them to do it better. But there's been a lot of resistance to do so, and that's resulted in significant curtailments on the ERCOT system. So you have to understand what comes with the connect, what's the managed piece. But when it comes to defining what ERIS is, I think there's a few things that are important to clarify.
Before you talk about that, can you explain a little bit more about the problems with managing? And also you said that there's two ways to manage with curtailment and transmission planning. And which way of managing do you think is beneficial?
Well, so when you ask the developers to manage through curtailments, that's, they're based on their risk analysis. In ERCOT, they provide information about under what scenarios are they likely to be curtailed. Mm-hmm. So they don't just, say, come onto the system, here it is. They provide them some analyses that say, under these conditions, you're likely to be curtailed. And they can do an analysis of their amount of curtailment and make a decision, is that still worth it to us? Do we still sell at an attractive price and make a positive return, even if we are curtailed that amount? So that is a decision. And within Duke's territory, if you allow ERIS, you may receive bids that account for curtailments. And it'd be helpful to give them information, if they're allowed to do so, on what types of situations might they be curtailed so that they can make that decision of their risk threshold and the implications on their costs.
Okay.
So then the managed piece is, once you have those resources on the system and you see that there's significant curtailments, it can be beneficial, but this is the decision of transmission planners to add a network upgrade to allow to reduce those curtailments, because that's essentially free energy, right? So then the question is the cost of the upgrade, is that higher or lower than the cost savings that you would receive from using that zero cost resource and offsetting something in the range of $40 to $100 per megawatt hour. So is there enough of that to make it worthwhile to build out that upgrade?
Okay. And I know that this is a complex subject, so I just have one more question. Okay. This has been detailed in several witnesses' testimonies. But can you just talk about the risk or the tension with connect and manage or this type of service with reliability and deliverability?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I think you have to dig into the details a little bit more about this, because from what I've heard from testimony, makes it kind of sound like an all or nothing story. That if you have NRIS, you get all of it. If you have ERIS, you don't. Mm-hmm. But the ERIS requirements in the interconnection process are still pretty stringent. They still analyze the system for N-1 criteria. They don't analyze all of the same scenarios and they don't run all the same contingencies. But it's not like that's not going to provide you zero reliability value. And we've also heard from Duke that they want to have access to those resources in the summer, especially, which indicates to me that they have an intuition that there is reliability value for those resources. But we don't see that in the planning process through the very low resource adequacy value attributed to solar. So I think what's important and what we've requested through the public policy process, through the CTPC, as well as the MVST, is to analyze what a future with more ERIS resources looks like. What is the difference in costs? How much lower are the network upgrades? And so you can learn about that piece of the equation. If you are going to be pursuing ERIS, you need to know what the difference would actually look like in the transmission system. And then once you have two different build outs, with one with NRIS, all NRIS, and one with a certain amount of ERIS, then you can study just how much likelihood is there of higher curtailments. Because when you're talking about the different contingencies that are run for NRIS and ERIS, those are relatively rare. So if they only happen and increase curtailments 1% or 2%, that's not a significant impact on their deliverability. And we don't know yet. We can say that it reduces reliability, but does it reduce it a little bit or does it reduce it a lot? And I have not seen a good explanation or analysis of that. And then if it does reduce reliability, are there cost savings? Or even if it doesn't reduce reliability, what are the cost savings of building out your system through an ERIS approach compared to an NRIS approach? So I think these would both be important things to understand, both exactly what's the difference between NRIS and ERIS. I've asked several developers and they give some good information, but my sense is that it's not totally transparent what the differences are. And then what are the differences both in terms of costs for ratepayers as well as reliability? I think a further investigation of that would be helpful for you to decide whether that's beneficial or not.
And is that essentially what you're asking, is further analysis going forward about risks and benefits of this approach? Is that the ask from your testimony?
Yeah, I think that would be a great outcome. It's something that we have been asking through the CTPC process, but have not yet had Duke agree to do. And I think both that analysis and creating a differentiated product so that developers can have the option of requesting NRIS or requesting ERIS, and then having the decision, make those sufficiently different that there's a cost saving to ERIS because you don't have to build out as much network upgrades, but then potentially take on the cost of curtailments. So it'd be helpful both to study that with the idea that you want to provide these two options so that developers can make informed decisions on the most cost-effective approach to entering the system.
And my last question, and just a very succinct response to
Sorry.
this. No, I appreciate your responses. But I think Duke's position about this is that that they oppose or they are not in favor of a further study or proceeding this way because they don't believe it's necessary. They already have an application for provisional interconnection service, and they believe that they have a plan for being able to bring the amount of solar online to meet the near-term action plan. Can you, so that's I think a very high level summary of their position about it. Can you just very succinctly explain why you disagree with that, with their position, if you do?
So I think they're two different services, the provisional service and the ERIS. So I would not equate them as alternatives. Mm-hmm. And I think that the developers that I've talked to, both here and elsewhere, definitely seek having that option of ERIS or NRIS. But it needs to be an attractive option. In lots of places, ERIS is pretty much the same as NRIS, but with higher risks. That's not attractive. So you want to have something that's that makes sense, that is energy only. They take on higher risks, but there'd be lower costs. So it's important to differentiate those two products.
Thank you. Okay. Commissioner Duffley.
Good morning. So you mentioned or referenced kind of LMPs, which is locational marginal pricing, and that we don't have that here in North Carolina. In your opinion, what does congestion look like on the DEP, DEC system, and when does it show up?
Sure. The LMPs, even though they're not here, they represent congestion. They represent where congestion exists. They're a market signal to where there's been a constraint on the system and you've had to operate higher cost resources and choose not to dispatch lower cost resources. So that same situation could occur and likely does occur in the Duke system. But we don't have a transparent approach to identifying that congestion. So what it looks like is if you have a lower variable cost resource like solar or a very efficient CC that you would choose to dispatch, but you can't dispatch it because there's a transmission constraint, but instead you run a higher cost peaker. You are using a higher cost resource where otherwise you'd use a lower cost resource if that constraint in between did not exist. So congestion looks like overusing CTs and higher cost resources, using CTs as an example, instead of being able to use lower cost resources. And that results in higher costs to ratepayers because instead of paying, just put out a number, $30 to $40 per megawatt hour for the CC, you're instead using a CT that's maybe $70 to $80 per megawatt hour because it's a less efficient plant. It doesn't produce as many kilowatt hours for the same amount of gas. So that shows up as higher costs for fuel.
Right. And so my question was, in your opinion, what does the congestion look like? And what I heard you say is it's not transparent. So you don't have an answer to that question.
It's not as transparent on like an hourly basis because you don't have those price signals, but it would show up in the eventual fuel costs. You can't see in the fuel costs what it would have been without that. So it's currently not transparent because you don't have those marginal signals.
Okay, thank you. And I asked some question of Mr. Burgess yesterday about how much product, like the ERIS product, can show up on the system without affecting reliability. And so I'll ask it to you a different way. So in PJM, there's a demand response product, and PJM does studies, and PJM states only, we can only take X% of demand response and maintain reliability of the system. They have those studies.
Yeah.
And so kind of analogize that to this energy only product. In your opinion, how much of this product can come on the DEC and DEP system without reducing or causing reliability issues?
Yeah,
or do you need a study for that?
I think you need to study it. Yeah, I don't think you should think of ERIS as reducing reliability. That those should not be equated. You can bring on energy only resources that provide you least cost generation while still maintaining your reliability through other resources. And that's why in a place like PJM, you have differentiated energy sales and products and capacity products. The same resource can provide both. But if you have two different resources providing them separately, that doesn't necessarily mean it's higher cost or lower reliability. So if you do have some amount of solar that's not relied on for resource adequacy and is providing you low cost energy through ERIS, then you can have other resources that are cost effectively maintaining your reliability. So I don't even know if there is a number, but we need to study it and understand what are the cost savings? Another thing that you would want to account for in that cost analysis is what's the cost savings of interconnecting as ERIS and avoiding some of the unnecessary network upgrades for the transmission.
Okay, thank you.
So, yeah,
Thank you. Did you want to finish your statement?
I think that's sufficient.
Thank you.
So that is all of the commission questions. So we will move to questions on commission questions.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Commissioner. Just a couple of quick questions, Mr. Hagerty. In response to Chair Mitchell's question, she asked you, how do we avoid having two different transmission systems? One to accommodate new generation and the other that utilizes existing interconnection. And she talked about her concern about having two different planning processes.
Yeah.
Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
That question. Should a proactive transmission planning process consider both utilization of existing interconnection resources as well as upgrades to the system?
Yes, it should.
And to accommodate those new resources the commissioner was talking about?
Right, to accommodate as cost effectively the new resources that are needed to meet the goals of the system.
Would a proactive process help identify the most efficient ways to utilize the transmission system so that you could choose to use existing or use new, depending on what's more efficient and less expensive?
A proactive process definitely can do that. And I think one thing that's helpful to do so is to use some different scenarios where you consider the location of generation resources and maximize the ability to use existing interconnection, as well as studying what the costs are of other locations. For a solar plant may not be, you might not be able to build it as cost effectively using the existing transmission system, but it might be lower cost elsewhere, but then come with upgrades. Through a scenario-based analysis, you can look at both of those futures, figure out how to maximize and efficiently use the existing infrastructure, as well as only building out the necessary upgrades for new transmission.
Given the amount of new generation that we've talked about all week, it needs to be brought on to achieve the goals. Is it likely that both types of transmission planning are going to be needed?
Objection. Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite, there's been a number of questions now in which council has not identified any question asked by one of the commissioners. And so I do believe this falls outside the scope of the admonishment that you provided all council this morning.
Okay. Mr. Burns, can you identify the commissioner and the question for the record, please?
I'd be happy to, Madam Presiding Chair. Just to clarify, is to try to save time and not restate Commissioner Chairwoman Mitchell's question that I did refer to. There seemed to be a number of follow-up, clearly identifiable questions to relate to that line of questions. So I'll do my best, but
so, Mr. Burns, are your questions related to the question from Chair Mitchell that you articulated at the beginning of your
yes, ma'am. That's what I intended to do. If I'm straying, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to stray.
Okay. Objection overruled. Please ask your question.
Thank you. Is it likely to be both to meet Chairwoman Mitchell's concerns? Is it likely to be both, given the amount of new generation that will need to be brought onto the system?
Yes, I think it's definitely likely to be both, especially where we've seen new resources seeking to interconnect have not frequently been at existing locations. So I think you need to do both.
Thank you, Mr. Hagerty. No further questions from me.
Any additional questions on commission questions? Okay. With that, Mr. Burns, I will take motions from you.
At this time, we would move to admit Mr. Hagerty's testimony and Exhibit A. I don't believe we had any other exhibits.
Okay. So seeing no objection, your motion is allowed. And Mr. Hagerty, thank you for your testimony. You may step down and you may be excused.
Thank you.
And that is all of our witnesses. So turn it over to the next person.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. SEBA, I believe, is next up for your panel.
As a preliminary matter, Presiding Commissioner, SEBA would ask that the agreement and partial stipulation of settlement between SEBA, NCSEA, SIGFUR, and CUCA submitted in this proceeding on July 26, 2024, be entered into the record at an appropriate time.
Okay, is Mr. Jack, do you wish to be heard?
Yes, we would like to be heard. Thank you. We would reiterate our objections. We won't, in the interest of efficiency, we'll not reiterate all of those again unless it would be helpful to the commission to do so. But the same basic procedural, substantive, and evidentiary concerns apply to this stipulation as were articulated with respect to the earlier stipulation.
Okay, so Mr. Drack, one, I believe key difference with this motion is that it is not being identified as a cross-examination exhibit. In my understanding, could you, Mr. Snyder, can you be very specific about the process by which you are asking that this stipulation be entered into the record?
Yes, Presiding Commissioner, you are correct. We are not seeking to enter this as a cross exhibit at this time.
Would you like to respond? Mr.
Sure,
Drack?
yeah. Again, to reiterate, there's a number of evidentiary and procedural concerns, and those remain the same, whether this is introduced as a cross exhibit or introduced simply into the record by motion.
Okay. Thank you. And I heard and paid close attention to your objection for the, I believe it was cross-examination exhibit 1, I believe that SIGFUR sought to enter into the record a couple of days ago. So I'm very familiar with your objection. I'm going to overrule Duke's objection and allow the stipulation to be entered into the record. The commission will give the stipulation the weight that it is due. However, I want to say a few words about the commission's concerns about the legal issues that have been raised by Duke and its objection that has been renewed just a minute ago by Mr. Jack regarding entering stipulations such as this one into the record. The commission has heard Mr. Drack's argument that the stipulation might not, in fact, be a settlement of contested issues between the stipulating parties and instead constitutes sub-rebuttal testimony. And sub-rebuttal testimony is not permitted pursuant to Commission Rule R8-60A. The Commission does note that North Carolina General Statute Section 62-69A states that parties are encouraged to make and enter into stipulations in order to make proceedings more efficient. However, the Commission is concerned that the practice of seeking to enter into the record stipulations that are filed after the evidentiary proceeding has begun might have the contrary effect of making the proceeding less efficient. Instead, the result could be additional time for cross-examination that could have been avoided if the stipulation had been filed at an earlier and more appropriate time. Going forward, the Commission will closely scrutinize stipulations that do not include the party with the burden of proof as a stipulating party to determine whether the stipulation complies with the express language of North Carolina General Statute Section 62-69 and Commission Rule R1-24. In this proceeding, the parties may address in their post-hearing briefs or proposed orders whether the stipulation complies with North Carolina General Statute Section 62-69, Commission Rule R8-60A, and Commission Rule R1-24, and also may address whether the stipulation constitutes impermissible sub-rebuttal testimony. That being said, I have overruled Duke's objection. I will allow Duke to provide cross-examination. Even though cross-examination has not been reserved, Duke has the opportunity to cross-examine the witnesses on the stipulation. And for rebuttal testimony, Duke's rebuttal witnesses may provide testimony in regard to the stipulation. Is the process that I've just articulated clear to all the parties?
Yes, thank you very much.
Yes.
You may proceed.
At this time, the Clean Energy Buyers Association calls Ivan Erlab and Mr. Brent Aldefer to the stand.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'll go ahead and get you sworn in. If you can place your left hands on the Bible and raise your right hands. And do you swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Aldifer, would you please state your full name and business address?
Yes, Brent Aldifer. My address is 6312 Meeting House Road. That's New Hope, Pennsylvania.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm a director of NEE, that's New Energy Economics, and one of the directors and founders of an organization that's designed to provide economic data and information on the clean energy transition.
Would you please briefly describe your experience?
Yes, I've got an electrical engineering degree from Northeastern University, a law degree from Georgetown, and after practicing commercial law, I served and was appointed and served as a commissioner on the Colorado Public Utility Commissioner. Following that term, I started a wind energy development company, developing wind energy east of the Mississippi and some of the first wind projects, and sold that in 2006. We sold that to Iberdrola as they entered the U.S., now Avangrid. And then we started a utility scale solar development company and developed projects nationally, including North Carolina, Georgia, Virginia, designed to provide economic utility scale solar to utilities and corporate customers. We did some of the first utility scale solar projects nationally. And in 2021, sold that company to AES. And since then, I've been consulting on transition economics and economic paths forward to get to carbon-free generation.
Mr. Erlob, would you please state your full name and business address?
Ivan Erlob, and the business address of New Energy Economics is 1121 Military Cutoff Road, Suite C, number 205 in Wilmington, North Carolina.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm principal and founder of Erlob Strategies, LLC, a strategy consulting firm, or working on with private and for-profit entities on energy policy and regulation focused on carbon, inclusivity, and business strategy and resource economics. In a consulting capacity, I'm director of energy and infrastructure for New Energy Economics. And New Energy Economics was asked by the Clean Energy Buyers Association to present testimony in this proceeding. And I'm testifying on SEBA's behalf.
Would you please briefly describe your experience?
I started my career in natural resource economics and global infrastructure development on USAID-funded projects, then transitioned to a contractor for the U.S. Office of Pipeline Safety for a consulting firm to them, reviewing U.S. Domestic and military oil pipeline emergency response plans for worst-case scenario response planning. After completing master's degrees in public policy and environmental management at Duke University, I served 17 years as policy director and then executive director of the North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association. In those roles, I developed and collaborated on policy analysis and advancement relating to numerous electricity, gas, buildings and transportation policies, regulatory proceedings, utility programs, state government programs related to Duke Energy and Progress Energy. I listed a select amount of those in my testimony. We pioneered the nation's first comprehensive state-level clean energy market intelligence practice, measuring and reporting economic activities, impacts, and customer bill impacts of state clean energy policies, regulations, and utility programs. And that's been replicated now by U.S. Department of Energy and Labor. Additionally, I participated in the North Carolina Utilities Commission's study advisory group that informed the design and economic analysis of the North Carolina Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Portfolio Standard, which eventually became law, as we know. I also served as a two-term commissioner on the North Carolina Legislative Commission on Climate Change, appointed by President Pro Tem of the Senate both times, and as an advisor to 4 North Carolina administrations. And more recently, and I'm closing, was a Energy Security Fellow with Securing America's Future Energy out of DC, focused on energy, geopolitics, national defense, and global economic competitiveness.
Did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket on May 28th, 2024, direct testimony consisting of 53 pages and one exhibit?
Yes.
And your testimony includes confidential information, correct?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to your direct testimony and exhibits at this time?
No.
If I were to ask you the same questions today that appear in your pre-filed direct testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And did you also cause to be pre-filed in docket E-100 sub 190A, a summary of your direct testimony?
Yes.
Yes.
Presiding Commissioner, at this time, I would ask that the confidential direct testimony of Mr. Aldifer and Mr. Erlob and a redacted version of the same be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand, as well as the witness summary.
Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed. The direct testimony, including confidential portions, along with the summary of the testimony, will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
I would also ask that the witnesses' exhibits be, the witnesses' exhibit be pre-marked for identification to be entered into the record at an appropriate time.
Seeing no objection, the one exhibit that's attached to the direct testimony will be marked as identified.
And there is no cross-examination for these witnesses, but they are available to answer commissioner questions.
And before we begin with commission questions, since the stipulation has been entered into the record, I'm going to allow cross-examination from any parties that wish to provide cross-examination in regard specifically limited to the stipulation.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Drack?
Sure. Thank you, Presiding Commissioner Kimmeray. Turning to page 11 of your testimony, you set forth the purpose of your testimony on page 11, lines 13 through 14, and I'll read that briefly. Say the purpose of our testimony is to enumerate the significant risks and costs of ratepayers if Duke increases its reliance on natural gas for electric generation as it has proposed to do. You see that?
Yes. Yes.
Does your testimony include any concrete proposals with respect to new customer programs or EEDSM initiatives?
No.
It only suggests that those could be an alternative to gas.
Thank you. Presiding Commissioner, we understand that the chair and presiding commissioner have elected to overrule our objection, and we are comfortable briefing these issues on brief. We will observe, however, the procedural oddity it is to have witnesses here supporting a stipulation that purports to address new customer and grid edge programs, and yet their pre-filed testimony does not at all propose any grid edge or energy efficiency programs.
I might say the subsequent witness is probably the right witness to address those questions to, not us.
So in that case, why would this be the panel that would be sponsoring the stipulation, I guess is the question.
Yeah, so Mr. Jirach, I can clarify. In the filing letter that was included with the stipulation, the witnesses who supported the relevant portions of the testimony were identified, and these were not the witnesses who had identified the portion that SEBA supported.
So would it be appropriate to withdraw the stipulation this time and wait until the appropriate witnesses that can actually sponsor the stipulation are presented?
I don't think it'd be an appropriate time to withdraw it, but our next witness could speak to a specific paragraph that's included in the stipulation that is listed in the filing letter is supporting.
Mr. Drack, you'll have an opportunity to cross-examine. And for clarification for the record, who is the witness that will be able to answer the questions that Mr. Drack has just asked? Anyone who can answer, yes.
The cover letter supporting the stipulation and filed together with the stipulation does identify the witnesses, and paragraphs 4 through 8 were supported by NCSEA and SACE et al. Witness Jake Duncan. Paragraphs 5 through 6 and 9 through 10 are being supported by SIGFR witness Brian Collins. And as to paragraph 11, SEBA witness Kyle Davis is the appropriate witness.
Okay, and all of those witnesses are present and will be testifying this afternoon or today, is that correct?
SIGFR witnesses will be present, and that's all I can speak for.
Again, presiding commissioner, we don't intend to keep emphasizing this. We understand the commission's ruling, but I will note that one of the witnesses just identified as a sponsor for this settlement has already been excused from the proceeding. That would be witness Duncan.
Presiding Commissioner Kimmeray, Duke was on notice of this being filed well in advance. They made the motion to object to this over several days ago, and they had every opportunity to reserve time to cross-examination witness Duncan. And the outcome that the commission overruled that. And yesterday, when there was an opportunity to object to the excusal of witness Duncan, no objection was made by Duke at that time.
Okay, I'm going to take Mr. Drack's objection to the portion of the stipulation that is being sponsored by witness Duncan under advisement, and I will provide some response at a later time. Are there any? Can you please come to the microphone and identify yourself, please, for the record?
I'm so sorry. Justin Somolowski on behalf of the North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association.
Okay. Okay, with that, is there further cross-examination for this panel?
No further questions at this time.
Redirect?
No.
Okay, so we'll move to questions, commission questions.
All right. Good morning, gentlemen. Just a few questions for you. Page 38 of your testimony, I'm looking at lines 15 and 16, indicate that Duke has burned diesel and coal in its units at various times throughout the year due to insufficient gas supply. When did that occur, that Duke burned alternate diesel and coal due to insufficient gas supply?
We were quoting the documents provided by Duke in this proceeding.
Which documents?
Specifically, I'll just double check really
Okay,
quick.
okay. Mr. Erlob, could it be that you're referring to the data request that's attached to your testimony? Data
It-
request response.
It would be, so generally we do have two quotations in here. For example, the quotation on the subsequent page, page 39. The companies, line 7, starting lines, about line 7. Companies, however, currently successfully manage this through the usage of alternative fuels, namely diesel and coal. My apologies. On the subsequent page, where they're talking about, we are quoting Duke, I think it's Appendix K, where Appendix K states, the companies, however, currently successfully manage this through the usage of alternative fuels, namely diesel and coal. To transition away from coal, however, the companies need to increase the fuel security of natural gas so that they will have the reliable supply and combined fleet needs during peak demand periods.
Okay, but you're not referring to specific instances or dates of which you're aware on which the company had to utilize diesel or coal because of insufficient gas supply?
No, we did
Okay.
not go that far.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure I was clear there. Thank you. All right, I've reviewed your testimony and understand the content of your testimony. One question I have for you, you all testify extensively about the risks associated with natural gas, commodity risks, and then you get into some other risks, infrastructure risks, et cetera. But do you disagree with the company's position as it's set forth in the filings made to us that natural gas fired capacity is absolutely critical in the near term?
We do. In fact, it's currently being used. A couple of points that are of principal concern to CBIS customers, both large major corporations and small businesses, is with the increased reliance on natural gas, some 19 times increase in the amount of energy to be generated with combustion turbines and natural gas, a significant risk that is passed on to ratepayers that is not accounted for, in our view, in the portfolio analysis, is the price impacts of periodic price spikes.
And Mr. Aldifer, I understand that testimony. I follow you there.
Yeah.
But my question really pertains to the near term, this period of time. And by near term, I mean, in over the next 10 years, 10 to
5 to
15
10.
years. Yeah.
Exactly. So to shorten that point, if the actual cost of hedging 20 to 25-year natural gas prices, which is available, were included in the portfolio analysis. What you would select is a greater proportion of fuel-free resources, wind, solar, and others, so that you may end up, in fact, one of the witnesses for Duke acknowledges that if that price assumption on the ultimate cost to ratepayers of natural gas, including, as you understand, price spikes like the $3 billion one that occurred last year, if that were included, then you would have a greater emphasis on a greater selection, higher number of megawatts of fuel-free resources.
Okay. So is it your testimony today then that in the near term, sort of given the risks that you've outlined associated with natural gas in your testimony and from the stand today, that the gas capacity that Duke proposes should be replaced with wind and other fuel-free resources?
That would be our expectation if the true costs of 25-year gas supply were included in the portfolio analysis. So for instance, very quickly.
And can you be specific when you say wind? Do you mean offshore or onshore wind?
It's both, but offshore is probably the biggest contributor as I understand it.
Okay.
So very quickly on the costs that are passed through to ratepayers from these spikes, which are not included in our view in the analysis. Duke basically says they hedged for 5 years, partially hedged for 5 years, and said they could do it longer, but that's the appropriate in our testimony. That's their appropriate period of time. In fact, there are major players in the gas market, major investment banks that will provide to somebody like Duke, creditworthy customer rate back, a 25-year hedge price on natural gas, taking into account all of those global volatility things that we're now exposed to based on LNG exports. They'll take that into account and price it for Duke, not 5 years. And in fact, very quickly, the fact that 5-year partial hedge is not effective to protect ratepayers like my clients was demonstrated in 2022 when there's $3 billion of cost based on the invasion of Ukraine. So that hedge is not obviously sufficient, but there are hedges available. And
Mr. Aldifer, would any hedge have been sufficient to protect electric customers or ratepayers during that period of time to which you just referred?
Yes, exactly. And here's why. I think in a recent avoided cost case, this commission, very forward-looking in my view, as a former commissioner, said we want you to price the hedge for the full life of the what was the power purchase agreement in that case, I think. So whether the commission would require them to purchase that full hedge for 25 years or not, it's available from creditworthy investment banks that would price the 25-year cost of gas, and then that number could be put into the portfolio analysis. If you're not going to require a 25-year hedge, that simply means you're using the assets of my clients to provide that hedge. And that's what's unacceptable to SEBA customers is let's say the price of the hedge raises the price of natural gas, taking into account billions of dollars of episodic events over the next 25 years, which are virtually guaranteed given the LNG pipeline around the world, then that's the cost that's being backed by the assets of my clients. And so whether you require them to purchase the hedge or not, that's the price of natural gas that, in our view, must be in the portfolio analysis. And if I could just anecdotally, I know as a commissioner, it's tough to decide how fast can you interconnect, how fast can you reconductor 30 miles of transmission line. But if I could say, with respect, that is Duke's business. That is what it does, is to look at the urgency and build the facilities and try the interconnection expedition that will make things work, as opposed to, and again, no disrespect intended, as opposed to thinking that we can hope there won't be a tax on LNG tankers in the Gulf of Oman. It's just, it is our business here in North Carolina to run the proper price in the model and then expedite the generation of those resources. And we think there'd be significant more megawatts brought online if that price was fully incorporated.
And
Is that responsive? I hope.
Mr. Erloff?
sorry, Chair Mitchell. And to clarify, we're not saying we're not asking the commission to require Duke to purchase that hedge. What we're saying is that it's very valuable to use, to actually get quotes from those banks for that long-term hedge and use it for the purposes of planning. And that we do think, based on the other evidence we included, the other calculations are intended to be illustrative to show that, as public staff witness Thomas said, like the delta and the PVRRs of the various portfolios compared to portfolio 0 is a pretty tight band. And so the dollar amounts in our confidential testimony that are illustrative of real world experience over the last few years, and then comparative of, for example, Duke's P3 fall and P2 fall. The PVRRs we provide in confidential testimony are at or exceed the cost delta, the PVRR deltas between some of the portfolios that Duke has provided, which suggests that the real possibility of gas variability, such as between Duke's high price and its base price, if the high price, for example, happened, and Duke has built to this plan, to its preferred plan, P3 fall base, and uses that amount of gas that they would use at that price, it would exceed cost delta and the PVRRs between different portfolios. And so that's why we're suggesting that not only was this global connectivity that was made apparent by the Ukraine invasion for a prolonged period of time, not only was that not foreseen in the 2020 IRP, Duke's 2020 IRP natural gas price forecast, but it wasn't priced in any way. That volatility, that prolonged global volatility, wasn't priced in. And we think it's reasonable to expect, given what we've described here, that is not a one-off event. We'll continue to have that over the useful life of these plants. And so we're essentially asking ourselves, and then bringing forward to this proceeding to you for consideration, how can we get it priced in? And this seems to be the simplest method, and probably the least costly, least painful way to better price in than the current approach of a high gas price sensitivity.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Erlob. All right. I have nothing further.
So I have a follow-up
Actually,
question.
Yes, I'll ask the question. We have one additional question. So Mr. Erlob, for you, indicated that it's worth pricing in the hedge when we're modeling the role that these assets would play in meeting the long-term resource needs of the company. Can you be more specific? Like, what are these hedges are when you testify to pricing in a hedge? I understood your testimony to be the hedge should be a 25-year hedge, or a hedge that covers the lifespan of the asset. Is that correct?
So Witness Alderfer researched exactly how that could be accomplished. If you don't mind,
Okay.
if I can turn it to.
There are a number of major players, but we talked to two, Morgan Stanley and Bank of America. And the short version of what hedges are available to a creditworthy company such as Duke are, first, there are hedges up to 10 to 12 years that are liquid and can be purchased. Beyond that, just any party can't get a 25-year hedge. You need the credit to back it. And that's what very few parties, but Duke is one, could provide. What then that bank does in return is, and they confirm to us that they would be more than happy, and of course, to have that kind of business, to provide that kind of hedge, not to me or anybody else, but to utilities, to say exactly what that would cost. And the way they do that, not surprisingly, is they look at a whole series of instruments, long-term contracts with suppliers, other hedges that are available, offsetting, counterbalancing customers and hedges that they have. And then they put their assets behind a 25-year price. So that's how you know it's a real price. And that's a price we would encourage that Duke be required to get.
What is that price?
We don't know until they get it. Because it's based on particular circumstances of the region, the basis differential from Henry Hub.
Can you give me a ballpark?
I can't. I know Duke probably can get closest to any of us in this room as to what that hedge price would be. But our point from SEBA, real quickly, is if you don't get the price or choose not to include it in the portfolio analysis, what you're doing is asking SEBA assets to back what Morgan Stanley and Bank of America would back. So you can, in fact, I think at one point,
Mr. Aldifer, I'm going to stop you. What do you mean by that? What do you mean SEBA assets? What assets are you talking about?
well, I'm talking about the fact that these fuel costs are passed through directly to customers with no impact on the utility. So the assets are the budgets that they need to pay on future fuel cost adjustments. So it's their, you don't have to call it assets, maybe I shouldn't call it assets, but their,
The cost of electricity?
the cost, yeah, it's their fuel cost adjustments over the next 25 years, which are significant and could be referred to as speculative. And in the past decade, they could safely be ignored because we were in a period of very low volatile domestic prices. That's over and won't come back as demonstrated by the $3 billion surcharge last year. So you got to put those periodic events in the future, price them, which hasn't been done. Duke, I think, said they're speculative. They're speculative, yeah, but they're billions of dollars. So I guess I wouldn't characterize it as our assets, but our budgets, our costs.
What can, Mr. Aldifer, Mr. Erlab, just clarify for me, one last question. How are your clients different from the members of SIGFR or the members of CUCA? What's the difference?
I don't think they are. I think we were invited by Clean Energy Buyers Association to provide this testimony, but I think we're really talking about all ratepayers.
That's right. It's all right there.
But do your customers want specific types of generating assets to serve the system? I guess I'm trying to understand, or are you all representing the same interest here?
I think the interests of SEBA customers, although they're major users, are the exact same as residential customers. Yes.
Okay, well, I wasn't asking you about residential customers, the other industrial customers.
Same as the
that
other
are-
industrials. They all bear these costs and they're unaccounted for
And,
in the current.
and the
analysis.
fact that your customers are known as clean energy buyers doesn't mean that they have a specific preference for
Oh.
a specific type of
I
generating
think-
asset.
I see.
I don't think it's our place to speak to that because we don't work for Clean Energy Buyers Association.
No, I see the distinction you're making. The point we're making here is that independent of the additional carbon benefits or clean energy benefits, on a purely economic basis, the natural hedge that's provided by fuel-free resources like solar and wind economically was underweighted. Economics alone, that I get your point. Yes, we do have an interest in addition in seeing what those assets are. But for instance, a hedge from Morgan Stanley wouldn't provide any additional clean energy benefit. And that's the value number that we're talking about. But I see your point. Yes, we, in addition to the economic interest, have an interest in clean energy. And it just so happens that fuel-free resources like solar and wind inherently provide a 25-year hedge, which is a very valuable thing. Yeah, I see your point.
There's also the portfolio effect. The working assumption here is that if we more accurately price in the future volatility of gas into planning, that the outputs of capacity expansion modeling, production cost modeling are going to yield different results. Either it's going to be in the amount of anticipated gas fuel burn, or it may even be the actual build or addition of megawatts of gas capacity, or both. Thinking about that, then it raises the obvious question, which we didn't do full because it wasn't necessary for these points. We didn't think, well, if not, then gas fuel or gas plant capacity, then what? And that's where we bring forward the point that public staff witness Thomas made, that the cost delta, the PVRR deltas between the various portfolios was in a very tight band, and that those differences between several of those portfolios that have different gas amounts.
I guess that this,
Smaller than the prices we've brought forward here, and that's just using these numbers. This isn't even using because this volatility is not priced in.
understood, Mr. Orlov, and thank you for that. My question is, if not gas, then what? And and you've said your testimony doesn't address that, but I think I read your testimony to say other resources like renewables, energy efficiency, demand side management, wind
Mhm.
would I guess be more competitive than gas. Is that,
Well,
do I understand your testimony wrong?
No, you don't.
Okay.
And I think there's a number of reasons we're saying that. One is that the evidence before us shows the price or costs of other resources. And we already see the economic selection of solar, wind, other resources. So presumably that would continue in that direction. And we expect prices to continue.
I'd only add one sentence to that. And without running the models, of course, you don't know what exactly price is in or not. But we know from other experience around the country and globally for that matter, that properly priced, in our view, yes, you'll probably build the higher percentages of wind and solar that as expeditiously as possible. But what might and intuitively probably happens is that you end up with more CTs so that you're backing up reliably with gas, but using less throughput of gas for energy production. So intuitively, you might end up with more CTs and less CCs. But yes, we did not run the model, but just to round out the picture of what might be a less volatile, more cost effective, and it so happens meets carbon goals faster.
Okay. Okay. All right. I have nothing further. What can you tell us about the price of a 10 to 15-year hedge where there's a liquid market for those hedges?
I don't know it. I don't know it. I'm reporting what Morgan Stanley and Bank of America reported.
Does Morgan Stanley sell 25-year hedges to any electric utilities in this country?
No, I don't know that they do or don't, but they do have long hedges and are available to do it.
Okay.
Frankly, I think most utilities are just now, a long time ago, we faced take or pay contracts when we switched early from coal to gas. But it's on, and then we had this very stable decade of low gas prices. And I think only now, and you're probably in the lead, are utilities facing this exact question. So the question of who hedges and what's the real value of it and who does more renewables will probably play itself out.
And it's maybe more pronounced here than we might have seen in a place like Georgia Power's recent surprise IRP, where their selection of capacity additions went more in the direction of CTs than CCs. And I think that speaks to witness Alderfer's point that the CT is less likely to be used and is likely to be used to complement other resources. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. I'll stop.
Okay. Nothing further from me. Thank you.
Okay, so that is the end of commission questions. So I'll take questions on commission questions. Ms. Kress?
Thank you. Gentlemen, good morning. You were asked a question by Chair Mitchell about what the difference is between SEBA's interests in this action and, say, KUKA or SIGFR's interest. Do you recall that question?
I do.
Yes.
Okay. Are SEBA's members limited to customers of Duke Energy Progress and Duke Energy Carolinas?
As far as I know, no.
And that's because SEBA is a national organization, correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that SEBA's members have all stated carbon emissions reduction goals that they have publicly committed to in regulatory filings or otherwise?
I think the next witness can actually answer that, a SEBA employee. I think there's an interest. There's institutions, governments, banks, not all of which probably have carbon goals, but everyone has an interest in the economics of where carbon-free energy is going to take us over the next 20 years.
But certainly, it's not your testimony that industrial customers as a whole are a monolith, that all view clean energy in the same way.
My only testimony is that all customers will face the risk we're pointing out. But to answer your question, no.
Thank you. And you were asked a question by Chair Mitchell related to what SEBA assets you were referring to. And you mentioned that perhaps assets wasn't the best word. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Are you aware that the cost of PPAs for renewable energy resources provided by third-party independent power producers in North Carolina are allowed to be recovered from Duke Energy's North Carolina retail ratepayers through the fuel rider?
Many utilities do that. I'm not aware of whether North Carolina does that or not.
I'm aware of that.
And so you're aware that those costs are disproportionately recovered from industrial customers on a volumetric energy basis?
As other costs in the fuel cost rider presumably are.
Thank you.
All right. Well, so, all right, I'll just,
I was going to say, I don't think a further response is
No,
necessary to
it's
the
not.
question. Any additional questions on commission questions?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Durant.
Thank you. So to be clear here, it's the case, if you could confirm, you have not run a full capacity expansion plan modeling that proposes a full resource plan that maintains or improves the reliability of the electric system in North Carolina without the new natural gas proposed by the companies and supported by the stipulation.
Can
correct?
Mr. Giroux clarify what commission question this is in response to?
Yeah. Chair Mitchell specifically asked, if not natural gas, then what? That was the question that was asked. And
yeah, that is going to that significant expense and also in the looking at the time from when the supplemental was filed. But it didn't seem necessary because that was not the question we were trying to answer. What we were trying to show was the risks, and the quantification we provided, what we enumerated was the risk and some examples of calculations of how large that risk might be. It was also public staff witness Thomas's note that we have to view rate increases within the context they are happening. And one of the contexts is that we're talking about 35 to 40% of generation coming from natural gas.
So I understand your testimony to be that's not maintaining reliability of the system was not a question you were asked to answer. But is it not the case that in this proceeding, the question the commission is seeking to answer is what is a full resource plan that maintains or improves the reliability of the system? Correct? That's the question in this proceeding.
Well, I mean, if we're going to think about it, I think it's a reliable, carbon compliant, least cost. I think it's a three-legged stool. I mean, just speaking generally, it's not just reliability, but reliability is a must, of course. And we're not even, what we're talking about is the inputs into modeling, which of course, no portfolio should be selected if it's not reliable. But what we're saying is that the inputs, if they had been different to capture the risks that we enumerated, the outputs would likely be different as well. And how the outputs would be different would likely affect the full suite of resources.
Your testimony is the output would likely be different, but just to confirm, no party, including SEBA, has produced in this proceeding a full modeled Encompass resource plan that maintains the reliability of the system without the new natural gas that is supported by the stipulation.
I can't speak to other parties.
Has
but
any SEBA witness offered that?
No.
Okay, no, thank you. No further questions.
No further questions.
Okay. I see no additional questions on commission questions. So with that, Mr. Snyder, I'll take motions.
I move that the pre-marked exhibit associated with this testimony be accepted into the record at this time.
Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed. And before I excuse the witnesses, I will rule upon Duke's objection to paragraphs 4 and 8 of the stipulation that have been sponsored by SACE witness Duncan. in reviewing the date that the stipulation was filed, the stipulation was filed prior to the date that witness Duncan was excused. Also, Duke has the opportunity to address paragraphs 4 and 8 with its rebuttal witnesses, and so Duke's motion is overruled. With that, thank you for your testimony. You may step down and you may be excused. We will take our morning break for 10 minutes, come back at 10:50, and we'll be ready for the next panel. Siba, I believe that you have one more witness to call. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. At this time, the Clean Energy Buyers Association calls Kyle Davis to the stand.
Good morning, Mr. Davis. I'll go ahead and get you sworn in. If you can place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand. And do you swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Davis, would you please state your full name and business address?
Sure. Kyle Davis, 1425 K Street Northwest, Washington, DC, Suite 1110, zip code 20005.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Clean Energy Buyers Association, Senior Director, Federal Affairs.
Would you please briefly describe your experience?
Started working in the electric utility industry, going back to 1990s. Roughly 20 years working for different utilities. First with project permitting and siting, transmission permitting and siting, moved on to integrated resource planning, shifted over to public policy, worked on emissions rules for thermal generation, state renewable portfolio standards for renewables projects, then moved to federal government side of the business and worked on federal policy both before Congress as well as different federal agencies, working again on electricity industry issues. Transitioned to a renewables project developer, worked there for about 8 years, very specifically on utility scale renewables projects, energy storage, demand response, microgrids, again, mostly in the public policy, but also in markets. Also worked on supply chain risk management, clean energy tax credits, and then shifted to the Clean Energy Buyers Association earlier this year. So granted, still getting to know the buyers side of things, but that's been my resume so far.
Did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket on May 28th, 2024, direct testimony consisting of 27 pages in one exhibit?
Yes,
And your testimony does not include any confidential information, correct?
no confidential information.
Do
Correct.
do you have any changes to your direct testimony and exhibits at this time?
No,
If I were to ask you the same questions today that appear in your pre-filed direct testimony, would your answers be the same?
yes,
And did you also cause to be pre-filed in docket E-100 sub 190A, a summary of your direct testimony?
yes,
Presiding Commissioner, at this time, I would ask that Mr. Davis's direct testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand, as well as the witness summary.
Okay, seeing no objection, the direct testimony of Mr. Davis, along with a summary of his testimony, will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
I would ask that the witness's exhibit be pre-marked for identification to be entered into the record at the appropriate time as well.
Okay, seeing no objection, the exhibit that's attached to Mr. Davis's direct testimony shall be marked as identified.
Okay, and to clarify, based off conversations we had on the stipulation earlier, Mr. Davis supported portions of the settlement for SEBA, so it could be made available to Duke for cross-examination. We are not aware of cross-examination, so otherwise would be available for commissioner questions.
Is that correct, Duke, that there is no cross-examination of this witness?
We have one moment, please.
Mhm.
No questions.
Is there any additional cross-examination related specifically to the stipulation? Okay. Seeing none, Chair Mitchell, any questions? Any questions from the commission? Okay. Mr. Davis, there are no questions from the commission. Mr. Snyder, I'll take a motion.
I move that the pre-marked exhibit be accepted into the record at this time.
Okay. Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed. Mr. Davis, thank you for your testimony, and you may step down and be excused. And Sigfer, I believe that your panel of witnesses is next up for testimony.
Thank you. At this time, Sigford 2 and 3 would call the panel of Bradford Muller and Brian Collins to the witness stand. And as a preliminary matter, Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite, Sigford would at this time seek to have introduced It's potential cross exhibit 102, which is the agreement and partial stipulation of settlement between NCEMC and CPIRP. I have an oral argument prepared and ready to go, but seeing as how the commission ruled on the other stipulation earlier this morning, we are happy to take up some of those matters in post-hearing briefing and would request that these, particularly witness Collins, be made available on for any cross-examination related to the NCEMC and CPIRP stipulation, and would be happy to respond to what I expect is going to be Duke's objection at the appropriate time.
Mr. Jack, would you like to renew your objection?
Yes, just for clarity of the record, we would renew our objection, but understand the commission's direction and order on that matter and are glad to address it in post-hearing filings.
So first, again, I will note that this is a request to have the stipulation entered into the record. It is not a request to have a cross-examination exhibit pre-marked into the record. I will not go through the discussion that I provided in my previous ruling on the stipulation. I will state that I am overruling Duke's objection and will note the same analysis that I provided in regard to the previous stipulation that I just provided. Duke will have an opportunity, along with the public staff, if it chooses to do so, to cross-examine the witnesses sponsoring the stipulation, and Duke will have an opportunity to provide testimony on rebuttal in regard to the stipulation. Okay. So with that, Ms. Kress, you may proceed.
Thank you. And Presiding Commissioner Kimwright, is now an appropriate time to swear the witnesses in.
Thank you. I'd forgotten to swear the witnesses in. So good morning. If you can place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hands, and do you swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Muller and Mr. Collins. Mr. Muller, I will start with you. Would you please state your name and business address for the record?
Bradford Muller, Charlotte Pipe and Foundry, 2109 Randolph Road, Charlotte, North Carolina.
And you indicated you're employed by Charlotte Pipe and Foundry in what capacity?
I'm the Vice President of Corporate Communications.
And in your role at Charlotte Pipe, are you familiar with Charlotte Pipe's procurement and consumption of energy in its manufacturing processes?
Yes, I've been an officer of the company for over 15 years, and I've been employed by Charlotte Pipe for 22 years.
Are you also familiar with the cost of electricity as a major expense for Charlotte Pipe, including through its electric bills?
I am.
Thank you, Mr. Muller. Turning to you, Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
Yes, Brian C. Collins, 16690 Swingley Ridge Road, Suite 140, Chesterfield, Missouri, 63017.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Brubaker and Associates, and I am a managing principal with the firm.
Thank you. Turning back to you, Mr. Muller, did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket on May 28th, 2024, direct testimony consisting of 15 pages, one appendix consisting of 3 pages, and 2 exhibits pre-marked as BDM 1 and BDM 2?
I did.
Thank you. Do you have any changes to your direct testimony at this time?
No.
If I were to ask you the same questions today that appear in your pre-filed direct testimony, would your answers be the same?
They would.
And your pre-filed direct testimony does not include any confidential information,
It
correct?
does not.
Thank you. Did you also cause to be pre-filed in docket number E-100 sub 190A on July 19th, 2024, a witness summary?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Muller. Mr. Collins, turning back to you, did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket on May 28th, 2024, direct testimony consisting of 69 pages, 1 appendix consisting of 3 pages, and 5 exhibits pre-marked as exhibits BCC 1 through BCC 5?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes to your direct testimony at this time?
No, I do not.
If I were to ask you the same questions today that appear in your pre-filed direct testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And your pre-filed direct testimony does not include any confidential information, correct?
That's correct.
And did you also cause to be pre-filed in docket number E-100 sub 190A, a witness summary on July 19th, 2024?
Yes.
Thank you both. Presiding Commissioner Kimmerer, I would move SIGFR witness Collins and SIGFR witness Muller's direct testimony be entered into the record at the appropriate time as if given orally from the stand. And I would also move that the witness summaries pre-filed on their behalf would also be entered into the record at the appropriate time.
Okay. Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed, and the direct testimonies and summaries of the testimonies will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you. And we would also ask that the pre-filed exhibits be marked as pre-marked when pre-filed.
Seeing no objection, the exhibits will be marked as pre-marked.
Thank you. And while initially over 2 hours of cross was reserved for this panel, it's my understanding that all parties have since waived cross, although pursuant to your ruling a few moments ago, I understand limited cross subject to the stipulations will be allowed if parties have it. And the panel is also available for questions from the commission.
Okay. Is there any cross-examination related specifically to the stipulation?
No, we have no cross-examination related to stipulation at this time.
Okay, so I see no party indicating any cross-examination. So I will begin with commission questions. I have questions for both Mr. Muller and Mr. Collins, but Mr. Muller, I'll start with you. So I've got a series of lines of questionings to try to get some information about what you view reasonable steps for the commission will be, and then also to have a better understanding of some of the information that you provided in your testimony about electricity costs in North Carolina and the other states where your company is doing business. But let's start with the reasonable steps that you talk about. So page 11 of your testimony, you testify, and I'll quote this, that the CPIRP as proposed by Duke does not constitute a reasonable step considering the projected capital costs and associated rate impacts. With that information, what actions are you recommending that Duke should take as reasonable steps to achieving the carbon dioxide reduction goals in the 2022 CPIRP order?
Well, the key word there is goals. Those are emission targets and goals. They're not mandates. Part of what's been a challenge in this proceeding is understanding the true capital costs of each generation type. And that information has been redacted and kept from the public by Duke Energy. So it is hard for us to do our own analysis of reasonable steps and least cost paths when we don't know the true capital costs of those various types of generation.
So, Mr. Muller, through the discovery process, did you request information from Duke about the capital costs?
We did, and I was told that I would have to sign an NDA, which would prevent me from commenting on the capital cost in the future. So it was, we viewed that as essentially a gag order that I would not be able to comment on what I had seen. And so we chose not to sign, I chose not to sign the NDA.
Okay, but you had the opportunity to sign the NDA with Duke, but you elected not to do so. Is that correct?
Correct, because I would then be not able to comment on what I had seen.
And comment to whom? To the commission or?
Any public utterance, any opinion. I didn't want to put myself at risk of expressing an opinion that may have been construed as based on confidential information.
And are you aware that many of the other parties did in fact sign NDAs with Duke?
I am.
Okay.
Our attorneys have signed, it has Mr. Collins.
So you cannot comment specifically on what those reasonable steps are because you don't have the information, because you do not have you did not sign the NDA. Is that my understanding?
That's correct.
Okay. And then on page 12 of your testimony, I want to make sure I understand your recommendation. Is it your recommendation that the commission's carbon plan order that we'll be issuing in 2024 should not deem any generation procurement reasonable besides the base load generation? Is that what you're trying to say in your testimony?
What we're trying to say is that base load capacity should replace base load capacity. And in fact, in Duke's planning for a changing energy landscape document, August of 2023, they state the same, that coal capacity should be replaced by equally reliable resources to maintain or improve reliability before those assets are retired, before the coal capacity is retired. So replace, then retire.
Is it your understanding that a tenet of Duke's carbon plan is replace before retire? Is that your understanding?
That's what was said in that document I just referenced.
And is your testimony that you don't think that Duke is going to be replacing before retiring to maintain reliability of the system?
That is our concern, that 17.5 gigawatts of solar being put on the system is going to harm reliability.
Okay.
And that we feel like that baseload capacity we need to ensure that reliability through baseload capacity.
And do you have any specific information from modeling or anything specific to support your concern about that there may not be base load capacity will be retiring, and that will jeopardize reliability of the system?
Well,
I didn't see any specifics in your testimony.
Yeah.
Is there anything specific that you can point to?
Only warnings from NERC that fossil fuel capacity is being retired faster than reliable capacity can make up that power being taken off the grid.
Okay, thank you. And in regard to the modeling that Duke and the public staff have conducted, which includes capacity expansion modeling, production cost modeling, and reliability verification modeling, tell me what your position about that is. Do you agree with it, or is your testimony that you believe that the modeling that they have done is not reasonable?
My testimony is that House Bill 951 does not mean that we have to reduce emissions at any cost or at any cost to reliability. So again, without seeing the capital costs that are contemplated in the plan, it's hard for us to answer those questions. Business needs certainty of cost and transparency in order to plan to decide, can we even afford these costs? And then what is the best, most efficient use of our capital? And we just haven't seen that in these proceedings.
Have you seen projected bill impacts based upon the different pathways?
We have not seen bill impacts from Duke. My attorney is happy to file under seal a bill impact analysis that Mr. Collins did for Charlotte Pipe and Foundry on our plastics, Monroe Plastics plant. That analysis is confidential.
Okay. I'm not asking for that at this point. But let's turn to page 3 when you talk about Charlotte Pipe specifically, and you state that Charlotte Pipe operates 10 plants in 8 states, and therefore has a broad view of the state, region, and national energy market. And I want to just make sure that I have a good understanding of the graph and your position about the increase in electricity costs for Charlotte Pipe. And so for the graph, I see that the information shows that Charlotte Pipe operates or has plants in North Carolina, Texas, Pennsylvania, Utah, Alabama, and Florida. Is that correct?
That's correct.
There are 2 other states. Is that correct? Because your information states that you operate in 8 states. What are the other 2 states?
We have a wholly owned subsidiary, Neenah Enterprises, that we acquired 2 years ago. They operate foundries in Neenah, Wisconsin, Medley, Florida, and Lincoln, Nebraska. So the 2 states not represented there are Wisconsin and Nebraska.
Okay. And looking at your graph, you provide information about electricity costs per kilowatt hour for 6 of the 8 states, but not, I guess, Wisconsin and Nebraska.
Correct.
Or,
These are all plastic plants, and so they're comparable
okay.
facilities.
So that the plants in Wisconsin and Nebraska would not be comparable?
No, those are foundries. They'd be more comparable to our foundry in Oakboro.
Okay. So your graph shows electricity costs in 2021 and 2024. And my interpretation of the graph, and I want to make sure that I'm reading it correctly, but it appears that both in 2021 and 2024, that Charlotte Pipe's electricity costs are the lowest in North Carolina, both in 2021 and 2024. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So can you and can you also, we don't have Wisconsin and Nebraska included in this graph. Can you state whether electricity costs in North Carolina are lower or lowest as compared with Wisconsin and Nebraska as well?
I know North Carolina is cheaper than Wisconsin. I'm not as familiar with Nebraska.
And then you talk about how the monthly rates will nearly, and I'm paraphrasing and quoting from your testimony, will nearly double or triple from 2024 to 2038 due to impacts from the carbon plan. But you have not provided any information about impacts to rates for the other 7 states. What are the projected increases in electricity costs for the other 7 states?
Witness Collins has done an analysis of the southeastern states and projected electricity cost increases. I don't know that we have submitted that, but we certainly could submit that analysis into the record.
Well, what I'm particularly interested in is the states that are included in the graph, because I want to have an apples to apples comparison, because I think your concern is about rates in North Carolina will be doubling or tripling from 2024 until 2038. So I was curious or interested to know, what about the other states? How does North Carolina compare for increase in rates from that 2024 to 2038 time period compared to the other states where you're doing business?
I don't have a specific analysis on that, but what I can tell you is none of those other states, with the exception of Wisconsin, have aggressive carbon reduction goals, and therefore their planning is on a much more stable course as far as rate increases.
Well, I think that having specificity as opposed to stable course, I think that'd be helpful to understand where North Carolina in 2038, is North Carolina still going to be the least expensive in rates in 2038, or is your testimony that is going to be more expensive than the other 8 states? Because you provided this information in comparison to the other states, and it's helpful to be able to compare it to the other states. Do you have that information?
Not at hand, no.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification about the graph. And then Mr. Collins. So on page 42 of your testimony, you recommend that the commission, you recommend the actions that the commission should take to implement the CPIRP, and you recommend that the commission exercise, and I'm going to quote, its discretion by extending the timeline for implementation of the carbon plan until there is certainty regarding the anticipated merger between DEC and DEP. And per the company's expectation, the merger would be effective approximately January 1st, 2027. Can you be more specific about what you're recommending that the commission do or not do prior to the merger, which is anticipated to be on January 1st of 2027?
Certainly. I think our recommendation is to basically take a, a judicious approach to the, the near-term actions related to the carbon plan proposed by Duke and until the merger comes to fruition. One of the main concerns we have is what the bill impacts to customers. Prior to the merger, right now, DEC and DEP, cannot plan capacity on a joint basis. I've testified in my testimony that there may be some efficiencies that could be attained by, consummating the merger. So, it certainly can be reached, on the merger prior to, 2027. That would be, I think, most beneficial to customers. I've recommended that a hypothetical scenario be, performed by Duke that assumes the merger has been consummated by both DEC and DEP, and that a hypothetical model be done that assumes joint planning on behalf of both DEC and DEP.
Okay. And thank you for that. With the hypothetical modeling, since we the commission stated in the 2022 carbon plan order that the commission will not prematurely judge the prudency of such a merger and will only consider such when an application is properly before the commission. And we're a couple of years away or several years away from receiving an application from Duke for the merger. So what benefit would the hypothetical modeling provide to the commission?
Well, I think it would be the benefit of an additional data point, maybe to give you, more comfort as to whether the companies are headed in the right direction. I know one of the things that is part of the whole carbon plan process is to, adjust as necessary as more information becomes available to the commission. So again, I think, the benefit would be, additional information, another data point, maybe to give you a little more comfort as to the direction that we're headed.
Okay, thank you. And then you talk on page 19 about concerns if modeling is done without modeling of a merged DEP and DEC that would allow Duke to overspend and overbuild at the expense of ratepayers. Can you explain that concern a little bit more? And have you seen any specifics in this current application about overspending or overbuilding at this point?
Well, based on my experience, when two utilities merge, there are efficiencies that can be had in terms of capacity planning. I did monitor or watch the process of one of the staff panels earlier this week, particularly the panel that included Mr. Metz on behalf of staff, and I think also Mr. Thomas. They were concerned, I think, as well with the possibility of maybe there being maybe an increase in capacity that otherwise wouldn't occur if the merger was in place. I believe Mr. Thomas or Mr. Metz, forgive me my memory, the last couple of days here, said that there could be possibly a couple hundred megawatts that could be maybe avoided with the merger. For example, if 200 megawatts of a resource that has a generic estimated cost of approximately $5,000 per kilowatt, that could be about $1 billion in capacity expansion investment that could be avoided. So I think with the estimated impacts that we're seeing right now, any tempering of the costs of the carbon plan would be a positive thing for customers and for ratepayers.
Yeah, absolutely. Having least cost to customers, I think we're all trying to achieve and to keep electricity prices as low as possible. Mr. Collins, I think that the testimony that we did hear from the public staff was that that a merged DEP and DEC would provide benefits to the grid and also cost savings to the customers. But they went on to, I can't remember if it was witness Metz or witness Thomas, they went on to say that the near-term actions that are included in the stipulation with Duke are all generation resources that are going to be required in the short term or the near term, regardless of a merger with DEP or DEC. Do you have any reason to disagree that those near-term actions could be avoided if we waited and waited until until the merger had been consummated.
No, I generally agree with their testimony, to the extent of the low growth that we're seeing, on the system, that there may need to be some, capacity added to the system. So, no, I generally don't disagree with their testimony there.
Okay. And then my last question relates to something there's been a lot of interest in, and is having energy efficiency and DSM programs that would be attractive to large or to industrial customers, and that could provide benefit to the overall grid in the system. And on page 29, you address that and recommend that Duke develop attractive DSM and energy efficient programs for non-residential customers. You state that the programs do not necessarily need to be part of the DSM rider. And can you provide a little bit more information about how that would work, and why some customers would have to be would need to be part of the DSM rider, and others would not have to be part of the DSM rider, and how that would be fair to all customers?
Certainly, you may be able to, maybe develop a new tariff that's specific to, very large customers that are, above the average of a class, that would be based on their cost of service, but also may provide, credits to them for interruptions and for demand response that they can provide, maybe energy efficiency. You may be able to, again, make them a subclass, and, they would recover, the company would recover the costs specifically associated with those customers, and you wouldn't be subsidizing other, industrial customers to, cost of those companies' cause. So, I've been involved with, other states, other utilities, and their customers, where we've, entered into special contracts that have allowed those customers to provide products such as operating reserve and economic interruptions, based on a credit to them that would be based on the cost of what it costs of a supply side resource like a combustion turbine. So I think there's some creative ways that we could come up with to, to help incentivize additional DSM response. And again, that would definitely help with emissions goals, and hopefully be a very economic resource that the company could rely on.
Thank you. Thank you for that. That's all the questions I have. Chair Mitchell?
Good morning, gentlemen. Did you have questions? Okay. Mr. Collins, a few for you, just following up on the questions that you've taken from Commissioner Kimmerite. In your testimony on page 20, you're asked a question: can the commission determine that the current Duke Preferred Pathway 3 is the least cost plan at this point in time? And you say, no, I don't believe it can. Based on the company's testimony, a merger appears certain, subject to the commission's approval as well as the approval of other regulators. Without such a planning scenario that depicts this development, the commission would be hard pressed to determine that any planning scenario that does not involve a merged entity is least cost as required by the statute. Did I paraphrase that testimony correctly?
Yes, you did.
Okay. And you, Commissioner Kimmerite, asked you questions about the public staff's testimony, specifically the testimony of Mr. Thomas and Mr. Metz. And you indicated you'd heard the testimony that they've given in this proceeding, both from the witness stand, and I assume you read their testimony. Is that correct?
Yes, I think I read some summaries, and also, I don't know if I read every word, but I did. I'm familiar with it, yes.
Okay. So even if you didn't read every word of their testimony, you're familiar with the positions taken in their testimony, and you said you read the summaries of their testimony?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay. Did you read the settlement agreement that Duke entered into with the public staff and several other parties?
It's been some time. I did read through it when it first came out, so
Okay.
I don't have it memorized, but.
Is it your recollection that particular settlement agreement between the companies and the public staff and other parties involves certain supply side resources that are, as the settlement agreement says, recommended for selection?
Yes.
Okay. And among those supply side resources are solar resources, battery, energy storage, onshore wind, but specifically new gas CTs and new gas CCs.
Yes, I remember.
Do you have any reason to believe that those new gas CTs and new gas CCs, as well as the other supply side resources mentioned in that, in the settlement, are unnecessary in terms of the Duke companies meeting their obligations to customers in the near term?
I apologize. Could I just get a copy of this stipulation in front of him?
Sure. Well, Commissioner Kimmerer, would you?
Please do so.
It's, Mr. Collins, just to get you there, pages 6, 7, 8, and 9.
Okay. Yes, I remember reading those pages, Chairman.
Okay. And let me ask my question this way. Do you take issue with the parties' request, the parties to the settlement agreement request that the commission select the following supply side resources and authorize procurement and development activities incremental to incremental to the initial carbon plan for the companies for execution in the near term, subject to CPC and requirements? Do you take any issue with that request?
I am, resource agnostic, so, we do not take any issue with, really any particular resource. I think our concern is that we just want to see a plan that is, least costs, reliable.
And you're not answering my question, Mr. Collins. I understand what ultimately what SIGFR's request is. With respect to supply side resources that the company and the public staff have agreed to, and several other parties as being reasonable for execution in the near term, do you take issue with that, with those resources? And if you don't want to say yes because you don't want to specifically call on specific resources, do you at least take issue with the fact that there are supply side resources that the company and the public staff have agreed to as being reasonable for execution in the near term?
I have not done an in-depth analysis of the portfolio that is subject to the, to the stipulation here that's been agreed upon by the parties. But, that being said, I've not seen anything that would, give me pause on those near-term actions.
Okay, I'll take it. Okay. Do you agree? Do you agree with do you agree that in this proceeding, the companies have indicated to the commission in various filings that it is experiencing load growth that is in excess of the typical load growth projected by its econometric model?
Yes, I'm aware.
Okay. And do you agree, or do you understand it the same way I do, that this load is associated with large customer, not large non-residential customer interest in locating in North Carolina?
Yes, that's my understanding. I think we're also seeing some, accompanying residential growth along with that.
You're right. That's right. And also there's interest in South Carolina as well. So North and South Carolina, there's interest in from large customers in locating in these two jurisdictions. Do you agree with Do you agree with my understanding of what's been presented here?
Yes, I agree with that. And also to add on, Georgia is also experiencing some tremendous growth as well. So it's a pretty common theme we're seeing in the Southeast.
Why in the Southeast?
Well, I think with,
Well, let me ask my question this way. Why in North Carolina?
well, I think, North Carolina has traditionally had very attractive rates on the industrial side, and it's, attracting load to come to North Carolina. We've also had some good other policies, economic policies that also benefit. So it's been a very good state to come to.
So do I understand your testimony correctly to be, at least in part, that North Carolina has historically had attractive or competitive electricity rates for industrial customers?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and why is that?
I think we've had very good, cost allocation policies, redesign policies that have been approved by the commission. Very good oversight by the commission that's resulted in, attractive rates.
Okay, and I appreciate the recognition of the commission's work. It's always nice for it to be positive, but sort of setting that aside and sort of matters associated with cost allocation and rate design, is it because there has been an emphasis in this jurisdiction on providing service at lowest reasonable cost?
I would agree with that.
I mean, if the costs to provide service are low, then doesn't it follow that rates should also be low?
The overall revenue requirement, yes, does apply to, all classes, particularly to the industrial class. And then, to the extent that you also have, allocations and redesign that are based on appropriate cost causation principles, that helps as well. So
Is it your experience in North Carolina that the regulatory bodies involved in establishing the rates that are charged by the investor-owned utilities that provide service here comply with the law, both federal and state, or to the best endeavor to comply with the law?
yes, I agree that they endeavor, to the best of my knowledge, I would agree with you.
Okay. You have any reason to believe that will cease to be the case?
No, I have no reason.
Anything about this particular commission as it weighs these decisions in front of us that gives you pause?
No.
Okay. That's a fair answer. Um, I appreciate your answering my questions, Mr. Collins. I think I'm almost finished with you. Just 1 minute. Let me check through my notes here. Mr. Collins, I assume your client will continue to be interested in matters before this commission pertaining to costs that the utilities incur in providing service. I mean, do you anticipate that to be the case?
I anticipate that to be the case, yes.
And you all will continue to watch those costs and be involved and ensure that only costs that are reasonably and prudently incurred should be recovered from customers. Is that you'll continue to participate in the processes that North Carolina has established and honored for many decades? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. We will be vigilant as always.
And you'll work hard to make sure this commission finds that right balance to serve the public interest and appropriately allocate the cost of service among all the different customer classes that exist here in the state. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. We obviously anticipate that and rely on the participation of the industrial customers to help make sure we get it right, or at least try to. All right, Mr. Muller, just a few questions for you. Commissioner Kimwright covered a lot of ground that I had wanted to cover with you, but you said several things in your testimony that have caught my interest. And I want to let me pull up your testimony real quick. I want to focus on a couple of things. One, you present some information in your testimony about electricity cost electricity costs that the company incurs across different jurisdictions, the states that you're in. And as I understand your testimony, particularly as it pertains to Figure 1, you've presented electricity cost for those facilities that engage in the manufacture of plastic pipes and pipe fittings. Is that correct?
Correct.
But not is it the steel foundries?
Cast iron foundries.
Not the cast iron foundries. Okay, so this Figure 1 shows us locations in which you all are, your company or affiliates of your company are manufacturing plastic pipes.
Correct.
Okay. And from what I can tell, and so let me ask this one question. The North Carolina facility that's located in Monroe is the facility that is your company's facility that makes the plastic pipes
Plastic pipe and fitting.
and pipe fittings,
Yeah.
and is a customer of DEC. Is that correct?
Correct.
Your other facility in North Carolina that is engaged in the cast iron work, and is the newer of the two facilities. Who's the electric supplier for that facility?
Union Co-op.
Union EMC?
Yeah.
Okay. And what can you tell me about the rates that the foundry pays relative to the rates that the pipe fitting facility pays? Pipes and pipe fitting facilities.
I apologize for interjecting, but this is confidential information. And if Mr. Mueller is going to
Well,
answer.
let me interrupt you, Ms. Kress, to clarify my question, and then Commissioner Kimmerite will address your objection or your comment. I don't want to get into the specifics of your bills, just in general, sort of what's the higher rate? Who pays the higher rate?
I believe that should be kept confidential.
Well, are rates not public information?
Well, we have,
Like, could I not ask Mr. Durack to provide me with the tariff that would apply to your facility in Monroe and then get?
yeah. They would have to agree to disclose that because we have a contract with them,
You have a contract
with Union.
and the contract provides for your rate in a confidential manner?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
all right, well, I would ask for a late filed exhibit then that shows, subject to Commissioner Kimmerite's
A
permission,
confidential late file exhibit.
that compares the rates that are paid by the two companies. I'm just trying to understand the difference here and the rates that are paid in these two different service areas within the state.
Ms. Kress, when do you think that you'd be able to obtain that information and file it with the commission?
And speak with Charlotte Pipe's general counsel, likely, probably early next week.
Well, but let me be clear. I mean, your witnesses put in testimony information about both operations in North Carolina and has made representations about, costs and investments made. This commission needs to have an understanding of what what your clients' operations in DEC are going to pay versus what it's going to pay elsewhere in North Carolina. So.
Understood. And so I appreciate the commission providing clarity that this would be filed under seal as a confidential exhibit. And we will get this filed as soon as the commission tells us to get it filed.
Okay.
Whether that's this week or early next week, we will make it happen.
Presiding Commissioner, could I interject for just one moment as well?
Yes, Mr. Dodge.
Union Power Cooperative does, as all cooperatives are required to make their rates and filings with the commission. So Union Power Cooperative's rates are filed with the commission. I don't recall that exact docket number. However, the specific contract between Charlotte Pipe and Union Power Cooperative, I can't speak to the confidential nature of that, but I'm certainly happy to provide the most recent filing of the rates with the commission that are in the EC docket.
That would be appreciated, Mr. Dodge. All right. All right, I'm interested also in the adequacy of the service that the DEC is providing to your facility in Monroe. You have some testimony in here regarding power quality concerns, and you have a table. Let me get to there. Table 1. Let me get there.
Page 14.
Yes. So you identify recent or momentary power interruptions in 2022. Is there is there a reason why y'all picked 2022 to highlight?
No, this was readily available to
Okay.
us, so we didn't go back and track all the power. We do track the power interruptions. I just did not provide it
Okay.
for 2023, but we certainly could.
Well, so, but you're not, I just want to make sure 2022 wasn't a particularly bad year. Okay. For, in terms of the service that you all were receiving.
Correct. The table's just representative of what can happen with even the minimal sag.
And so, you have the cause listed here, on table 1, and for these outages that you all experienced, for the voltage, I'm sorry, for the voltage sag that you experienced at your facility in Monroe. And most of them, have a known cause identified. And I see here high winds, bad thunderstorms, severe thunderstorms, and storm identified as causes for these particular outage or voltage events. You have unknown listed for two of them. Did you all talk to DEC about what the potential cause could be there? Is there any additional information that you could provide me about the cause of those voltage sags?
I can certainly investigate that and try to provide that.
Okay. Because, Duke cannot control the weather, but to the extent that there are things that should be happening on the electric system that mitigate against interference caused by weather, then we would like, my assumption is that that DEC would be taking care of that on its system, but if it's not, then that's something that we want to know.
Okay.
Also, does your company, does your Monroe facility have any controls installed on its side, power quality controls installed on the customer side that mitigate against flicker or interruptions like this?
I believe we do, but I'm not as familiar with those. But I can find that out.
Okay. Okay. You testify here, I'm still on page 14, about unconstrained upward pressure on electric rates. This testimony comes in the context of your recommending that the commission extend the timeline for achieving carbon dioxide emissions reductions set forth in the statute. And you express this concern about unconstrained upward pressure on electric rates. And I'll read your testimony to you so that you know exactly what I'm talking about. I have strong reason to believe several members of the North Carolina General Assembly who were involved with the enactment of House Bill 951. I have strong reason to believe several members of the North Carolina General Assembly who were involved with the enactment of House Bill 951 would agree with this statement, particularly under the circumstances of unconstrained upward pressure on rates. What do you mean by unconstrained upward pressure on rates?
Well, the analysis we provided or that we did for our plastics plant showed a near doubling of rates, and that is not an all-in cost. That does not include non-carbon plant costs, transmission, distribution, et cetera. The same analysis was done on our foundry, and those costs would nearly triple by 2038. We view that as unaffordable. Those costs, compounding 4% a year, we don't have any other inputs that are compounding 4% a year for the foreseeable future and beyond.
And is your testimony based on the bill impacts information that was provided by the DEC and DEP and its carbon plan filing?
No, it was provided by Mr. Collins. He did the analysis. We had to extrapolate from residential rates because Duke has not provided bill impact analyses for industrial customers for the carbon plans. That's my understanding.
Okay. Mr. Collins, do you want to comment on it's not your testimony that there were unconstrained upward pressure on electric rates, but Mr. Muller has referenced your analysis. What analysis is he talking about, and what source information did you use?
So Mr. Muller is referring to the rate analysis that we prepared for his facilities. We took the CAGRs from the company's carbon plan, the compounded annual growth rates from 2024 out to 2038. And we applied those increases, or cumulative increases, to the present rates of Mr. Muller's facilities to come up with projections for 2038.
Okay. Does House Bill Mr. Collins, does House Bill 951 contemplate unconstrained upward pressure on electric rates? Or let me ask the question this way. Does House Bill 951 speak to cost of compliance?
I think it speaks to affordability of rates.
Where does it speak to? Well, okay. Are there any other provisions in Chapter 62 that bear on costs a utility may incur in providing service to customers?
It's been a while since I've read House Bill 951, but I don't recall.
Chapter 62, the North Carolina General Statutes, not just 951.
I do not know.
Okay. Okay. Any reason to believe that this commission would allow unconstrained upward pressure on rates, given the conversation that you and I had a minute ago about a long tradition of ensuring just and reasonable rates for customers in North Carolina?
I have no reason to believe that would happen.
Okay, thank you. Any reason to believe this commission would unfairly penalize industrial customers?
No reasons to believe that.
Any reason to believe this this commission is attempting to make North Carolina less competitive than it already is in terms of attracting growth to this state, be it residential customers or non-residential customers?
I have no reasons to believe that.
Okay. Were you here, Mr. Collins, were you here for the testimony of Mr. Metz and Mr. Thomas when they were discussing I'm using Mr. Metz's words, the natural progression of the coal-fired facilities?
I was watching that online. I'm not sure if I remember that particular line of cross and answers.
Did you hear Mr. Metz express concerns about the continued operation of the coal-fired facilities?
I believe I do recall that now.
Have you, and what, can you, so you did hear his testimony?
I believe I did.
Do you take any issue with his testimony?
I believe his testimony is consistent with what I've heard from Duke in terms of, coal-fired generation, the ability of Duke to procure, coal in the future, the cost increases that may go along with coal mines and the production from them. So I did not take any issue with Mr. Metz's testimony.
Do you take any issue with Mr. Metz's assessment of the present value revenue requirement associated with an unconstrained from a carbon dioxide emissions standpoint, long-term resource plan versus a plan which does consider carbon constraints?
I did hear his testimony on that. I could get into some specifics on the PVRRs, but that may lead us into some confidential testimony. I heard his testimony that.
Well, my question was generally, what did you hear him discuss the difference between the PVRR associated with the unconstrained from a carbon dioxide emissions perspective and those that would consider the carbon constraint?
I did. I think if I remember correctly, I think he did say there was, little differences between the two PVRs.
Okay,
But that will not always stay the case.
understood, understood.
Yeah.
And certainly can vary as you look at different portfolios. And so my question was really if if you take issue with his assessment, that there is some but not significant difference in the early years of the present value revenue requirement of the portfolio that constrains for carbon and the portfolio that doesn't constrain for carbon.
Yeah, I think the trade-offs are, with the emissions, the portfolio case, you're making investments in capital resources to achieve emissions. With the unconstrained case, those capital investments are less, but you have increased, expenses associated with some of the existing units. So that's, making them, converge closer. But when you go out to 2050, the direction, there's more divergence.
And I understand your testimony. Okay. Mr. Mueller, you testify, you say to avoid rationing and blackouts, we need to extend the time frame for implementation of 951's aspirational emissions reduction goals unless and until DEP and DEC have merged and accelerate the transition to a carbon-free nuclear power. Do you have any, I understand that your company is concerned about affordability and power quality, as you've testified to here. But rationing and blackouts, why are you testifying about rationing and blackouts?
Well, we experienced that with Winter Storm in December 2022. We're concerned that an over-reliance on intermittent renewable sources is going to put reliability at risk.
Okay. Does your company participate as in any of the programs that DEC offers for non-residential customers, for any DSM, demand side management programs for non-residential customers?
No, our loads are not conducive to shedding
Okay.
at any time. Yeah.
Does your Monroe facility, would it be considered a high load factor customer?
It's a 13 megawatt peak plant. And it runs 24/7, 365.
It does run 24/7. So you're running the operation 24/7. Okay,
Correct.
understood. Okay. Mr. Mueller, you testify that Charlotte Pipe has serious concerns that Duke Energy might not be able to ensure the reliability and the resiliency of North Carolina's grid. Do you have any reason to believe that this body will make decisions that are not mindful of the utilities' abilities to ensure the reliability and resiliency of North Carolina's grid?
I don't doubt the commission's mission, but we are concerned about an over-reliance on renewables on the grid.
And okay. Have you reviewed the stipulation that Duke and the public staff have entered into regarding near-term actions? Near-term actions with respect to supply side resources, so generating resources that they intend to bring on in the near term.
I'm familiar with the chart of the various near-term resources.
Okay, and are you aware that those resources include a mix of resources to come on in the near term, not simply resources that are variable production?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. One last question for you. Commissioner Kim Wright asked you about your testimony on figure related to figure 1, where you show the rates that you pay, that your company pays across the jurisdictions in the pipe, for the pipe manufacturer and pipe fitting manufacturer facilities. Will you just confirm for me? It looks like, I'm looking here and I see North Carolina, Texas, Pennsylvania, Utah, Alabama, Florida, and it looks like North Carolina is the lowest in terms of rates paid or electricity cost per kWh in 2021. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Across all those jurisdictions.
Yeah.
And it looks like in 2024, we're still assuming a 24.1% increase where North Carolina is still the lowest, if not as low as the next lowest, which is Texas. Is that correct?
Yes, you're reading the chart correctly. What the chart is meant to represent is we've already seen over the course of the last 3 years a 24% increase in our electricity bill, and that's for any dollar of carbon plan spend. So,
and what's going on in those other jurisdictions that don't have carbon? You testified earlier that North Carolina is unique in that it has a statute that requires that the electric system achieve net neutrality by 2050. None of these other states have them. That's your testimony. What's going on in these other states that's driving rates to the extent that you know?
To the extent we know, it's probably load growth, input costs, fuel costs, capital investment in the grid, standard costs, non-carbon related costs.
Okay. All right. I think that's all I have. Gentlemen, I appreciate your answering my questions. Let me just make sure. I mean, you did, Mr. Muller, you do make the statement in your testimony that, that rate impacts, well, I won't, I'll just leave it alone. All right, I have nothing for
Commissioner Deatherly.
So, Mr. Muller, could you turn to page 12 of your testimony? Chair Mitchell asked you about the statement made on lines 15 through 17, where you're asking for an extension of the time frame of the implementation of House Bill 951 until there's this acceleration of carbon-free nuclear power. So I just want to obtain clarification. Are you suggesting then no new gas, hydro, offshore wind, onshore wind, solar, and battery with that statement?
That statement was an endorsement of nuclear power as a carbon-free, reliable, and long-term source, 40 to 60-year lifespans of those generation assets. We're not suggesting that other resources aren't appropriate. We're just suggesting if carbon neutrality is the goal, that we believe nuclear is the best solution for that.
Okay, thank you. And then Chair Mitchell asked you if you were aware of the near-term resources agreed to in the stipulation between public staff and the companies. Are you opposed to these near-term actions?
Well, SIGFR did not agree to the settlement. So in principle, we have concerns with that resource mix. And again, it's an over-reliance on renewables that concerns us.
Okay, if you could turn to page 8 of your testimony. And lines 10 through 16, you are discussing how the cost estimates have skyrocketed for residential customers. What do you believe the cause of these increases are from?
My understanding is it's an analysis of the resource mix and the capital costs associated with generation assets to meet the carbon plan.
Okay, and not any type of load growth?
I don't know if load growth was contemplated in this analysis.
Okay, and so what was this evidence or support that you have for lines 13 through 16? What analysis are you speaking about?
This was analysis conducted by the public staff, is my understanding.
Okay. And then if you could move to page 10 of your testimony. Lines 2 through 4, you talk about the commission should consider implementing rate mitigation measures associated with carbon plan spending. What are these rate mitigation measures that you're suggesting be considered?
One thought could be a cap on rates or a cap on annual compounding increases of rates so that business can absorb those costs over a longer planning horizon. That would be one idea.
Any other ideas? Okay, and then on page, let's see, we did page 12. You could turn to page 15. On lines 4 through 8-ish, you talk about the commission should consider pausing or delaying steps towards achieving North Carolina's aspirational CO2 emissions reduction targets until the planned merger and integration between DEC and DEP is completed. Can you explain this further? I mean, what does this actually look like?
Well, Mr. Collins testified under questioning that the shared capacity planning would be useful in order to make the most efficient planning possible so that we're not duplicating assets. It's my understanding that both DEC and DEP have to maintain a separate reserve margin. If they combine those planning and capacity assets, perhaps that reserve margin, they would have to meet one reserve margin, not two. And perhaps there's efficiencies in the generation assets that could be achieved.
And actually, I'm just asking, what does consider pausing or delaying steps look like?
Until the merger is consummated, which I believe was contemplated for 2027. I don't have it in front of me, but.
But are you saying not to have a CPIRP hearing in 2 years? I mean, I'm saying, what does the pause and delay look like? What does that entail?
I think it would entail it probably would need to amend House Bill 951. I understand there's, a law that needs to be followed, but our understanding of the law is that those dates for compliance are arbitrary and could be pushed out. And if that requires a pause until the merger is completed, we believe that the bill could support that.
Okay. Turning to Mr. Collins. If you could go to page 64 of your testimony. Are you there?
I'm there, yes.
Okay, so on page 1 through 4, if you could just discuss, and actually going back on the previous page from 19 through 22 and 1 through 4, if you could read those, so you don't have to read them out loud. But can you just further explain this statement or point you're trying to make to the commission through this paragraph?
Yes, just to clarify, page 63, bottom of that page, starting at line 19,
That being said, through,
and then carrying over to page 64.
right, the first paragraph ends emission reduction goals.
Yes, just to clarify this section of my testimony, I think there are some things that are left out of the company's analysis that give you the complete costs of the preferred portfolio. These include, when I say certain infrastructure necessary to reliably operate new generating facilities, this refers to transmission investments. It's my understanding that, the company has only included, proxy transmission investment costs in the portfolio that they've selected. The transmission is, very dependent on the location of new resources. And I don't think we have a complete picture of what the true cost of all the transmission is going to be for implementing, the new resource investments. With respect to the nuclear facilities, I don't think any of the costs of relicensing have been included in any of the portfolios, and I think this may understate the rate impacts that customers are actually going to see as a result of the carbon plan. Those were the main things that I was referring to in this section.
Can you further explain, though, this thoughtful consideration of use of carbon offsets to manage the selection of unproven resources?
Yes, I think, carbon emission offsets, that could be, demand side resources, those would be offsetting emissions. That would also help, manage, the resources that are selected by the portfolio.
Okay, if you could turn to page 69, please.
Yes, I'm there.
1 through 4, lines 1 through 4, you indicate, you talk about optimal resources. And what are these optimal resources in your opinion?
Yes, I think this goes back to my earlier testimony. If DEP and DEC were jointly planning, resources, I think we would have more certainty that the correct, resource plan has been selected. That could have, impacts in terms of, bill impacts and reliability. So again, having, more certainty, having that data point of a, combined entity with respect to capacity planning, I think would give the commission, more comfort that we're headed in the right direction.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Tucker.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Muller, most of my questions will be directed to you. The commissioners have pretty much plowed most of the ground over your testimony that I had questions about, but I'll add a few things if I may and ask you some questions. First of all, how old is Charlotte Pipe and Foundry? You stated in your testimony.
We were founded in 1901. We're a 123-year-old, fifth generation privately held company.
Are your headquarters and have they always been in Charlotte?
Yes, sir.
So there's a long heritage between the state of North Carolina and Charlotte Pipe and Foundry for business.
That's correct. And when we contemplated building our new foundry, which we eventually did in Stanley County, we looked hard at moving to South Carolina, but out of loyalty to our workforce and our long heritage in North Carolina, we selected Stanley County.
Well, thank you for that. could I ask you that in your consideration, did the $154 million incentive package approved by the General Assembly help in that decision?
It certainly did.
Yes, sir. I thought so. You stated in your testimony, and just for the record, that the Oakboro Foundry is a 72 megawatt facility.
Correct.
Okay, and then the Monroe facility is 13 megawatts.
At peak demand, yes.
And in full disclosure for everyone, I live in Union County. I've been to the Monroe facility. The Oakboro facility is contiguous county to where I live. I've been to both facilities and have a long history or knowledge of what Charlotte Pike and Foundry has done for the state of North Carolina, employing well over 1,000 people for many years. I went to, you're talking about delay and different things about the carbon plan that we're mandated to move forward with. We're here to follow the law. We don't have much flexibility in that at all. But you do or have made a decision business-wise at the Oakboro facility to try to help in reaching the decarbonation goal. Can you share that with us?
Yes, sir. So the previous foundry, which was in Uptown Charlotte, had a cupola melt. It was a fossil fuel melt where we use coke to fire the cupola and melt the scrap iron. We're a major recycler. We recycle hundreds of thousands of tons of scrap every year to make into useful cast iron products. When we were engineering the new plant in Oakboro, we made the decision to switch from fossil fuel melt to electric melt, in part for the carbon savings, but also it gives us flexibility in what types of metals we can melt. But the carbon reduction was certainly contemplated in that decision. What that did, though, was make electricity costs, reliability, and power quality issues much more important to that facility than the previous plant.
Okay, and you stated that by doing that, you eliminate about 40,000 tons of CO a year.
30 to 40,000. Yes, sir.
It's,
Yep, 30 to 40,000 tons a year in CO2.
right, and I have seen those. That's the first plant I've ever been in that didn't use natural gas, but the coke that you used in Charlotte, which was a lot of grief to a lot of people, isn't coke a form of coal?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Let me get through here on my notes. Back to the questions, you received a number of questions about figure 1 and the graph.
Yes, sir.
I just want to clarify, in my late night reading, I did some checking, and you stated that the Duke and the Union Co-op rate is cheaper than the other states that you operate in, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, just for the record, let me see, Wisconsin, where you have the manhole foundry there, their KWH rate is 7.17. Duke is 0.13, and Texas is 0.1458. So while they're all there, Duke's still the most efficient as far as the rates go, and you're not denying that today, are you?
No, sir.
Okay, all right. You mentioned the word aspirational in the reference to House Bill 951. Can you share with us what you think that is, as far as being aspirational, or is it something we shouldn't achieve? It's just pie in the sky.
Well, our understanding of 951 is that the guardrails in place of reasonable steps, least cost, and maintain or improve reliability are critical to that bill. And as we try to reduce carbon over time, we don't believe that the bill calls for emissions reductions at any cost or at any cost of reliability. There has to be at some point, to put it another way, we don't believe the doubling of our electricity rates over 14 years is a reasonable step.
Okay.
If we want to stay in business.
All right. Did you have an interview with the Business Journal in Charlotte?
I did. I spoke
Yes, sir.
to a reporter.
And in that interview, some of what you stated is in your testimony as well, right?
I provided background, not to be quoted by that reporter. He pulled quotes from the filed testimony, the written testimony.
Okay. Well, in your testimony, you implied that, not implied, you stated that raw materials and labor and power is the three main drivers as to where you either maintain or relocate a plant. You talked about cease of production, you talked about moving the facility and those kind of things that are there. And of course, again, close to home, my own county, and
Right.
friends work at both plants. Can you see the angst that put in the leadership community by those statements?
Yes, sir. As we contemplate where to invest capital, we look at a variety of costs. And for example, we're building a new plant in Wichita, Kansas, a new plastic pipe plant. It's possible that we could redirect reinvestment in the Monroe Plastics plant to that new facility in Kansas, expand plans for that, and shift production to Kansas if hypothetically that were a more cost-efficient plant and a better use of our capital. But I'm not saying we're contemplating doing that, but as costs rise, those are the types of decisions that we're making.
Do you know what the electric rate comparison between Kansas and North Carolina Duke is?
I don't have it off the top of my head.
Okay, so that hadn't been a consider, yeah, not that
We're
far down the
still-
road.
Well, we've broken ground and we could certainly get that information. The plant is under construction, so I don't have utility bills for that, but
Okay, you were asked by Chair Mitchell, and I'm paraphrasing, if you had any reason to believe that this commission would not do our very best to follow 951 and follow the law and base our decisions on least cost and reliability. Is that correct?
yes, sir.
Moving forward, though, we look at or I look at, well, I don't want to say an opinion, 951 kind of tells us an outline. But there's an end goal in that outline. It only allows this commission and or the company to go to a certain point in the dates moving forward. And of course, you being in the manufacturing business, you understand starting timelines here, so you end up with resource generation and or the final product that you produce.
Yes.
Am I to understand that the statements in your testimony, I don't want to misconstrue your words. Does that testimony imply that we are to seek not to retire the coal plants based on the schedule that's been outlined in Plan Number 3?
We believe in an economic retirement date for those assets and not a premature retirement of those assets before their useful life.
But you are aware some of those plants are 80 years old.
Yes, sir. Yes.
High cost to maintain. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, let me just check here one more second. Just back to your reference on the winter storm of 22. And wasn't that on Christmas Eve and the plant was shut down?
That's correct.
Yes, sir. So that was it's a good timing anyway. The good Lord had good timing on that for Charlotte Pike. And then you also talked about quality of power.
Yes.
You don't have any issues with quality of power through dealing with the union co-op?
None that I'm aware of.
Right. You talked about in your testimony, though, that the quality of power, which you have now, you had a reason. Chair Mitchell asked you about wind and weather, and Duke had no control over that. Then you mentioned in your testimony about a 23 millisecond delay. which cost you about 10,000 pounds of product, I would guess that you knew or found out what caused that power delay on that specific incident, right? Not wind, not lightning, what was it?
I don't know which, are you referring to one in the chart? One of the events in the chart?
Yes, sir. No, I'm referring to your testimony and what you
Oh.
stated.
That was filed, the
Right.
exact event was filed in the testimony 2 years ago, when I appeared before this commission. I'd have to go back and reference exactly what caused that. But again, these are just illustrative of what
Okay.
can happen to us
That's fair.
with voltage sags.
Okay, other countries all over the world, as much as we are pressing forward to reduce carbon here, China has over 3,000 coal plants. I would assume, I know that with Charlotte Pipe's history with China, you would not be building a plant there. But Turkey, Indonesia, India, and other places. And when I read your testimony, I think about low-cost labor move manufacturing out of the country. Are you implying that high-cost energy due to decarbonization would cause Charlotte Pipe and or other manufacturing facilities to move out of the country?
It's certainly possible, yes.
And you alluded to Europe, which is a decade ahead of us in decarbonizing, that they've lost a lot of manufacturing as well.
That's correct.
So, and is your overall assertion that we need to slow down and we need to retain the coal because there are tremendous pressures from customers such as yourself, the residential ratepayers, and then the community that are climate change community, all of those kind of focus in on this commission. What's your suggestion for us as we deal with some of those possibilities, being the largest or one of the largest electric users in the state?
Well, we've outlined that a delay until a merger is possible, might be a prudent course. We are resource agnostic, as Mr. Collins mentioned, but we do have concerns about over-reliance on intermittent renewables. And so those are some of the thoughts about as we pursue reasonable steps in the law that should be contemplated.
Okay, very well. Commissioner Kimmerer, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to the panel. We're going to take, not yet, a lunch break at 12:45, but let's see if we can get through questions on commission questions and get as far as we can with this panel before lunch break. So questions on commission questions. Mr. Drack?
No question.
I do have questions, but I believe I go last.
Okay. Mr. Creech?
I think just one question here. Thank you. This relates to initially the conversation and the question from Commissioner Duffley about bill impact analysis and various other conversation with the commissioners. And it specifically relates to the bill impact analysis conducted by the public staff for the legislature in 2021. And that's noted on page 8, footnote 4, I believe, of Mr. Muller's testimony. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And just as a point of clarification, you're aware that that analysis was not based upon the version of House Bill 951 that became law, which included specific carbon reduction targets that were not included in prior versions. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I think that is my only question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Creech. Ms. Kress?
Yes, thank you. A couple of things. There were extensive questions asked by multiple commissioners related to the bill impact analysis that was conducted and individualized based upon Charlotte Pipe's usage at its Monroe facility as well as at its Oakboro facility. And Presiding Commissioner Kimmerer, I understood your admonishment earlier this morning about exhibits seeking to be introduced on questions, on commissioner questions. However, it is directly relevant to not only questions that were asked, but also a request for late filed exhibit, and it would be included in part of the late filing that has already been requested. And so with that in mind, I would seek to introduce SIGFR potential redirect exhibit number 88. And this is a highly confidential, for attorney's eyes only document. And so the room would need to be cleared of everyone except for those individuals that have signed the confidentiality agreement with SIGFR.
Okay, Ms. Crest, do you have additional questions so that I can make a decision or ruling on that confidential exhibit, and then we can go into confidential. And if I were to allow it, that we could go into confidential session at the end of the commission questions. So please proceed with non-confidential questions.
Understood. Thank you. Gentlemen, you were asked some questions by Chair Mitchell about North Carolina's rates relative to other jurisdictions. Is it important that North Carolina retain its competitive advantage as to other states in the region and the country?
Yes.
Are you aware that North Carolina recently lost its ranking as the #1 best state to do business?
Yes.
Are you aware of any reasons for that distinction?
One reason cited in a news report was electricity reliability, I believe.
And give me one moment. I'm just going through my notes to make sure there's no other questions before the highly confidential questions. And then just following up on that same line of questions, if rates were to double between now and 2038, do you believe North Carolina will still be a competitive place to do business?
I don't.
Thank you. That's all for me, except for the highly confidential portions.
Chair Mitchell has a commission question that we can also ask any questions on her specific question before we make a decision on the confidential exhibit.
And I'll address, thank you, Commissioner Kimwright. I'll be quick and I'll address this one to the panel. You all heard testimony regarding the company's DECs and DEPs rates being at or below the national average.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Collins, did you hear that testimony?
Yes, I did.
And did you hear the testimony from company witness Bowman that it's the company's goal and objective to keep their electric rates at or below the national average?
I did not see Mrs. Bowman's testimony.
Okay. Mr. Collins?
I did hear that.
You heard that testimony. Do you have any reason to dispute that testimony? Or do you, or suggest, let me ask the question this way. Do you take any issue with Ms. Bowman's testimony on that point?
No, I do not.
If DEC and DEP continue to offer their customers rates that are at or below the national average, do you believe that North Carolina will continue to be competitive in terms of attracting non-residential customers to do business in North Carolina?
I may defer this one to Mr. Muller since he's a customer.
Just Mr. Collins, I would love to hear Mr. Muller's response to that. I also want to hear your response, Mr. Collins. You provided testimony on rates and their impact to customers like your clients. So just could you give me your opinion, please, sir?
Sure. I think traditionally they've been, way below average, as we trend up to the average, that may have an impact on the attractiveness, but, to the extent I do not know.
To say that last part?
To the extent that it'll affect the attractiveness, to businesses, I haven't done any specific analysis.
Okay. All right, Mr. Muller.
Please restate the question.
Okay. To the extent that DEC and DEP continue to offer electric rates that are at or below the national average, do you believe that that will continue to maintain the viability of North Carolina as attractive or competitive for non-residential activity, industrial activity?
If that were the case, then yes, our concern is as electricity rates go up across all 50 states, then to Commissioner Tucker's point, then that manufacturing goes offshore or to Mexico.
All right. Thank you. I have nothing further.
And questions on Chair Mitchell's questions?
Yes, Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite, we just have the remaining questions that we were saving for highly confidential, but nothing related to that last line of questions.
So we have an additional question from Commissioner McKissick.
And Mr. Mueller, I was wanting to get some clarity. There was a question raised by Ms. Kress about North Carolina's ranking in the business community no longer being in a #1 position. First, do you know the source of the entity or organization that was doing the ranking? And then secondly, can you identify the source that indicated that the slippage in ranking was due to electricity reliability?
The ranking is conducted by CNBC. I would need to look in my notes to identify the reporter and what publication, but I do recall reading that a reporter had personal experience with electricity reliability and felt like that was one reason why North Carolina's ranking fell. But we can certainly get that citation for you.
Okay, so you don't recall what that source was or who that source was? It was just a news source that you
Correct.
recall. You
Correct.
recollect.
But certainly we can find that citation for you.
And were there other reasons that were provided as well?
I don't believe there were other reasons in that contemporaneous news report, but certainly CNBC's analysis provides all the data for their rankings, and we could refer to that as to why North Carolina fell.
Thank you for that clarity.
Yes, sir.
And Commissioner Tucker, I believe that you have one short follow-up question.
One short follow-up question. Since we're talking about rankings #1, I want to ask Mr. Muller, we talked about electric rates, and we've done that over the last decade in North Carolina as far as favorability and rankings go. Would you agree that North Carolina as a state has reduced income tax?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree that North Carolina as a state has reduced franchise tax?
Yes.
Would you agree that North Carolina as a state in moving forward has reduced corporate tax?
Yes, sir.
So those reasons, along with the electric rates, would form an opinion on whether or not to make capital investments, say in Kansas and or other places as well.
That's correct. And I would add to that regulatory reform as well.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Chair Mitchell.
Just one last question about the rankings. To the extent that those rankings, that the ranking system did take into consideration the reliability of electric service, do you know how, do you have any recollection of how the reliability of the electric service was determined?
No.
Okay, so.
That was one reporter's opinion.
Understood. And to the extent that, so you don't know whether the reliability information were based on EIA data or some other kind of metric like a SAIDI or a SAFE?
I think that would probably be reflected in the CNBC criteria, but I don't have that in front of me to reference.
Okay, so you don't know whether that information takes into account storm activity or removes sort of outlier events?
It likely takes into
Outlier weather events.
it likely takes into account weather events.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's all I need. I appreciate it.
Okay, so we've had a few more commission questions. So questions on those specific commission questions? Okay, seeing none, Ms. Kress, we will allow you to identify confidential exhibit number 88. And before we, Mr. Smith, is there an objection?
No objection, just a point of clarity. I want to make sure this is the same NDA that is executed with the utility and it's not some separate NDA.
This is a separate NDA because this is a confidentiality agreement with SIGFR, not with the companies.
So we'll get to that in a minute. Ms. Kress, how long do you anticipate that the questions that you're going to be asking in regard to this confidential exhibit are going to be?
5 minutes or less.
Okay, so we'll do it before our lunch break. But before we do so, I want it to be clear on the record as to what confidentiality agreement we are talking about and who needs to leave the room so that we can be completely clear to make sure that only the people who have signed your confidentiality agreement remain in the hearing room.
Yes, thank you, Presiding Commissioner Kimwright. This is the confidentiality agreement that was circulated to all parties in advance of this hearing in connection specifically with the potential redirect exhibits filed by SIGFR and designated as a highly confidential for attorney's eyes only exhibit. The only parties that have signed that confidentiality agreement and thus should remain in the room outside of commission staff and public staff, and of course the commissioners, are Mr. Breitschwert, Mr. Drack, and Ms. Grunman.
Okay, so I would ask that all other people in the hearing room leave, and then we will go into confidential session.
Oh, I have a. Yeah.
We had one limited commission question. Commissioner Duffley.
Mr. Muller, if you could go back to page 8 of your testimony, I'm just trying to seek clarification of the numbers, where the numbers came from regarding, you testified estimates have now skyrocketed for residential customers to just shy of $60 per month by 2023 and $80 per month by 2038, and it continues on. Where did those numbers, where did you obtain those numbers? Because I think the numbers that were referred to in footnote 8 are for the first set of numbers discussed, the bill impact numbers from lines 11 through 13. So I just want to clarify, where did the numbers come from that you cite to on lines 14 through 16?
My understanding is that that is a public staff analysis.
It is still the public staff analysis.
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any questions on Commissioner Duffley's question? Okay, seeing none, it is 12:57. We're going to take a lunch break for half an hour, and we'll come back on the record at 1:30.
Presiding Chair, could I make one quick motion?
Yes,
I had
Mr.
offered
Dodge.
to provide a late filed exhibit reflecting the current rates that were for Union Power Cooperative. Would it be acceptable for me in place of a late exhibit just to request the commission take judicial notice of the rates most recently filed by Union Power Cooperative? Those were filed on February 1st, 2024 in docket number EC 39 sub 56, effective April 1, 2024.
Thank you, Mr. Dodge. The commission will take judicial notice, and therefore we do not need a late filed exhibit.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We'll go off the record and come back at 1:30. Right, let's go back on the record. I did want to introduce that we have a new court reporter here this afternoon. And so please speak slowly and make sure that you can be heard by speaking directly into the microphone. And I think we're pretty close to being done here, but Commissioner Duffley has said that she has one additional commission question.
So I'm just going to go at this one more time for clarification of the record. So on page 8, lines 11 through 13, it's talking about the bill impacts that were given to the North Carolina General Assembly in 2021.
Correct.
And, you know, this whole paragraph, you have a footnote 4, and it's referencing your exhibit BDM-1. And that's the public staff's analysis.
Correct.
So later on, you talk about how in 3 years, the cost estimates have now skyrocketed, and you list another set of numbers. Where do those numbers come from?
My understanding is those are public staff numbers. Is that incorrect?
Okay, well, I'm just trying to confirm for the
Yes.
record. I mean, because it's not coming from this BDM-1 exhibit that you
I see
referenced at
what
the
you're saying.
end
Right.
of the paragraph.
I see what you're saying.
Okay.
My understanding is those numbers came from the public staff.
Okay, that's what I needed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So we've had one more commission question. Any questions on commission questions?
Just for clarification, Mr. Muller, the numbers you were just discussing with Commissioner Duffley, the just over $50 a month bill impact by 2033, and just under $80 a month by 2038, those lines on page 8 of your testimony, those numbers came from the companies in their supplemental planning analysis that they filed with the commission in January. Is that accurate?
The companies.
Supplemental planning analysis filed in this docket in
Okay, yeah.
January.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry for the confusion.
Are there any additional questions on commission questions? Ms. Kress, do you have any additional questions?
No additional questions. Thank you.
Okay. With that, I will hear motions from CPIRP.
Thank you. At this time, we would move admission of what was pre-marked as BDM 1 and 2, as well as BCC 1 through 5, which were attached to the pre-filed direct testimony of these witnesses, and I will wait before I make any additional motions.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no objection, Mr. Durack.
And again, we renew our request that we be given an opportunity to issue discovery on that.
Right. I think that Ms. Kress has not made a motion for that regarding that exhibit yet.
Thank you.
In regard to be clear, in regard to the exhibits that have been pre-marked as exhibits 1 through 5, they were attached to the direct testimony of witness Collins, and exhibits 1 and 2 that were attached to the direct testimony of witness Muller. I see no objection, and though your motion is allowed, they will be entered into the record.
Thank you. And then also at this time, SIGFR 2 and 3 would move admission of its redirect Collins and Muller direct exhibit number 1, which is a highly confidential and for attorneys' eyes only exhibit that was pre-filed with the commission as potential redirect exhibit number 88.
Okay, Mr. Durack, I believe you have an objection.
Not an objection, to be clear, just a request that we be given an opportunity to issue limited and very timely, quick discovery. We're comfortable with a 1-day window to issue those discovery questions, just so that we can understand the analysis better.
Okay. So I am going to allow your motion and allow the confidential exhibit number 1 to be entered confidentially into the record. However, there's going to be a process for what we are going to be doing. Duke has the ability and the right to serve discovery on SIGFR by close of business today in regard to that exhibit. SIGFR is required to respond in full to the discovery request by end of business day by 5 o'clock on Friday. The witnesses are going to be, are not going to be excused from the hearing. Duke, after you have an opportunity to review the responses that SIGFR has provided, Duke will need to let Warren Hicks know by end of the day, or let's just say 5 o'clock on Saturday, whether you intend to provide cross-examination of Mr. Muller and Mr. Collins. And if Duke has cross-examination for Mr. Muller and Mr. Collins, they will be back for cross-examination on Monday morning. If you do not, Ms. Kress will be able to make a motion to excuse the witnesses from further testifying on Monday morning. Is that process clear? Are there any concerns or objections?
No concerns or objections from Duke Energy.
Understood.
Okay. Thank you. And with that, thank you for your testimony. You may step down, but you're not excused. You may be testifying again on Monday morning. Thank you.
And
Oh, and one other matter before you step down. Chair Mitchell is withdrawing her request for the late filed exhibit, so that is no longer necessary.
thank you. And just for clarity, there was some mention of a potential late filed exhibit related to the power quality incidents. Is that something that the commission would like for us to provide?
Yes.
Understood. Are there any other late filed exhibits and what is the time frame by which the commission would like us to file that?
When can you provide it, if possible? Well, I should say, can you provide it before Monday morning when they are potentially up for further cross-examination?
Yes, we can file it by close of business tomorrow.
By close of business tomorrow, and then Duke, after you've had an opportunity to review that late filed exhibit, that can be taken into account about whether you have cross-examination for the witnesses on this panel. And again, please let Warren Hicks know by 5 o'clock on Saturday whether you have cross-examination for the witnesses.
And Chair, Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite, could the public staff also serve discovery on this as well and be bound to the same terms of Duke and SIGFR in this matter?
Yes, public staff can serve limited discovery as well by 5 o'clock today, and SIGFR is required to respond to the discovery request by 5 o'clock on Friday, and you will be operating under the same requirements that I've just provided to Mr. Durack.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. With that, you're not excused, but you may step down. Okay, so Mr. Smith, EDF.
Thank you. At this time, the Environmental Defense Fund calls Josh Kaplowitz to the stand.
Yeah. Mr. Smith, are you calling Mr. McCaleb as a panel as well with?
I had them separate, but if you prefer, I can make them a panel.
I just want to make sure that he would be available to testify.
He's available. He's in the room.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kaplowitz, I'll go ahead and get you sworn in. If you can place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Kaplowitz, would you please state your full name and business address for the record?
Joshua Michael Kaplowitz, 800 8th Street, Northwest, Washington, D.C., Suite 500.
Thank you. And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Locklord LLP as their senior counsel.
And can you please very briefly describe your background and basis on your expertise here?
Absolutely. So I've been involved with the U.S. offshore wind industry for about 12 years now. In my current capacity, I advise companies and nonprofits on matters of offshore wind law and policy. Before I arrived at Locklord, I spent 2 years at the American Clean Power Association as their vice president for offshore wind policy. Before that, I spent about 1.5 years as commercial counsel to GE Renewables for their U.S. offshore wind business. And then prior to that, spent 5 years at the U.S. Department of Interior in their Office of the Solicitor as attorney advisor to the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management and their Office of Renewable Energy Programs. And then before that, did some pro bono work for the American Wind Energy Association, the precursor to American Clean Power, and represented or was hired by the Department of Energy to do a peer review of very early stage offshore wind projects.
Thank you. And did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket direct testimony consisting of 50 pages and 1 exhibit?
Yes.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today that appear in your pre-filed direct testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And did you cause to be pre-filed a summary of your direct testimony?
Yes.
And is the testimony that's set forth in your summary true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Presiding Chair Kemmerite, at this time, I would ask that the direct testimony and summary of Josh Kaplowitz be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Seeing no objection, the direct testimony and the summary of his testimony will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you. And at this time, Presiding Chair Kemmerite, Mr. Kaplowitz is now available for questions. My understanding is there's no cross, so Mr. Kaplowitz is available for commission questions.
Mr. Smith, you have 1 exhibit attached to the direct testimony. Is that correct?
I do.
Would you like to pre-mark it?
Yes, please. Can you please mark the 1 exhibit to the pre-filed direct testimony as pre-marked and be marked as pre-marked and entered to the record? Presiding Chair.
Yes, the 1 exhibit attached to the direct testimony will be marked as identified. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Kaplowitz is available for commission questions.
Okay. Commissioner McKissick.
Yeah, we're going to try to keep you in here as little time as possible today so you can go ahead and get back to your regional destination. You obviously have a lot of experience, and it's good to have that breadth and depth of experience that you have. And the thing that I noticed in your testimony, you recommended Duke's proposed offshore wind, and I'm going to refer to it as the ARFI, the acquisition request for information, that it should include a procurement mechanism and a schedule with a contractual structure. Now, can you provide greater information in terms of additional details, in terms of what you envision or how you think that might best function and operate?
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm happy to. I think, well, first off, let me just say at the outset that I endorse Avangrid and Total's testimony from yesterday, and I'm happy to put a finer point on some of the matters that they raised and provide the industry-wide perspective. But I just wanted to make that clear that their testimony I find to be an accurate reflection of those issues. So I've been at pains to, in part because I'm neutral as to developers, and individual projects. I've tried to stay fairly agnostic as to precisely what that schedule and mechanism should be. What I've tried to do is sort of outline what it needs to look like from the perspective of a developer within the industry. So I want to sort of pivot a little bit to the settlement discussions, because I think that my testimony was prior to the settlement stipulation being filed, and it feels like
that would be fine, sir. In fact, that would have been my next question, to address those specific provisions in the stipulation. So feel free to do that this time as well.
Yeah, well, I just think that, talking in the abstract versus, looking at a proposal that's in front of this commission is probably going to be more useful to you folks. The settlement stipulations, at least as they are written and as they were filed with this commission, get to some of what I've recommended, but there are some flaws in it that really that I'll fold in my my testimony. But there are several concerns that I have just looking at it from an industry-wide perspective, that if the stipulation, particularly paragraph 30, was filed as written, wouldn't fit the bill. It wouldn't fit that contractual certainty that I've recommended in my testimony. And worse, could could really kind of, as Mr. Lawrence and the public staff testified yesterday, set the RFE up for failure, and had put us back here in 2 years with in the same posture. So if with your dispensation, I'd like to sort of walk through what I think are the biggest sort of concerns and how they might be remedied.
If you can do that, that would be excellent. And of course, paragraph 30 is the provision dealing with the asset acquisition reference price in particular.
Exactly. So the reference price, I think, can be workable. I didn't include it in my testimony because that sort of information came in later. But there are certain aspects of the reference price, as has been identified here, that give me concern. Again, from a sort of industry-wide perspective. The first one is, I think it's really important that reference price be determined by a neutral third party. And we've talked a lot about who that independent evaluator would be. It seems like DNV is an entity, a company that everyone is comfortable with. I can say, without endorsing one particular company, I can say that I've worked with DNV and I know them to be very highly qualified. I would recommend that they be, let's just say, in the driver's seat on that reference price, and that would help sort of give, because what we're trying to do here is both sort of satisfy the concerns of the companies and the public staff, while at the same time, giving the developers that comfort that there is a pathway to procurement, a fair pathway, a reasonable and balanced pathway. And so having that, the DNV sort of in the driver's seat, like using their expertise to determine what is reasonable, I think that would be my first recommendation. Second would be, and I'm building on what Avangrid and Total both testified on, would really want the scope of the reference price to be reasonable as well. I think they very fairly flagged that onshore transmission upgrades after sort of inland from the point of interconnection, including that, first off, is outside the scope of their work, or of anything that they would build, and it puts the thumb on the scale against offshore wind, which is competing. Obviously the developers are going to be competing with each other, and measured up against this reference price. But offshore wind as a whole is competing with other long-term, long lead time resources, and to include aspects of the onshore upgrades that might be needed anyway, and certainly could be used for other types of generation, such as solar, seems sort of manifestly unfair, and really kind of puts a thumb on the scale of against offshore wind. So would want to sort of have an apples to apples comparison with other generation that's sort of being modeled. The third is having the reference price. I think I'm getting the sense look, it's written out in the settlement stipulation that it has to that the bids, if you will, have to come in at or below the reference price. But it does seem like the public staff is sort of maybe falling back on what I think is the more reasonable approach, which would be a reasonable range. There's nothing sort of magical about the reference price. It's certainly going to be informed by a lot of hopefully very helpful inputs, especially if it's being sort of calculated by a neutral. But there should be some play in the joints, and so I would hope that any final stipulation would sort of adopt that sort of reasonable range standard for how it's judged. And then really the most important thing, and this is all sort of a preface to what I think is the most important sort of deficiency here, which is that there isn't a path at the end of how it's written, and you really need that, if not the sort of order to procure, at least an order to start that process towards procurement if the reference price and the information that's gathered from the developers is within the same ballpark. That's the way I've kind of, you know, would sort of conceive of this is you need an if-then framework. You know, we're not saying offshore wind at any price. No one's saying that. It's been talked about a lot in this hearing, but I feel like it's a bit of a straw argument. We're saying we need like certainty that if, you know, under a set of reasonable conditions, you know, we can get in the ballpark of a price that, you know, if fed into the model comes up, you know, comes 2 thumbs up for offshore wind, that the next step is a procurement. And the RFE, you know, the RFE process can sort of figure out what that if looks like, you know, what the reference price is, what the range, you know, what, you know, how close it has to be. We could also have a discussion of other mechanisms, because at the end of the day, we recognize that this has to be good for, you know, good for ratepayers, and that offshore wind can put its best foot forward. But I would look to Virginia, to the Corporation Commission's proceedings there under CVOW. There are some great examples there of creative, you know, risk sharing mechanisms that could be adopted here in whole or in part, or new ones could be could be derived. Let's use the RFE process to figure out what those might be. But yeah, this isn't about offshore wind at any price. This is about if you know, all the inputs go into the if, then there is a commitment. And so, you know, to that end, you know, you look at the language at the end of paragraph 30, and, you know, essentially gives the companies an out, you know, to decide, even if the reference price is, you know, is at or below, or a reasonable range, whatever this commission elects, the companies can just opt not to proceed and just provide an explanation. If I were sitting in a boardroom of an offshore wind developer, I would look at that language and wonder how serious North Carolina is about pursuing offshore wind. So those are the 3 things. But I think those are minor. I mean, very material, but not major overhauls of what's been presented that could make the RFE work for the industry. And the benefits of that, you know, I can go on at length, and I don't know if you, I don't want to just filibuster here and monologue, but you know, I'm more than happy to talk about sort of why doing it now is much better for the ratepayers, you know, than sort of having it open-ended, being back here in 2 years.
Well, 1 or 2 other questions. Sure. If you were to listen to the witnesses for Avangrid or for Total Energies, they spoke of the need for there to be some inclusiveness in the process of developing the RFE. Yep. And also in assisting in, I guess, the approach and data that would be used for the asset acquisition reference price, you know, so that their real world experience could be brought to bear during the discussions about how that could be structured. What are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. I would agree entirely that their experience should be brought to bear. What I would add to that is just an assurance that the independent evaluator is the one kind of running point and sort of receiving those inputs from the developers, from the companies, you know, from public staff, and being the one to sort of come up with the reference price. They're trusted by, I think, by everyone, right, you know, every stakeholder at the table. And so I think that makes a lot of sense, because right now, as written, it's the companies who would determine the reference price.
So you envision the independent evaluator being the one in the end that's kind of the captain of the ship, making those calls, making those decisions as the process moves forward. And the last question, in terms of the proposed timing that's set forth in the stipulation, could you comment in terms of your observations relating to the timing, or what could be done to improve the timing, or whether the timing as presented is practical, logical, reasonable?
Right. Well, I'm going to defer to the companies. No, not the companies. To Avangrid and Total as to sort of how the timing impacts their ability to go out and solicit pricing, slot information, vessel charters, all the inputs that they need to go out and, what technology is available. I'll just say the earlier the better. I certainly would endorse, starting in September. I think that the public staff would agree that if you start that process in September, that gives a lot more runway to sort of figure out what this RFE looks like and get the right inputs. But just more broadly, the sooner we can get that certainty in place and get on a path to a procurement, the better a deal it is for ratepayers. I would heartily endorse what Avangrid testified, that the sooner you can, get quotes, the sooner you can get slots, get in the interconnection queue, the better the price is going to be. The better the bid, the more likely to match up with the reference price. If you don't have that then, if you're in the if box and you don't have the then at the end, you're not going to be able to go to suppliers and get quotes that really answer the mail, that are sufficient to provide the kind of detailed, specific data that I think we all agree is warranted and needed at this stage to make the RFE a successful process.
Well, I think you've answered all the questions which I wanted to have answered by you today. Is there any other observations you have related to this stipulation that you think would be useful or insightful for the commission to consider as we move forward and deliberate on this issue?
Yeah, I think there's an aspect of this discussion that's really been missing, certainly with respect to offshore wind, which is that we've been talking about optionality. And everyone agrees that we want to keep options open, especially if we're gonna hit the NTAP goal, if we're gonna hit, but also if we're gonna hit the 2050 net zero objective. And I have to disagree with the public staff, sort of how they seem to be sort of viewing optionality. The prevailing view seems to be, okay, if we make anything approaching a commitment in this hearing, then we're foreclosing other options like small nuclear, advanced nuclear. I would just view it very differently, that if you provide a path to that contractual certainty now, then that just opens up many more options, not just for 2033, let's say, but also beyond. It increases the economics, it improves the economics and helps ratepayers just for the first 2.4, but it also provides information that can inform whether it makes sense to go forward with other tranches of procurement. Even with the Avangrid sale of Kitty Hawk North to Dominion, you still have, by NREL's calculations, as many as 5.2 gigawatts of offshore wind on leases issued, federal leases issued off of North Carolina. It would be a real shame, given the huge amount of effort, over a decade that's gone into deconflicting those areas, putting them up for auction, leasing them, and then the development and stakeholder engagement that all of these developers have gone through, to let that go to waste. And there's there's sort of a virtuous cycle as well, because if you the more you develop, the more gigawatts you develop, the more economies of scale you capture. It's much cheaper per gigawatt to develop 5 gigawatts than it is to develop just 2.4. Just simply because you can grow out the supply chain, you can order in bulk. The economics are just make more sense the more you can build. And we shouldn't even be thinking of stopping there. North Carolina has over 300 miles of coastline. It has more coastline than any state to the north of it. It has an extraordinary sort of technical potential offshore, and more opportunity for leasing. The federal government has, the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management has announced that there's going to be another lease sale in the Central Atlantic in, I believe, 2026. That could include more leases off of North Carolina. But the federal government is very sensitive to what signals they're getting from states and from sort of state policy. And so sending a signal today could send a signal like, okay, North Carolina maybe isn't ready to commit now, but they're sending a signal that they're interested in including offshore wind in their mix, and maybe you get more leasing. So I would sort of tack onto my recommendations about the stipulation and the near term plan for first delivery. Let's start studying the possibility of more leasing. Let's look at is developing a plan for building out and not wasting the leases that the state already has. And I think that getting back to the optionality point, it starts in now. Sending that signal now that there's a path for the first 2.4 gigawatts, which is already in the model. It's in Duke's model. It's in the public staff's model. Let's send a signal that we can, start the process of getting there. And that just, the options fan out from there. And if you're looking ahead to 2050, those additional options open up and you at least have the possibility of 5 gigawatts, more than 5 gigawatts, getting us from that 70% to that 100%, which is the hardest, that's the hardest 30% to get. So let's start planning now.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Commissioner Tucker.
Thank you, Commissioner Kimwright. Sir, you are an expert in offshore wind, you claim, is that correct?
I would consider myself to be, yes.
How many offshore wind fellows are in operation?
Commissioner Tucker, can you turn your microphone on, please?
I thought I had it on. I'm sorry. Yeah. Can you share with me how many are in operation on the East Coast now?
Sure. Well, you raise a great point. And that was the other thing I wanted to bring up, which is the maturity of the industry. So to directly answer your question, there are 5 in state waters off of Rhode Island. There are 12, the South Fork Wind Farm. There are about 20 to 22, I believe, at Vineyard that are sort of a partially built Vineyard Wind project. And there are the 2 demonstration turbines off of Virginia. But there are currently 4.1 gigawatts of offshore wind actively under construction today off of the United States. And that is on top of the 75 gigawatts that were in operation globally as of the end of 2023. That number, one would expect, has increased significantly even since then. So I'm glad you raised that because that's a really important point. Offshore wind is a mature industry today. If North Carolina, if the companies committed today, or if they went out and started constructing today, just magically one of these projects got fully permitted and everything was ready to go, and they went out and constructed, they would be second movers because you already have 4.1 gigawatts of offshore wind currently under construction. When I testified in June at the technical conference, I presented some calculations of how many gigawatts would be in operation, not just under construction, but in operation in 2031, which I had calculated to be the absolute earliest date that construction could start. Maybe that gets pushed back now to 2032 based on the discussions I've heard, but 18.7 gigawatts based on current projects, either that are in the pipeline, contracted for, far along the planning and permitting process. So if this commission decides to go forward with offshore wind, they will be embracing a very mature industry, not just globally, but here in the United States. They won't be, North Carolina wouldn't be a second mover, they'd be a third or fourth mover at that time. So and with that comes a decrease in risk, project risk, and I believe a decrease in costs. So, I'd like to think that offshore wind can, that the developers can rise to the challenge of a reference price today, but certainly that situation is going to improve even further as more and more projects get built and go online on the East Coast. As the supply chain gets built out, we're going to have, again, North Carolina being a third or fourth mover in a mature industry with just a long track record of success.
Follow up, Madam. Just,
Mr. Tucker, please, Commissioner Tucker, please proceed.
yeah, just one follow up. So tell me about the two projects in New York and the one in New Jersey where the commission just now had to, in Jersey, I guess, in New Jersey, they had to restate their position on wind and start all over again. Without going in a great deal of detail, just tell me, besides interest rates and the cost of construction, I mean, I'm listening to all the pros you just gave me and the number that are operating. What's happened there on those other ones?
Well, I think you nailed it. That's the interest rates and the cost of construction are what caused that to happen. And we've heard a little bit of testimony about that with the public staff, and they've acknowledged, and I will reiterate, that those are trends that are affecting every industry. And it's definitely, caused by some black swan events, including, the COVID and the war in Ukraine. But yeah, you had contracts that were entered into before these unanticipated events. The contracts were no longer workable, and so they withdrew them and then rebid them. So yes, it was certainly a challenge. I was at American Clean Power when that was all happening, and we were grappling with it. But it's, NREL projects that costs are, as the supply chain builds out, as we get sort of more muscle memory in building these projects, that those costs are going to get back on a sort of declining curve, which is what everyone anticipates.
Just one other question, Mr. Kavowitz. You said earlier, if we got started now, then it would save money in cost. And then just now you said that interest rates and the acceleration in the cost of construction now is prohibitive from those projects moving forward. Explain that to me.
Well, it doesn't prohibit the projects from moving forward, but we are at, we don't know exactly sort of what trends are going to happen in terms of those events. I mean, I think you raise a fair question, and one that the offshore wind industry is grappling with now. I think the answer is that the trends of, if you wait, let me back up. If you wait, if we kick the can for 2 years, the costs are going to, the developers, and I think Avangrid testified to this, are going to have to price in that risk of not knowing when they're going to get procurement. So the benefits of certainty of having that path to procurement, I think, are and being able to get the lowest cost now, I think, are going to be of more magnitude than what I described, of the easing off of inflation. That's my expectation. But you're already, I think you're already seeing, the sort of adjustment from those, that spike. So yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner McKissick.
This is just one quick follow-up. I'm sure you're familiar with the wind farm Dominion. It's developing off the coast of Virginia, 176 turbines. I think it's about $9.8 billion or so, 2.6 gigawatts. I mean, where does it stand, to the best of your knowledge, in terms of cost and in terms of completion, in terms of the projected timeline? Because that might provide some insights into terms of how you keep a project within budget to get it done, to take advantage of supply lines and channels that are available. So if you could speak to that, that would be appreciated.
Yeah, no, that's a great that's a great example. The reason that Dominion was able to avoid the spikes in inflation and the need to withdraw from contracts and renegotiate was because they had that contractual certainty in advance of these other companies. They were able to, because they got that certainty, because of the regulated utility model, frankly, they were able to negotiate their contracts a year ahead of time, lock in a year ahead of other projects, lock in those prices. And as a result, they were able to get, pre-inflation prices. They were able to reduce risk, reduce uncertainty, get better prices. And that's why, unlike some of the projects to the north, which are still on track to be built, except with one exception, those other projects are still on the path to being constructed. But Dominion was able to do it on time, as you pointed out, on time and on budget. And I don't know if it's under budget or on budget, but it's been a huge success story. They are in the midst of pile driving. You have to sort of drive your piles first, for one season, and then the next summer they'll install the wind turbines. But they are on track. I had a chance to actually go to Portsmouth and see the massive monopiles and transition pieces being brought in and sort of laid out on the port. Yeah, they're on a great path. I believe they still expect to be in full operation, all 175 turbines, at the end of next year. So at the end of 2025. So they will do I believe will do all their pile driving this year and then build the wind turbines next year.
Thank you, Presiding Commissioner Cumright. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. So I'll go to questions on commission questions. Okay, seeing no questions on commission questions, Mr. Smith, I'll take motion from you.
I would like to move the single exhibit that was included in Mr. Kaplitz's direct testimony into the record. And since there are no further questions, I think that I can move for Mr. Kaplitz to be excused from the proceeding.
Okay. Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed. The exhibit that was attached to his direct testimony will be entered into the record. And Mr. Kaplitz, thank you for your testimony, and you may be excused.
Thank you.
Now, Environmental Defense Fund calls William McCaleb to the stand.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. McCaleb.
Good afternoon.
I'll go ahead and get you sworn in. Place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand. And do you swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
So help me God.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. McCaleb, would you please state your full name and business address for the record?
William McCaleb and although my company's address, headquarters is in Marietta, Georgia, my actual office is in Bandera, Texas, 1234 Clearwater Canyon in Bandera, Texas.
Thank you. And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Rod Walker and Associates. We're a management consulting firm. I am the Chief Executive Officer.
And thank you. Can you please very briefly describe your background and basis for expertise?
Yes, I'm an engineer a couple of times over and an MBA, and have spent 40 years primary career working both in the energy sector, primarily in the petroleum sector for the first 20 years of that. And much of it offshore, much of it not only on the platforms offshore, but also in designing and building of plants and refinery units, as well as operating pipelines and the like. I moved on. The second half of my career has been spent as a management consultant, have worked with a number of different consulting firms, including R.W. Beck, which is now you'd know as Leidos, with Black and Veatch Corporation, as well as PA Consulting in London.
Thank you. And Mr. McCaleb, did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket confidential direct testimony consisting of 29 pages and 5 exhibits?
Yes.
And following your initial filing, did you cause to be filed an errata sheet and corrected confidential direct testimony?
Yes.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today that appear in your corrected confidential pre-filed direct testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And did you also cause to be pre-filed a summary of your your confidential direct testimony?
I did.
And is this testimony set forth in your summary true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Presiding Chair Kemright, at this time, I would ask for the confidential direct testimony as corrected and summary of Mr. McCaleb be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Smith, before I do so, can you check the number of pages on the direct testimony? And I will as well. My notes show 30 pages of direct testimony, so I want to make sure that the record is clear. And I can check as well to see if my notes are correct.
Just 1 second. I apologize if I had a typo. I will fix that.
It's 30.
I see now. Correction would be 30 pages of confidential direct testimony as corrected.
Okay. So I will allow the motion, seeing no objection, and the direct testimony as corrected that contains confidential portions will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand. And I believe you also, did you mention the summary as well yet?
Yes, I did.
Okay, along with the summary of Mr. McCaleb's testimony.
And lastly, I would like Mr. McCaleb's 5 exhibits be pre-marked for entry into the record.
Okay, and the 5 exhibits attached to Mr. McCaleb's direct testimony will be marked as identified.
At this time, Presiding Chair Kemright, Mr. McCaleb is now available for questions from the commission. As I understand, there is no cross.
Okay. Chair Mitchell.
Good afternoon, Mr. McCaleb. Just a few questions for you. Your testimony touched on your concerns related to hydrogen and the way hydrogen is considered in the CPIRP. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to review the settlement stipulations that has been filed by and entered into by the public staff and the companies?
Only in a summary type level, but I understand that there's a hydrogen pilot that's been proposed.
There is a hydrogen pilot project study that's been proposed, and I was hoping to get your thoughts on what has been proposed and whether you take any issue with what has been proposed or whether you think it's moving in the right direction.
I think having a pilot or a study is very important. In my testimony, I talk about a couple of recommendations that I provided for commission for you all to take a look at and consider. I don't recall having that much specificity with reading that much specificity of component pieces of a hydrogen pilot, but I'd encourage you to kind of ensure that at least the questions that I provided as recommendations be considered as being part of that hydrogen pilot.
Okay. Is there anything more specific that you can, any more specific direction or guidance that you could give with respect to your recommendations fitting into the context of what has been proposed by the public staff and the companies?
Yeah, I think maybe a little bit of background. I am not at all opposed to the new recommendation for new resources and the fact that they're gas resources to be put in. That's not really the caution here. The caution is having the CTs and the CCs as hydrogen capable, and question mark as to what they mean by advanced class. Both of those things were kind of went a little bit waning in the documents within the plan that I reviewed. So I'll read sort of from my summary. It kind of crunches 3 general recommendations from the testimony into about 3 or 4 items. But one, there's the issue of 100% hydrogen fuel capable CTs, or obviously the CCs. Those are not available currently. They're not offered in the marketplace, and they're not available. However, partial hydrogen firing of those combustion turbines is available, and it's offered. And within my testimony, I talk about 2 potential OEM providers of those turbines. But at least some sort of an idea about what sort of commitments have those OEM providers, whoever they are, that Duke has gone to source those CTs, be kind of nailed down as to when they expect to have 100% hydrogen capability. 1, 2, how much additional funds are being charged to have that hydrogen, that 50% current hydrogen capability, and 3, kind of what is the definition of advanced class, and what is the benefits there, and the funds that go along with that. 2, kind of an explanation. Is there, I believe there's likely a retrofitting charge for these CTs, assuming that they ever got bought, that will help, well, not help, will allow those combustion turbines to be 100% hydrogen capable. And so some idea of what those costs are, whether it comes from the OEM or whether it comes from Duke. 3, the sourcing and generation plus storage costs that Duke is currently proposing for both the combined cycle and the combustion turbine installations, as well as 4, how will Duke meet H951 2050 emissions requirements should the volumes of green hydrogen not be available for the planned anticipated timeline. So that's kind of a contraction of the 3 recommendations that appear in the testimony.
Okay. All right. I have nothing further. Thank you very much.
Okay, question on Commissioner Hughes? Commissioner Hughes.
This is just a really quick curiosity. There's a lot of questions about the cost of hydrogen, a lot of excitement, a lot of innovation being talked about. It seems like you've worked in other states that have different decarbonization framework. I'm just curious, you recommend looking at the upstream needs to get it into the electric sector. Are you aware of any other states that is built into the framework they're operating under? Does that question make sense?
Yeah, I think I'm not sure I would couch it in terms of states, but rather pipelines. And I'm glad you brought that up. There's a lot of material problems associated with pipelines and being able to actually get the hydrogen once it's produced, wherever it's produced, to the plant for use as a fuel. The biggest one of those is who's going to build the pipeline? There's a lot of discussion going around, not just here, but in other places like California, for example, who's beginning to look at those same types of issues. And the issue really is a material issue, not so much whether there's a pipeline or not there. The pipelines are made out of carbon steel, and they are highly susceptible to something called hydrogen stress corrosion cracking, or you might have even heard of it as hydrogen embrittlement. It's a chemical issue. It won't change, and there's really nothing that can be done about it.
What it does is that the hydrogen molecule attacks the intergranular boundary energy between the grains of steel. And they cause a crack. And the crack, of course, if it continues, if you allow it to continue to grow, will ultimately result in sometimes a really catastrophic result. Certainly with natural gas, and obviously with hydrogen. Hydrogen has what's called a lower explosive limit of 4% to even 77% in air volatility. It's highly volatile. And so a leak could be very, very catastrophic. And so the question really becomes, how do you get the delivery of hydrogen to the CTs or CCs to be able to be used for fuel? And I think that's kind of been glossed over a lot. I think the company in its plan kind of understated the outside the fence issues surrounding hydrogen. And so much of what you see in my testimony talks a little bit about that and why that's not a good idea to not spend some significant time researching.
Thank you. I think at the end you answered the outside the fence issue is what is how to refer to it. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner McKissick.
Yeah, based upon your analysis, what near-term actions do you recommend the commission takes at this time?
Well, I think the commission has already taken some through that stipulation.
Mm-hmm.
I think that it does make sense to have some more discussion about hydrogen, whether you couch it as a pilot or you couch it as a study or something else. Looking at some of these issues that I bring up in my testimony are real. And it's not just about the safety issue. It's not just about the transportation issue. It's not just about the production issue. You know, it's not just about the ancillary equipment that's inside the fence as opposed to outside the fence, like I talked with Commissioner Hughes about. It's all those things that really were not sufficiently discussed inside of Duke's plan.
So you feel that the stipulation as it is presented now is something you feel comfortable with? Obviously, we're talking about doing the hydrogen pilot, which was not a part of, I mean, I think the public staff raised it in their original direct testimony, but.
Yeah, in my expert opinion, I think a bigger discussion about what about the hydrogen, where you get it from, who produces it, how it gets transported and how it gets handled is pretty critical to the overall safety. I am in no way suggesting that hydrogen is not a fuel worthy of consideration. It certainly is, but there's a lot of additional knobs on the radio. If you're as old as me, he'll remember that knobs used to have radios. It's how many you can tune in to get a tune you can dance to.
So a lot of questions need to be asked and answered, and a lot more clarity that needs to come before us.
Yes, sir.
For consideration. And how about the coal retirements that are proposed? Do you feel that what's been proposed in terms of the deadlines are reasonable or viable at this time in terms of the overall context?
Well, I think, while I did not opine on the amount of resources being added and the timing necessarily of how those are added on the two initial CPCNs, that'll come a little bit later. But as to the company's selection of a technology that is workable and will work, CTs are certainly in that ballgame. It's the question of, are we paying extra for hydrogen capability when we don't really know enough about the hydrogen and where it comes from and whether it's even viable going forward? So that's why kind of the initial study or pilot focused on hydrogen.
I completely understand, and I think public staff's observations relating to it are very pertinent to this conversation. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, questions on commission questions? Okay, seeing none, I'll take motions. Mr. Smith, before you make your motion, I think we may need to clear up the record. After you asked that Mr. McCaleb's direct testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand. You referenced a confidential version. I have gone back through the filings and I don't see a confidential version. So let's, there's a corrected version, but I do not see a confidential version.
Okay.
The confidential versions, I think, are within the CPCN.
That is my mistake. He's also testifying in the CPCN proceedings next week. So if you don't mind, I can restate it, or we can just strike the word confidential from that.
Why don't you, for clarity of the record, let's go ahead and have you make a revised motion and then I will respond to it.
Presiding Chair Kemmerite, I would ask that the corrected direct testimony of Mr. McCaleb and the summary be entered in the record as if given orally from the stand.
Okay. Seeing no objection, the corrected direct testimony of Mr. Caleb, along with the summary of his testimony, will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you.
And then you may make a motion about your five exhibits.
I would like to move his 5 exhibits be entered into the record.
Okay. Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed.
Thank you.
Mr. McCaleb, thank you for your testimony. You may step down and you may be excused. And next up, Mr. Quinn for NC Warren.
Thank you, Presiding Chair Kemmerite. At this time, NC Warren et al. Would call Raul Conadina to the stand, please.
Just one moment, Mr. Quinn. I'm dealing with a procedural matter.
Not a problem.
Okay, thank you for your patience. Mr. Konida, am I pronouncing it? Please state your last name again.
Konidena.
Konidena.
Thank you.
It's almost as difficult as my last name. And I'll go ahead and get you sworn in. Can you place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand? And do you swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Quinn?
Thank you. Could you please state your name and business address for the record?
Rao Konidena, 2309 Auerbach Street, Roseville, Minnesota, 55113.
Okay. And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Raycon Energy LLC. I'm the president of Raycon Energy.
Could you
And
spell?
Can you speak a little bit more slowly for the sake of the court reporter and the transcript? Thank you.
And could you spell Raycon Energy, please?
RAKON, Raycon Energy.
Thank you. And could you just very briefly give us a little bit of your professional background?
Sure, I have master's degrees in electrical engineering and an MBA. I worked at Mid-Continent Independent System Operator, MISO, the transmission grid operator in Midwest, for 15 years in various capacities in resource adequacy, resource planning, as well as transmission expansion planning. I've been as an independent consultant, I focus mostly on distributed energy resources, aggregation of those resources, as well as planning, transmission planning, resource planning, and I frequently provide testimonies on behalf of my clients at various utility commissions.
Thank you. And on May 28th of 2024, did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket direct testimony consisting of 67 pages and no exhibits?
Yes.
And if I were to ask you all of those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes,
And there's no confidential information in your direct testimony, is there?
that's correct.
Now, further, did you cause to be filed on this docket a summary of your direct testimony on July 26th of 2024?
Yes.
Thank you. So at this time, presiding commissioner, we would move that Mr. Konadina's direct testimony be copied into the record at the appropriate place as if it was read orally from the stand. And further, we would move that Mr. Konadina's summary of his direct testimony be copied into the record at the appropriate place.
Seeing no objection, the direct testimony and the summary of his testimony will be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you. And I believe there's no cross-examinations that's been reserved. So at this time, Mr. Konadina is available for questions from the commission.
Okay. So good afternoon, and I will go first. I'll just preface the purpose of my questions is that you proposed a new plan that is, I think, substantially different from some of the criticisms or the other plans that many of the other interveners have proposed. So I want to make sure that I really understand what you've proposed and then also have a better understanding about the executability of your plan. So, to begin with, in your testimony, you begin by stating that you object to Duke's CPIRP as, and the word you used as flawed. And your testimony was, of course, filed before the stipulation with the supply side resources was included and filed with the commission. Is it your testimony that in addition to the CPIRP that Duke filed, do you believe that their stipulation is also flawed?
Presiding Commissioner, I have not read the stipulation in depth. As I understand, the stipulation talks specifically about supply side resources. However, it doesn't include distributed generation, which is what NC1's proposal is all about. So I can't comment on the stipulation because it doesn't have enough meat in it on distributed generation.
Okay, so and I'll take that as that you don't have a comment about whether the stipulation is flawed, but I'll focus then on what your proposal for the new plan is.
Sure.
And what you've proposed is a new plan for distributed generation resources and rooftop solar to be paid for by the rate system. Is that a general understanding of what your proposal is?
That's right.
Okay. And I'm going to get to some questions a little bit later about how the distributed generation and the rooftop solar will be paid for by the rate system. But I assume that you mean by that it would be rate-based. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I'll come back to those questions in a few minutes. But have you performed any modeling, because we want to talk about executability, have you performed any modeling to support the feasibility and executability of your plan?
No, personally not, but I think Duke has done some limited modeling on demand side management. It has not included any distributed generation to the extent that we would like. But I have not.
Okay, you have not. Okay. And so before I get to the details about your plan, you have some criticisms of Duke's analysis regarding the reserve margin that's been proposed. And I believe that you state that Duke's proposal to build 6,800 megawatts of additional generation to meet the estimated demand of 4,000 megawatts by 2035 is excessive. And you state that this additional generation translates to a 37% reserve margin by 2035. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you And you have some criticisms about the generation build-outs, the generation that's been proposed, including essentially everything that Duke is proposing: solar, offshore wind, SMRs, natural gas, and transmission. And what is your proposal? So Duke's proposal is to retire about 8,400 megawatts of coal generation resources within approximately the next 10 years. And what is your proposal to replace those 8,400 megawatts of coal without any form of utility scale generation? I think you're proposing rooftop solar and storage with virtual power plants. Is that how you're planning to replace the coal that's being retired and meet the new load growth? Is that correct?
It's not specific to the coal retirement issue per se. It is specific enough with the portfolio of supply side resources that are filling in for coal retirements. In other words, the utility scale generation that is being proposed includes obviously solar, natural gas, nuclear, and offshore wind. However, it doesn't include distributed generation as a supply side resource.
So maybe I'm confused about the testimony that you pre-filed. Are you in agreement with the supply side resources that Duke has proposed of utility scale solar, solar plus storage, new natural gas, SMRs, offshore wind, onshore wind? You're in agreement that those are needed, but are you saying that you think that there should be more distributed generation resources?
That's right. I'm saying there should be more distributed generation in the supply mix alongside utility scale solar, for example.
And you have not provided details about the supply side of solar plus storage, natural gas, wind, offshore wind, onshore wind, and from your testimony, it appeared that you were, in fact, I'm going to look back through what your testimony stated. You provided a proposal of 4 distributed generated pathways. And from those pathways, it appeared that you were proposing that generation could be provided with rooftop solar, parking lot solar, and solar plus storage to be used to replace natural gas, offshore wind, and utility scale solar. Is my understanding of your testimony not correct?
That's correct. We are proposing 4 different options that include rooftop solar and distributed generation, including solar plus storage. That could be a supply side resource.
Would those be in addition to the supply side resources that Duke has proposed, or is your testimony that they need to be completely replacing the supply side resources of natural gas, offshore wind, and utility scale solar that's proposed in Duke's CPIRP?
We left it a bit vague because we were not sure which option is more amenable to the commission. So obviously there are different flavors in those 4 pathways to reach the carbon goals. One of which is mostly commercial warehouse solar. So that is predominantly solar, but it could have a virtual power plant, which is the next option. So each of these options have its merits, and we would like a discussion of distributed generation in those pathways to be included inside the supply side portfolio. Whether or not it replaces any of that, we don't have the modeling from Duke to address that question.
And do you have any modeling or information about the amount or number of megawatts for the DG, rooftop solar, parking lot solar, that can be added to the system to replace the supply side resources that you've critiqued? Have you provided any specificity, modeling, or information for the commission to consider about the megawatts to do so?
Not directly, but it is in my testimony in the quote from the Southern California Edison's CEO in terms of the context around warehouse solar, commercial warehouse solar. 1 megawatt per week. That is a reasonable number to start with. It's almost a least regrets plan if the commission chooses to go down that path for distributed generation, 1 megawatt per week.
1 megawatt per week of rooftop
solar.
solar? Okay. And you want the DG, the rooftop solar, parking lot solar, to be rate-based.
That's
What is the practical pathway or process that you would envision for having this distributed generation rate-based and efficient? What is your proposal for that?
I think we talk about both top-down and bottoms-up approach in my testimony. Top-down approach would be Duke provide an RFP about the amount of generation that they would expect to see from rooftop solar at commercial properties, and it can work with the respondents to that RFP, like installers in those places, and then choose the installers, and that's how that solar can be installed. So that's one pathway. The bottom-up approach would be installers get together in one of the pathways that I suggested, like Solar United Neighbors, for example. They can get together and become basically a solar co-op and then work with Duke to get solar installed in their community.
Okay. Well, I think I'll move on because you have, if you agree, you have not provided enough details about the amount of the DG, the rooftop solar and parking lot solar to be really considered by the commission. I'm trying to understand if there is a proposal or a pathway that is before the commission from you. And I think that it's all generalities at this point. Is that fair?
I beg to differ. The 1 megawatt per week is inside the testimony. It may not be in a table fashion, if you will, but we are providing generalities in terms of the pathways so that the commission can discuss all the different options.
And 1 megawatt per week, from a practical standpoint, what would that be replacing from utility scale generation resources? How long would it take to procure 1 megawatt per week to make a sizable difference in the generation that would need to be procured from supply side resources?
We need to get into the practicality of that if Duke is serious about distributed generation. And if I might add, there is already a long lead time for interconnection process to have utility scale solar interconnected. There is already a lead time to procure power transformers for utility scale generation. With that lead time in years is higher than the lead time for distributed generation, which is in months.
Okay. So I'm just going to go ahead and move on to a couple of other topics. You mentioned, I believe, on page 39 of your testimony about that your proposal, in your opinion, seems feasible due to past failures. You talk about failures of past programs like the Green Source Advantage program. Do you recall that testimony?
Sorry.
Okay. And are you aware that the commission recently approved at the end of July a new Green Source Advantage choice program?
I'm not aware of that.
And in regard to the Green Source Advantage program, did you know that the original GSA program and the GSA Bridge program are largely subscribed? Were you aware of that?
No.
Okay. Then on page 54, you provide a specific recommendation to the commission to allow Duke to rate base about $200 billion from the SUN co-op establishment in the red zone. How did you come up with that $2 billion figure?
Yeah, I think I took basically how many are living in the state. I have to look at the calculation myself again, but look at how much they're living in the state, and then what is the value that they can provide to the system.
And so can you explain that again? I didn't fully understand how you
Let me
came up
just-
with $2 billion.
I'm sorry, can you remind me the page number?
Page 54?
Yes, on my PDF, it's page 53, but we arrive arrived at the $2 billion estimate by multiplying the households in poverty. The total number of North Carolinians in poverty was divided by the number of individuals per household, and the estimated cost of solar and storage systems with all the tax credits, which I show on a later table, and which was $5,400 per household. So I multiplied those two numbers.
Okay, thank you. Just a few more questions. So as you know, Duke has run a reliability verification step to ensure that its preferred portfolio meets the 0.1 LOLE standard, and they also ran the SURVEM reliability verification of the public staff's 2034 base portfolio and confirmed that it meets the standard in 2023 and 2038. Can you talk about how confident you are that the plan that you're proposing, have you done anything to ensure that what you're proposing would meet this reliability standard?
Yes, so in recent news, obviously, with winter storms like Elliott and such, there is already a lot of news about natural gas pipelines and natural gas units not functioning. But to answer your question, in these regions, distributed generation performed very well compared to fossil units. Case in point would be ISO New England had earlier this year, almost half of its generation come from behind the meter solar. PJM had a lot of performance from behind the meter and renewables compared to fossils. During Winter Storm Uri, Texas, for homeowners and others who had installed solar, they performed very well as well. So all those data points give me comfort that, yes, indeed, this is a viable option.
And have you, I guess my question is, have you performed any actual reliability verification? Have you performed any analysis
No, I
whatsoever?
have not run any loss of load expectation studies.
Okay, thank you. And then rebuttal testimony, Duke witness Roberts, they respond, you had made some criticism of the CTPC structure and they respond to it. And I think your criticism is that the CTPC structure results in rubber stamping of projects. And Duke has said that that's consistent. The CTPC process is consistent with FERC Order 890, and none of Duke's retail or wholesale customers have raised any concerns. Do you have any response? Do you disagree with Duke's position about that it's consistent with FERC Order 890 and that there's been no criticism other than from you?
I'm not aware of what criticism or lack of criticism that Duke had. What I was mentioning is from a FERC Order 890 transparency process, there needs to be different options vetted, and I think Duke is moving to that process through the multi-value strategic transmission process. So I'm aware of the assumptions meeting, the needs meeting and such. So it's still a work in progress, if I can add that.
Okay. And this will be my last question. Page 24 of your testimony, you provide a specific critique or recommendation that Duke should view solar plus on-site storage as an opportunity rather than a threat to its business. Public Staff Witness Thomas provides some information I think is helpful. He states that a 300 megawatt data center operating at a 98% load factor would require over 1,000 megawatts of solar, while requiring well over 300 megawatts of battery storage to shift the energy. Do you agree or disagree with Witnesses Thomas's testimony about his critique of what would be needed for these large load customers?
Large load customers, in my opinion, are adding self-generation at their site for that reliability reason, because they don't want to be dependent upon one single source. And with our option of DG, we want other customers to have the same option, to have the optionality of having some generation on site. So I don't necessarily see the numbers, if you will, about, as you said, so much solar and so much storage, but data centers and other customers are adding on facilities at their site to have that optionality for the reliability sake.
Okay. So I think if I'm hearing what you're saying, you are requesting optionality. You don't disagree with witness Thomas's testimony about the feasibility of the amount of solar and storage that would be required to serve these large customers.
I cannot speak to the number that witness Thomas is saying, but from an optionality point of view, that's my main point.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank
you. Commissioner Hughes.
I just have a couple specific questions that if it was in your testimony, I apologize, but these models for essentially, from what I can tell, utility ownership of rooftop installations throughout the state. First off, is that it would be fully utility owned?
Yes.
Okay. And is this a voluntary or a mandatory program? And as far as their customers go, would they have to recruit or?
It is voluntary. They have to advertise it just like they would advertise for energy efficient lamps. We go to Home Depot and buy them and turn the credit in.
So some of the other programs I've seen that have been similar to this have paid somewhat sizable lease payments to the homeowner. Is that envisioned in your?
It is possible. We did not go into sufficient depth in each of the pathways because we wanted to provide different pathways for the commission to consider. Any improvement in distributed generation would be an improvement.
Well, just along from that last sentence, just from a because there is some distributed generation pilot projects now where there's been put in front fairly detailed cost estimates. Do you have less a ballpark cost estimate of any of these options?
No, I don't.
Okay. No questions, thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. And now I'll turn to questions on commission questions.
Okay, just briefly.
Mr. Quinn.
Yeah, thank you very much. Matthew Quinn with NC Warren et al. Mr. Kona, Dina, presiding Commissioner Camright asked you about the number of megawatts that could be added, or I'm probably not saying that as well as she did, but basically the question was how many megawatts of solar could be added under your plan. You recall that question?
Yes.
Okay. And you said, I believe, 1 megawatt per week, right?
Correct.
Okay. Are there any examples in the country that you can think of which illustrate that is a practical goal?
Yes, I have looked at the numbers from states in the ISO New England region, which had, as I mentioned, a lot of behind the meter solar, almost half of the load beginning of this year. And some of the states like Massachusetts have 300 megawatts per year, whereas Vermont has roughly 50 megawatts per year. So some of these numbers in those states, compared to those states, I'm really suggesting a low end estimate for North Carolina, 1 megawatt per week.
So would you agree that the experience in other states illustrates that this is a goal that can be accomplished?
Absolutely.
Okay. I can't recall if you mentioned Southern California Edison in your answer you just gave.
Not in this answer, but I had earlier mentioned Southern California Edison, which has obviously California has a lot of rooftop solar.
And does the example of Southern California Edison illustrate this goal of 1 megawatt per week is practical?
That's right, because I had quoted directly from the Southern California Edison's CEO who really liked the commercial warehouse proposal.
Okay. And was that utility able to accomplish that goal?
It was for a bit, for a couple of years, and then they had to leave the program or stop the program, but they managed to install 100 megawatts of rooftop solar as a result of that.
Okay. Do you recall over what period of time?
I believe it is 2015-ish to 2017-ish timeframe.
Okay. And keeping on that theme of practicality, what is the cost of battery storage doing right now?
The battery storage costs are continuing to fall. I think people are talking about having $10,000 worth of batteries. Obviously, if you go to higher amounts, there is artificial built in to those batteries that will predict the weather patterns and charge or discharge cycles, but battery costs are falling down.
Okay. Then I'm going to switch to topics just briefly then. Presiding Commissioner Camright also asked you about the extent to which your testimony involves generalities. You recall that?
That's right.
Okay. So, Mr. Conadino, I mean, is there any doubt in your head that more distributed generation is appropriate for Duke?
There's no doubt.
You know, why is that?
Because time and again, distributed generation are providing value to the grid in terms of reliability and also resiliency. I mentioned a couple of winter storms in 3 different places, and in all those places, customers who had rooftop solar were able to bounce back, get back on the grid pretty quickly.
Okay. So again, I mean, what I'm asking you about is this concept.
Presiding Commissioner Kimwright, I'm sorry to interrupt, but this is the 4th question that's been eliciting new testimony that wasn't specifically related to any of your questions, and I think it's been well established what the witness's perspective is on this.
Mr. Quinn, I'll let you be heard. Explain the question that either Commissioner Hughes or I asked, and how your question is directly related to that.
I will do that, and I actually only have one more question, which I hope closes the loop on why it's relevant. And what my question would be is, there was questioning about the extent to which Mr. Conadino's testimony involved generalities. And to explain why that testimony is important, I wanted to ask Mr. Conadino about the concept of no regrets planning, which is why he proposed, he offered the testimony that he did.
Okay, I think that's straying a little bit from my question, but I will allow you to do it, but one question.
One question, you have my word. So I've heard you mention a number of times since I've met you, and you've been working on the docket, the concept of no regrets planning. What do you mean when you say that?
No regrets planning for me means you can start the 1 megawatt per week proposal now for rooftop solar while you plan for the rest of the system. And in 2 years, we will know for the next IRP, CPIRP, how much of that goal we were able to achieve. So we will have real practical experience by the next go around, which is what we have been talking about from a practicality point of view.
And I promise that was the last question. So that's the last question. Thank you.
Thank you. And let me just double check. I don't think you have any exhibits.
I did
Is that
not.
correct?
We did not, ma'am.
Okay. So I want to thank you for your testimony and for traveling to North Carolina, and you may step down and be excused. So my understanding is that we have switched the order of witnesses to some extent, and that SACE will be up next calling SACE's witnesses. Is that correct? And Mr. Neal?
That's my understanding. Presiding Commissioner Kimwright, yes.
And Mr. Neal, there's no objection to the change in order of witnesses. Is that correct?
I believe we're only going in front of NCEMC, who has consented.
Okay, great.
So at this time, we would call Mr. James Wilson to the stand.
Okay.
And again, for the record, David Neal for SACE et al.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Neal, is there a possibility that Mr. Gogan could go before Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
Okay, let's switch the order. We'll keep SACE going first, but we'll do Mr. Gogan and then Mr. Wilson.
I realize we've been moving through alphabetical order. I should have realized.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I think he's getting. Good afternoon, Mr. Gogan.
Good afternoon.
Okay, I'll go ahead and get you sworn in. If you can place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand. And do you swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We're ready. Okay. Nick Jimenez with Southern Environmental Law Center for SACE et al. We have Michael Gogan on the stand. Will you please state your name, title, and business address for the record?
Sure. It's Michael Gogan. I'm a vice president at Grid Strategies, and it's the address is 4704 Blagden Terrace Northwest, and that's in Washington, D.C. 20011.
Will you please briefly describe your role and responsibilities at Grid Strategies?
Sure. As vice president, I serve a variety of clients in the public and private sector, including some grid operators related to transmission, inverter-based resources, and power markets.
And would you please briefly describe your background and experience?
Sure. I have a degree from Harvard University. I've been working in this field for about 20 years. I've served on various elected NERC committees, and I've was previously at the American Wind Energy Association that we've heard about earlier today from another witness for about 10 years, where I worked on these issues as well. Prior to that, I was at a consulting firm that serves the Department of Energy in the United States Department of Energy, and two environmental groups before that.
Thank you. Mr. Gogan, did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket on May 28th, direct testimony consisting of 74 pages?
Yes.
And there is some confidential information in your full testimony, is that right?
That's correct.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed direct testimony at this time?
No.
If the questions put to you in your testimony were asked at the hearing today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Did you also have exhibits to your testimony?
Yes.
Were the exhibits to your testimony prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes.
And did you prepare a summary of your testimony filed with the commission on July 25th?
Yes.
Presiding Commissioner Kimwright, I would move to have Mr. Goggins' pre-filed direct testimony and summary entered into the record as though given orally from the stand, and have the exhibits attached to his pre-filed direct testimony identified as pre-marked.
Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed. The direct testimony of Mr. Gogan, including the confidential version, along with a summary of his testimony, will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand. The eight exhibits, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. The 8 exhibits will be identified as pre-marked.
Thank you. I understand no party has cross-examination questions. So the witness is available for questions from the commission.
Okay. Commissioner Duffley.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gogan. If you could please turn to page 14 of your testimony.
You said page 22, sorry.
14.
14, sorry. Yeah. Yep, I'm there.
Okay, so I'm just trying to have you explain how you calculated the total transmission outage number range of 5.6 to 6.5. Can you explain that? You want me to give more background?
No, I understand. This is a little confusing. So in Duke's testimony, they provided their estimates for the number of outages that would be required to accommodate the interconnection of resources at varying levels of solar. And their analysis was focused on line outages. And then they noted in their testimony that line outages are only 40% of total transmission outages. And presumably the other 60% are things like terminal equipment, taking transformers, relays, circuit breakers, things like that out of service. All of those outages, both line and the other equipment outages, have a similar impact on the grid in terms of, taking elements out and, forcing the redirection of power. And so when you kind of adjust for that fact that their numbers we're looking at 40% of all of the outages, it has the impact of making the generator outages, outages associated with generator connection, a much smaller piece of the total pie, because we were only seeing 40% of the pie in the numbers that were in their testimony.
Okay, so just walk me through how you got the 5.6
Sure.
to 6.5.
So Duke's starting position is that interconnecting 1,800 megawatts of solar per year would require 150 outages. And then they say that that's 15% of transmission line outages. However, because transmission line outages are only 40% of the total transmission outages, that 15% is reduced by 60%. And so it comes down to, around 6.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yep.
So if you could turn to the bottom of page 23, top of page 24.
Yes.
Okay, you state that the study assumptions should reflect typical utility practice of allowing transmission lines and other equipment to exceed their normal thermal ratings and operate at higher emergency ratings in the minutes following a system contingency. Can you explain that a bit further?
Yes. So this relates to the fact that, as I laid out prior to this in the earlier part of that paragraph, that inverter-based resources like wind, solar, and batteries are very fast. And so they can be dispatched up and down, subject to the resource for wind and solar, very quickly in a matter of seconds. And this was not always the case with traditional resources. Thermal resources take much longer to change their output. And so in many interconnection studies, it's assumed that, interconnection studies have not kept up with this technological advancement and reflect the quick ability of wind solar storage to be redispatched, including as contingencies occur. And so the study might, because it doesn't account for that, might indicate, oh, this wind solar battery resource is going to be dispatching power following a contingency into a thermal overload. It's going to, potentially damage that line because it's going to heat the line up or the equipment up. And that's not the case in reality because the wind solar storage can be dispatched down very quickly. And so the point here is that these interconnection study assumptions need to account for the very fast dispatch capabilities and the ability to reposition these resources following a contingency.
Okay, thank you for that. And then on page 30, you talk about how grid enhancing technologies, or GETs, can expedite the interconnection of new resources. Did you hear Duke witness Roberts in his testimony with respect to GETs?
I don't believe I heard that. Sorry.
Okay. So just generally, what's your opinion of how Duke is currently deploying GETs and their plan for future deployment of GETs? Can you just talk through that a little bit?
Yeah, there's been a bit of, I think, a miscommunication, and a lot of things that Duke says it is doing are not really grid enhancing technologies. And there were a couple examples of things that were like a shiftable reactor and other, which is a power flow control device. But a lot of things, there's been some confusion over the use of topology optimization, which is a grid enhancing technology that's used to more efficiently move power on the grid, versus Duke has has been portraying that as a remedial action scheme, which is a kind of stopgap reliability measure that basically trips load or generation in most cases following a contingency. And that's not what grid enhancing technologies are. The topology optimization we're talking about allows you kind of prospectively to more efficiently set up the system so that power can flow efficiently under both normal and contingency conditions. I think there's other, Duke has talked about its movement to ambient adjusted ratings for transmission lines, and that's now required by FERC. That is not full dynamic line ratings. Dynamic line ratings takes account of not just the ambient temperature, but actual measurements typically of the conductor, or at least incorporates weather information about wind speed and direction, other things, not just the ambient temperature. And therefore, dynamic line ratings gives you a much more precise quantification of the thermal limit of the line in real time, including on a segment by segment basis with line monitors, that allows you to operate at a much higher level of loading and more safely. And so it really does, I think, gives the operators a great deal more information, allows them to both operate more reliably and efficiently. And that is not being done today by Duke.
Okay, if you could turn to page 45.
Yes.
Okay, on line 11, you talk about the process to plan the high capacity transmission expansion. Could you define what you consider to be high capacity transmission expansion?
So that's mostly going to be higher voltage lines. And earlier in my testimony, I kind of walked through the data showing there's very large economies of scale that basically higher capacity and also double circuit transmission gives you a lot more transfer capacity, and certainly on a transfer capacity per dollar invested. It's just much more cost effective to build one big line than it is 4 or 5 smaller lines that will provide the same amount of transfer capability.
And are you thinking 230 or 500?
So double circuit 230 kV is, I'd certainly call that high capacity. 500 kV is definitely high capacity. And then any of the the offshore stuff that might be coming in DC, that's definitely high capacity too.
Okay, thank you. And then if you could turn to page 47. You talk about the need for synchronized generation and transmission planning process, and you give an example of MISO, but can you just explain on the stand what you consider to be synchronized generation and transmission planning, and what changes you think are needed in the North Carolina process to allow for integrated planning?
Yeah, I think we need a lot more discussion of transmission in this proceeding. This is integrated planning proceeding, but transmission, proactive transmission expansion is not really a big focus here. It's not, it's discussed somewhat. There's a chapter in Duke's filing, but there's not an effort to bring the transmission planning into this process and kind of co-optimize as we're looking at the generation and the transmission. And that's really the key value add, is that it allows you to figure out generation portfolios that and transmission portfolios that work together to minimize the cost for the ratepayers. And if you have them separated, and I think through the MVST process, if the generation build from the IRP can then be directly imported into that, and then if there's some feedback process between them, I think we could get to something that approaches kind of this integrated planning, but more direct kind of incorporation into the IRP, I think would help us really achieve these efficiencies. Because if you're not thinking about the transmission costs when you're doing generation planning and vice versa, you're often going to get a very suboptimal outcome.
And you stated that this process, the CPIRP process, just has, one chapter on transmission, and that you view more transmission discussion needs to happen within this CPIRP process. But what does that actually look like? I mean, I heard your words, but are you wanting the CPTC process to come into this process? I just don't understand what more North Carolina could do with their CPIRP process.
Yeah, I mean, there are some challenges with the CPTC because there are other entities, other than Duke, that are, in that process. But I do think, one thing is over at the CPTC, I think we're going to find out this year as the MVST, the multi-value strategic transmission, process moves forward. I think a key thing over there is making sure that that the MVST mechanism is what is used to plan the needed transmission. Because the legacy kind of public policy, reliability, and economic categories still exist, but there's the value is really in doing multi-value planning that incorporates all of those, and so making sure that that process is the MVST process is what is driving new transmission that then comes back to the commission. And so as a commissioner, I think you can help by kind of providing direction that you want to see the lines that you're going to approve, you want them to come out of the MVST process. and not these, the legacy, other silos of, the economic reliability public policy that have been used in the past. So I think that's one of the big ways that, the commission can kind of improve the integrated nature of this planning, is providing that direction. Then that would allow the other non-Duke entities to participate in the CPTC and then bring what results back here to the commission for approval.
Okay, thank you for that. If you could turn to page 57, please.
Yes, sorry. I'm there.
So you discuss expanding ties to other utilities to improve reliability, reduce cost, and can reduce planning reserve margins. Are you aware of the results of the PJM capacity auction that was announced this week?
Yes, I saw those.
Does this change your testimony?
It does not. And I can explain why if you'd like. Do you want me to explain?
Well, before you explain why, do you agree that the prices were significantly higher in this auction?
Absolutely.
And the reason for the drivers for the higher prices were due to decreased supply offers?
Yes, that was part of it.
And that two zones cleared just short of their reserve requirement?
That's correct.
Okay, now you can answer your question.
Going into why that doesn't change.
Why?
Yes. So yeah, I mean, there's a number of things that are going on with the PJM results. This was 1 year. There's a new methodology where they're now, accounting for seasonal risk and correlated outage risk on the gas side, which is, as I talk about later in my testimony, I really think is important and something that Duke should be doing. Looking at those correlated outage risks on the gas side is, I think, essential for building a cost-effective portfolio of generation. And so PJM, so some of this is just kind of, we've seen this in MISO, the prices will fly around drastically from year to year between the capacity auctions, just particularly around these rule changes, because it's a new system, people aren't used to it. So I think some of that may be going on. Regardless, PJM is one of many neighbors that Duke has. I'd also note that with PJM, the whole point of a capacity market is that provides a price signal to prospective generators or existing generators for an existing generator to either not retire or a prospective generator to come online.
Wasn't this capacity auction for the 2025-2026 delivery year?
That's correct.
What type of resources can be built between this auction and the 25-26 delivery year?
So, I mean, certainly an existing resource that was contemplating retirement could not retire. Many new resources, wind, solar, storage resources that have a signed interconnection agreement, and there's something like 40 plus gigawatts in PJM. That number is public. You can have interconnection agreements, and some of those could be built that quickly. The construction time for wind and storage projects is under a year. Solar, it's maybe a year or two in general. So it is feasible that they could, with these higher capacity prices, get their financing in order and find an off-taker in that time frame.
Okay, thank you for that. Give me 1 minute. And one more question. Going back to page 34 and 35 of your testimony, you're talking about generic transmission network upgrade cost and and if my memory serves me correctly, stating that that they may be higher for wind and solar versus other resources. Can you just tell me where in the record, what part of the record, what did you use to come up with those numbers that you cite to on page, I believe 34 and 35?
The Duke numbers, sorry, I just want to make sure, or the numbers I'm offering instead.
Yeah, well, let me turn to it. Yes, the confidential numbers.
Yeah, so those are they're in an Excel spreadsheet that's the indicated with that footnote 43. And there's two highlighted numbers. It's a little confusing. There's no real, these is the Duke spreadsheet. But one of the highlighted numbers is an earlier iteration, and then there is a more current in the, I guess, the supplemental filing that uses that number is my recollection. But they're
Okay.
from that spreadsheet.
Thank you for that.
Okay, so we are going to take a 10-minute break before we continue with questions. So we'll go off the record and we'll come back on the record at 3:40. Thank you. Commissioner Duffley, are you completed with your questions? Chair Mitchell, did you have questions? Okay. Okay, so that comes to the end of commission questions. So I will take, actually, I do have, let me go back. I did have a couple of questions. I was thinking about not asking these questions because I've asked these questions a few times, but I did want to get your thoughts about the connect and manage, or the energy only interconnection service model. And Duke has stated that that solar developers have indicated that they need more certainty for the network interconnection service model for financing purposes. Can you respond to that? Because I think that you have a different opinion about what solar developers need for financing purposes.
Sure. In my testimony, I cite, CCPIRP's filing where they've been, strongly in support of moving to at least providing an option of ERIS interconnection. I'd also cite that, Mr. Hagerty this morning, I think, did a really good job of kind of walking through ERIS and how it's, at least the option of that is beneficial. I do agree with Mr. Hagerty that I think having more information around, as ERCOT and others do, around the timing of likely curtailments and the magnitude of likely curtailments would help put, error bars on the, analysis that generation developers have to do when they're getting financing. Just having more confidence in, estimates of information about the timing and magnitude of likely curtailment, I think can help reduce that uncertainty and allow them to proceed with financing. I would note that one of the biggest risks to developers is the delays associated with interconnection, as well as the uncertainty in interconnection costs. And ERIS service greatly reduces those risks. And so I think that, in many cases, particularly if it's ERIS that has this information and that is well developed to, have appropriate study processes, I think the developers would be better off under that. And one note on the appropriate study processes. And in my testimony, I go through many of the ways that I think Duke's ERIS studies should be updated to account for, as I talked about, the flexible characteristics of wind solar batteries. I also, mentioned that. I lost my train of thought.
Let me ask you a specific question about the study process,
sure.
because I think that in your testimony, you have indicated that Duke should study the ERIS resources under normal system conditions rather than under what you call the worst case snapshot. I'm not sure that Duke has actually responded to that, but my anticipation is that they would say that their ultimately responsibility for reliability of the grid, and that the study process for what you've termed as worst case scenario or worst case snapshot is necessary to ensure the reliability of the grid. Can you respond to what I think their response would be?
And thanks for jogging my memory. That's what I was going to talk about. And yes, you're absolutely, and I think these two, reliability and economics, can be balanced. I mean, they have to be, and I think there are ways to do that. So I do think that ERIS service should not be studied under contingency conditions. We're really looking at in ERIS deliverability is as an energy resource, and so these contingencies that are extremely rare and just happen randomly, they're not correlated in any way with system peak air times. I think that's reasonable, and what most other grid operators do is study them during under normal conditions. This whole discussion about
and let me stop you there. When you say most other grid operators, can you give me some examples of grid operators that would be studying under normal system conditions as opposed to what you call the worst case snapshot?
Yeah.
Which grid operators would do that rather than your worst case snapshot?
I'm hesitant to give you specific examples without verifying the exact study. So it's something I could do a follow-up or something. I don't want to on the stand say something that's incorrect here, but my impression is that many of the ones that do offer ERIS use normal conditions.
Okay. You don't need to follow up with that. I just thought if you had that information available now, you could tell me.
Should I continue on the
Yes,
discussion?
please.
Yes, okay. Yes, so the ERAS curtailments, I don't think pose a credible risk to reliability for several reasons. One, as we've talked about, the capacity accreditation for solar in Duke's analysis is very low. If they want to revise that to, reflect, the actual, the contributions of solar during periods and give them higher capacity accreditation, then we can, adjust and, figure that out. But, it's inconsistent to give them zero capacity accreditation, but then say, oh, well, we need your energy during these peak times. The bigger issue I would say is that.
But let me stop you for a second though. Is it zero capacity value during winter peak? Is that correct?
So, okay, that's about what I was about to go in. Okay. So when we're looking at when curtailment of ERS resources is likely to happen, it is going to be almost entirely, if not entirely, during periods that are not system peak. And this is just because most of the solar resources are built in areas that are in close proximity to other solar resources. And so you're mostly going to have the curtailment during summer midday conditions where all the solar plants are running at 100%, capacity factor and basically forcing each other off the system because, they're all in the same area and there's limited transmission capacity out of that area. That type of condition, the summer noon, is not the peak net load for Duke. And as you add more solar, it's going to even be less, farther away from the peak net load. This is, the belly of the duck in CAISO and, and what will soon be Duke's system. That is not when you have any reliability risk. If you did have a contingency event or something during that condition, you've got your CTs are generally all offline at that point in time. Your conventional generation is back down because there's just this massive influx of solar in the middle of the day. And so if you had a contingency, you just ramp some of that stuff up, you start up your CTs, they're all offline. That's not a reliability risk. Let's look at in the winter periods. So the winter morning, winter evening, several things going on. The solar output is very low at these times. And so in those solar areas, you don't have a lot of solar being produced. And so the congestion in those areas is not going to be very high. So it's very unlikely you would have curtailment of ERS resources out of those solar areas because the solar output is just low. There's not, the solar plants aren't producing and they're not competing with each other. And the other issue is that in winter, transmission capacity is much higher, particularly winter peak periods. It's very cold. You also typically have wind with these polar vortex related weather events. The wind is cooling the transmission lines. And so if you did have dynamic line ratings accounting for wind speed, you would see that the transmission capacity of these lines is drastically higher. And so it's unlikely that you're going to have curtailment for a number of reasons during those winter peak periods.
Okay, thank you. And then one last question. You talk about around page 73 of your testimony about your recommendation that Duke should employ the surplus interconnection service pursuant to FERC Order 845 at existing generation sites to the maximum extent possible. And I think in, I believe it is witness Robert's rebuttal testimony, he does provide some information about how that FERC Order 845 service that they are planning to do that to the greatest extent possible. Did you get a chance to review his testimony?
I did read his rebuttal, and yeah, I think that's good. I would note that one of the big points I make in my testimony is strategically siting batteries is really important. It's a great use of surplus interconnection service because you can put them in many of these places, existing generating sites that have spare capacity. But it's a very important, strategically siting batteries is extremely important as a near-term solution to the transmission constraints and the interconnection constraints. You can use these batteries in a variety of ways, dealing with contingencies. I talk about that and cite some stuff in my testimony. They're extremely fast and flexible resources, so you can activate batteries during contingency, provide real power injection to, redirect power flows. You can provide voltage reactive support, address stability. You can even use grid forming batteries, which are increasingly being used. there's tremendous capabilities that, we're still figuring out the cool things you can do with batteries. And so I think there's a lot that can be done to facilitate interconnection in the next several years using batteries, and surplus interconnection service as a way to get those batteries in quickly, I think is even more attractive.
Mhm. And do you believe that Duke is doing what you think it should be doing to utilize the surplus interconnection service to the greatest extent possible for the benefit of the transmission system and the grid? Are they on the right path to doing so?
I think on the surplus interconnection service, yes. The strategically sizing of batteries, no.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
On the surplus interconnection service, certainly, I mean, the language that's been in the CPIRP about citing, batteries at existing sites, I mean, that would be consistent with using the surplus interconnection service. I don't think they are appropriately thinking about how to strategically site batteries. They're viewing batteries as loads, which is, the battery will never charge if it's being economically dispatched during periods of peak. And so you don't need transmission service, peak transmission service to charge the battery. So I think the way they think about how to use batteries needs to be updated, but I don't have any issue with today what they've been saying about surplus interconnection service.
And just very briefly, how do you think that Duke needs to update the way that it thinks batteries should be used? And I will ask that question to Duke. From your perspective, I'll ask them to respond to that.
Sure. So yeah, I think a lot of it is, getting the interconnection study assumptions right. So not thinking the battery is going to be charging during peak. It's using these fast capabilities of the battery to respond to contingencies and address either thermal overloads or stability voltage concerns that emerge during contingencies. Having the batteries work with solar output and getting the interconnection study assumptions right so that you can see how, if I put this battery, not a hybrid, but a battery near where some solar plants are, it can absorb that power, and prevent curtailment, and then inject it later and basically not cause that solar to cause the overloads that it would have. Those things I don't see Duke doing, at least to the extent they should be doing.
Did they need additional time and experience to see how it's actually occurring as batteries are added to the system to be able to do that? Is that a necessary step for having that experience?
I think we've got enough experience. There's, a dozen plus gigawatts of batteries on the grid today, and
I mean, in North Carolina, did they need experience in North Carolina for to be implementing what you're saying?
Well, I think they can learn lessons from what other operators are doing. But I think these, and there are forums to where these things are discussed that I go to where utilities and other operators come and share their practices. So they can certainly learn from that. I don't see any reason why the challenges be any different here. And I mean, the physics are the same everywhere.
Okay, thank you for your thoughts. And I'll see if there's any additional questions. Questions on commission questions?
I have a couple, if no one else does first. Okay, Mr. Gogan, do you recall an exchange or question you had from Commissioner Duffley about expanding ties to other utilities to improve reliability, reduce costs, planning reserve margins? You recall that?
Yes.
Did you consider other neighbors besides PJM when you made your recommendation?
No, that's a good point. I think there's, Duke obviously has ties with PJM that could be expanded, but Duke also has ties with TVA, with the South Carolina utilities that are not Duke, and with Southern Company, and there's a lot of geographic diversity inherent, and when you look at kind of that whole footprint of those neighbors. So, and PJM obviously is itself huge; it stretches all the way to Chicago, and then east to New Jersey. But when you're going south, I mean, Southern Company gets you all the way down into Florida. TVA gets you to the Mississippi River, and so over that footprint, and this is really the important point. These needs for imports emerge during extreme weather events. And it's extremely rare that you would have a severe weather event affect all those areas. And if you do, which, to some extent we did see in Winter Storm Elliott, it's not going to be at its most severe across that entire footprint. It just, the nature of weather systems is that they move, and the most severe part is not that large. And we saw this with Elliott, the movement, west to east, allowed that there was a lot of diversity and power flowing back and forth between MISO and PJM. And you could have something similar with expanded ties with these other neighbors. And that diversity value is only going to increase over time as all of these grid operators add, well, first, gas has correlated outages during these extreme weather events. That's the biggest factor we've seen. And so there are going to be more diversity benefits just as the gas generation goes off when it's cold. But also when we're adding variable renewables, wind and solar, they're weather driven. So obviously there's more diversity. Having a more diverse footprint captures diverse weather. And then also as we're electrifying heating, that's going to make our winter demand more correlated with temperature, or inversely correlated with temperature. And so having geographic diversity in the weather gives you additional value. And so I think there's tremendous value today in having that diverse footprint and having these ties to neighbors. And that's only is going to drastically increase as the generation and demand transitions. And so everything we can do to tap into that diverse footprint, I think, is going to provide a lot of value.
One more. Do you recall a question from Commissioner Duffley and your exchange about the sort of CTPC process and the need to synchronize transmission planning and the IRP process?
That's correct. Yes.
And I believe you discussed, proactive planning and multi-value strategic transmission. I think it's process. And are there any other benefits to that process that you didn't mention in that exchange that you'd like to identify?
Well, certainly, I mean, the integrated or synchronized with the generation is part of it, but the big value is the proactive and the multi-value, and particularly getting finding the transmission, because right now transmission planning is generally done in silos. It's mostly focused on reliability, and then there was economic and public policy projects that are also studied. There's tremendous value if you can find solutions that address all of those needs simultaneously and optimally, and provide the maximum net value across all of those value streams. And I think that's the real promise that the multi-value strategic transmission has, is kind of doing this multi-value and finding the optimal mix of projects that meet all of those needs. And I think that's consistent with what we want for our ratepayers. It's going to, give them the transmission that gives them the reliability at the lowest possible cost. I think it's also going to help with the interconnection issues. First of all, right now, the siloed process of having reliability projects over here and generating interconnection projects over here is going to have more projects, more smaller projects, more incremental projects, and that causes more outages. You have to take more transmission outages to do each of those little upgrades. When if you had a single project, that much larger high capacity project that can meet all of those needs, that's just one set of outages as opposed to 5 sets of outages for the smaller incremental projects. And so it's going to reduce your burden on the transmission outages that we've been talking about a lot. And more importantly, once that transmission comes into service, it's going to give you a stronger network, and it's going to give you a lot more flexibility to take these outages in the future. And so there's really tremendous value in these multi-value upgrades, alleviating some of the burden on the transmission outages.
Thank you. No further questions.
We have one last question for Commissioner Duffley.
I appreciate your comments with respect to the other neighbors and interties with the other neighbors. Did you watch the technical conferences with respect to Winter Storm Elliott?
The FERC one?
No, the North Carolina one.
I did not know.
Okay. So do you understand that in those technical conferences that there was sufficient transmission capacity with all of Duke's neighbors?
Yes.
And that it was the electrons that were not available.
Yes, and so part of the, the transmission expansion is that these neighbors are also going to be expanding transmission to their neighbors. And for example, MISO PJM have a coordinated plan for expanding transmission between them right now. MISO is building transmission on its own that is, drastically increasing, by my count, dozens of gigawatts of additional transfer capacity from MISO into PJM. And so yes, PJM was short in Elliott and did cut its exports. So in that case, in what was happening in Elliott, yes, in that instance, transmission would have not have helped. However, in 10 years, or 5 years, whatever, later this decade, when MISO finishes those transmission upgrades, PJM will have access to an additional 25 gigawatts from MISO. PJM is much less likely to be short, and then PJM in turn can share some of that resource with Duke. And I also mentioned, as I was going through, the need for this is going to increase drastically as the generation and the demand changes. And we're seeing other regions looking at, expanding their ties to neighbors too. So it's going to be an integrated system. And I'd also know, Elliott was a somewhat unique event that it was so large and really hit this whole area. Like in most events, that is not going to be the case, and you are going to get tremendous value out of this.
Thank you for that answer.
Okay. Any questions on Commissioner Duffley's last question? Okay. Seeing none, there are no exhibits you need to enter into the record. Let me check. I apologize. There are exhibits so I'll take your motion.
Thank you. I would move to have the 8 exhibits attached to Mr. Goggins' testimony entered into the record.
Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed. Mr. Goggin, thank you for your testimony, and you may be excused.
Thank you.
Okay, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. David Neal for SACE et al. SACE et al. Jointly with NCSEA would call Mr. James Wilson to the stand. Second time's a charm.
Mm-hmm. Good afternoon, Mr. Wilson. And if you can place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand, and do you swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. Mr. Neal, you may proceed.
Thank you. Please state your name, title, and business address for the record.
James Frederick Wilson, Principal, Wilson Energy Economics, 4800 Hampton Lane, Suite 200, Bethesda, Maryland, 20814.
Please briefly summarize your relevant background and experience.
I'm an economist with 40 years of consulting experience to the electric power and natural gas industries. A lot of work on market design, market power, contracts. Recently, I've done a lot of work on load forecasting and resource adequacy. And relevant to this proceeding, since 2016, I've been following data centers closely. That's about the time when they became a significant factor in Dominion's forecasts in Virginia. And I have my advanced degree is from Stanford in engineering economic systems.
And Mr. Wilson, did you cause to be filed in this docket on May 28th direct testimony consisting of 11 pages in both confidential and public redacted versions?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed direct testimony?
I do not.
If the questions put to you in your testimony were asked at the hearing today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And did you also have 2 exhibits to your testimony, your CV and a report review and evaluation of the load forecasts and resource adequacy study for the Duke Energy CPIRP?
Yes.
And were those exhibits prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes, they were.
And did you prepare a summary of your testimony?
Yes.
And report? Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite, I would move to have Mr. Wilson's pre-filed direct testimony and summary entered into the record as though given orally from the stand, and to have the 2 exhibits attached to his pre-filed direct testimony identified as pre-marked.
Seeing no objection, the direct testimony of Mr. Wilson, along with the confidential version and the summary of his testimony will be entered into the record as if given orally from stand. The 2 exhibits attached to the direct testimony shall be identified as pre-marked.
Thank you. The witness is available for cross, though my understanding is there isn't cross-examination, so questions from the commission.
Okay. Chair Mitchell.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wilson. I will be pretty quick, but I do have a few questions for you. So, in reviewing your testimony, I come away with 2 sort of major themes. One, you're skeptical of the large load new large load projections that the company has included in their load forecasts. And then sort of 2, you have concerns about some of the work underlying the resource adequacy study related to the impact of the way that study considers the impact of cold weather on load behavior. Is that, I mean, are my 2 sort of major takeaways at least reasonably in the ballpark?
The latter, yes. The former, I wouldn't say it's so much skeptical. These large new loads are a new phenomenon, and I would call attention to, they're highly uncertain at this time. The new loads coming on, not only in North Carolina, but in Virginia, Ohio, Georgia, and around the world, especially data centers and data mining, but also other electrification. It's very new. It's very uncertain. There's all sorts of things that could happen and change it. These new loads could be quite a bit higher than we are where we're at right now. The forecasts have all been increasing over the last 6, 12, and 18 months. But it's also highly uncertain. As I described, there's a lot of things that could change so that all of a sudden we're not expecting so much. So I wouldn't say so much skeptical as just calling attention to the huge uncertainty around it. And historically, we haven't really planned in the sense of, spending a lot of money to build generation and transmission for loads that were that kind of soft, that were, there was some customers talking about them, but we didn't have anything real firm. Historically, we haven't done that. So it would really be new if utilities really start to, spend a lot of money and build to meet these sorts of loads.
Okay, well, we'll get to your opinions on the load forecasting in just 1 minute. But before we get there, I want to talk about the weather. So you in your report, you include information regarding to sort of trends that you've observed in temperature, and you conclude that in general, temperatures are increasing. Did I understand that portion of your report correctly, or?
That's correct.
Okay.
I particularly call attention to extremes, both summer and winter extremes.
Well, I don't want to focus on extremes yet, but you just generally observe a trend of an increase in temperatures. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes.
And you also focus on the resource adequacy study's use of 43 years of historical weather data. Is that correct?
Yes.
And tell me what you say in the report about the use of 43 years of data.
So as we increasingly recognize that there are trends in the historical data that we use for load forecasting, utilities have taken a couple different approaches to dealing with the fact that there are trends in it. The simplest thing to do is just shorten the historical period that you use, and then you can still calculate averages, and those averages for, extreme heat, extreme cold are probably still fairly accurate. So over the last 10 or 15 years, as utilities have increasingly recognized trends, that's been one approach we've seen a lot. It's just shorten the historical period and drop those earlier years where we now believe those temperatures and those averages are less applicable because they're farther historically. Increasingly, I think utilities are acknowledging the trends and recognizing the trends in their analysis. So you might still take a large data set, but you'd recognize that there's a trend of increasing temperatures through that data set. So in order to treat it as a single set of observations, you have to adjust those temperatures based on that trend. And that's the approach I recommend nowadays. And when I've looked at this in Nova Scotia, California, Texas, Florida, Alabama, many different places, I see an upward trend of about a degree every maybe 5 or 6 or 7 years. So if you recognize that trend in your data set, and that's for especially winter extremes, because those are the ones that drive your winter load reserve margins. So if you want to take a sampling of winter extreme temperatures and put it on a common basis so you can calculate variability and that sort of thing, you'd have to first recognize that trend. And so what that would do is that would take sort of, for instance, like 5-degree observation in the 1980s and increase it up to, depending on what that trend is, to 8 or 10 degrees in order to make it comparable to an observation at the present time. So that's my recommendation, is to reflect the trends in order to still be able to treat your historical database as observations of a single phenomenon.
Okay. Well, you said a lot there, and I am not a forecasting expert by any means. But what I am concerned about is the occurrence of extreme weather, both hot and cold, but right now in particular cold, and the way that load reacts in response to that cold weather, and the ability of our electric system to serve that load in these sort of in these instances where there's a significant stress on the electric system. And I read your report to say to call into question or to sort of raise questions about the way that the resource adequacy study considers extreme temperatures. I mean, you say, I'm looking at paragraph 62, the 23 study overstates the frequency of extreme cold. Calls into question how likely we should expect such extreme cold to be going forward. And I guess I'm not necessarily questioning what your testimony that you've just said about the analytics, but we've experienced extreme cold here now, sort of multiple times where the grid has been under, the electric system has been under significant stress. And we know that our risk in the wintertime is, and resource adequacy risk in the wintertime is increasing for multiple reasons, and is likely to sort of continue in that direction as our friends in Maine put in air conditioning systems and start to pull on, heating and air conditioning systems and start to pull on the electric system in the wintertime. So in ways that they haven't before. So I guess help me. I worry when I read your report, because I think, well, you're saying that there's an overemphasis on extreme temperature here, and sort of pulling the resource adequacy in one direction because of an overstatement of the impact of cold weather. But why is that inappropriate given what we've lived through for the past couple of years? And given what we know is happening and likely to continue to happen with respect to the way people are using electricity.
Yeah, that's a great question. And I really like that question because I kind of break it into two pieces. One is, we saw the polar vortex, we saw Winter Storm Elliott, we got surprises in different parts of how the system operated. We got surprises about plant outages. We learned a lot of lessons, but we had a lot of surprises, and it gives utilities a lot of concern. I've been very involved in PJM, and PJM freaked out after the polar vortex. And so I totally recognize a lot of increased concern about winter risk, winter surprises, and that. And I think both Duke and PJM and other utilities have done a lot of things to take that that experience into account and to prepare for it in terms of winterization and plan outages and such. Okay, so I'm with you on that totally. But then let's look at the resource adequacy study and remember what we're supposed to be doing there. We're supposed to be calculating 1 day in 10 years outage risk. We're doing a probabilistic model. And my view is the modelers should make their model and its results as accurate as they possibly can to the information that they have available to them, and leave the extra layer of conservatism to you. So they should they should not be having thumbs on the scale to try to, exaggerate how much load is going to increase when we get down to temperatures we haven't seen for 20 or 30 years. I don't think that should be their business. They should try to, as accurately as they can, tell you how high load will go under extreme circumstances. And then the resource planning figures out how much capacity would be needed to meet that. And if there's going to be extra layers of conservatism as a result of recent events, those, to my understanding, should be policy decisions. We don't want the modelers quietly putting thumbs on the scale in the resource adequacy study, which is what I see happening.
Okay. One of your, and I don't have the paragraph number, but one of the points made in your recommendations made in your report is that Duke should, in the context of work done on its load forecasting processes, should study the relationship between extreme winter weather and load. Do you remember that recommendation? Yes. Did you engage with the company at all through discovery to determine what the company has been doing in that respect?
I think there was some discovery, and that's from the last time around. The last IRP proceeding, I made the same recommendation.
Okay, so you did not make that recommendation in this proceeding. That was
I did make that recommendation again.
Okay. And so you don't have any updated information as to what the company has been doing, particularly since Winter Storm Elliott and lessons that, or what was experienced during Winter Storm Elliott?
But I think there probably was discovery. I don't recall the
Okay.
details.
Okay, I won't push you any more there. Thanks. That's all I need. All right, on the, just sort of changing gears on the large load, large customers. Did you have an opportunity to hear the testimony from Bob Hinton, who was witness for the public staff, the economist for the public staff? He discussed the work that he and his colleagues did in examining the company's load projections.
I did.
And do you recall he described to the commission the work that they did to examine the phenomenon of the double counting?
Yes.
Do you take issue with the public staff's, Mr. Hinton's approach to examining the company's load forecasts?
Specifically the double counting approach?
Yes.
I will have to confess, I didn't fully understand exactly what they did to address that aspect of double counting. In my testimony, I described two different kinds of double counting. The double counting he was talking about is the fact that there's a certain amount of load growth embedded in the econometric forecast as a result of economic and demographic projections, and that may overlap to some extent with the large additions. And he has an approach which he felt totally addressed that. The companies also addressed that by applying discount percentages. So I don't particularly take any issue with that, but I, in my testimony, raised other form of double counting and other reasons for uncertainty about the load forecast.
So with respect to double counting, discuss the other type of double counting you raised in your testimony.
Yeah. The other type of double counting is the fact that Data centers and crypto mining in particular are being built in lots of different regions right now. And data centers have faced capacity constraints in Virginia, and the developers of them have become very, very concerned about their ability to bring new capacity online when they want to. And I believe that ever since a few years back, Dominion said, hold on, pause, the developers and it's a very short list of firms started talking to a number of different utilities in parallel about additional capacity. And I note in my testimony that of Dominion's very large anticipated data center load in 2030, 62% of it is 2 firms and 80% of it is 5 firms. So it's a very small number of players, and I'm quite confident they're talking to utilities in different counties and in different states, and what they're actually going to go ahead with probably reflects where they can find land, water, and power. So that's
Probably
another
inexpensive
form of
power.
double counting. potentially.
But Mr. Wilson, do you have any specific I understand your testimony and your comments, but with respect to this proceeding and sort of the task before the utility and the commission of, they prepared a load forecast, we have to examine and probe the reasonableness of that forecast. And do you have any information? Are you aware of specific information that leads you to other sort of than the generalized concerns about the way that certain market participants approach development? Do you have specific information that any of these large customers that Duke is anticipating taking service at some point in the future are not going to materialize? Again, other than your generalized concern.
Well, there have been some announcements of delays and projects that, aren't going to happen or aren't going to happen right away. And in updated information, we saw, some increased and some decreased. So we're going to see that flux, and we expect that that list of 27 projects will probably continue to change, with some dropping out and some moving forward.
So but you don't have, other than the specific, the news that we can read about projects that have been delayed, or information that I don't know, you said something was passed out. I'm not sure what that meant. If you got specific information in response to a data request about specific projects or specific customer loads.
Yeah, the companies updated their forecast in their January forecast was updated in April, as I recall. And Bob Hinton talked about it quite a bit, that, some had gone up, some had gone down, but quite a bit of change over just a few months. And that, in addition to announcements, makes it clear this is very dynamic. It's changing rapidly. Things are, for the most part, getting larger rather than smaller, but there's a lot of uncertainty. And, I noted a number of ways this could all change very quickly, political change, economic changes. There's just many ways that in addition to specific projects changing, we could see, a big turn in all of this, a lot of uncertainty.
And I can appreciate that. I guess my question is, as we sort of balance the risks of overbuilding and underbuilding and try to strike that appropriate balance, as Mr. Hinton testified, this is a fluid situation. You've got some loads that have decreased, you've got some loads that have increased, and there are many external factors beyond anyone's control that bear on the load forecast. Nevertheless, we have a task at hand. And so how do you, what is there any last point that you want to make about how this commission should go about in this proceeding, for this biennium, figuring out what the appropriate load forecast is, and doing so in a way that ensures we're not putting our customers at risk.
Yeah,
of-
thank you
of-
for that.
What did
question.
what did the witness say today? Blackouts and something else? What did he say? Rationing and blackouts?
Yeah.
I mean, as we bring coal off and we serve new load, we've got to make sure those customers have reliable service.
Yeah. And I just want to point out that, decades ago, we had this kind of huge load growth back in the 70s and maybe again in the early 90s, but it was what Bob Hinton called organic load growth. It was residential, commercial, industrial customer loads increasing consistent with economic and demographic forecasts. And it was fairly easy to forecast it. It might be 3%, maybe it's going to be 6%. But it was reasonably stable and predictable load increases. And there really wasn't much risk of overbuilding back then, because if you built based on 6% and it was only 3%, all that meant is you had that power plant like 2 years before you needed it. So it wasn't really a stranded cost or anything like that. Now we're facing something completely different. We're facing huge load growth that it's a result of a very relatively small number of extremely large point loads that are being built by a small number of entities who are also considering building in many other regions and who have a lot of flexibility to build data centers or crypto mining, especially somewhere else, and the industrial plants too. So you have these very large point loads, and this is all so new that it's reasonable to consider this, highly uncertain. I call your attention to the recent Electric Power Research Institute report on artificial intelligence and its impact on the electric industry. And they note the huge data center, especially growth, but they say we really need to move away from what they call the passive load model. The historical passive load model is load shows up, utility obligation to serve, they put it in their forecast and they build for it. And EPRI emphasizes that with these large point loads like data centers, that they have to be active participants in the grid. They have to be responsible. They have to work with the utility more as a partner in preserving reliability. And that means things like but behind the meter generation that would be dispatchable by the utility if the utility needed it, or demand response, shifting loads around. So like Google recognizes that among their many data centers, if one of them is in a place where the utility is asking for help, they can reduce load there and shift workloads to other data centers. They're able to do that. So I really think we need to move away from the passive load model of these, in the particular with regard to these huge point loads, and start to talk to them about how they can minimize their impact on the grid and become active partners with the utility.
And I appreciate that testimony. You around here, we talk about the opt-out that certain customers have from participating in programs that the utilities offer. And we are working on, this commission has been involved in many dockets in which there's much discussion over engaging with non-residential customers to provide some value to the system when they're capable of doing so and if they're capable of doing so. But that requires customer participation, and that becomes a more complicated scenario than simply, at least for this regulatory authority, given sort of the law and the ambit of what we can do as a body. But do you take issue, so the public staff and the company and the settlement agreement that was entered into previously and is on file in this docket, and I'm hoping that you've had a chance to review, the public staff accepted the company's load forecast as reasonable for planning purposes, for this biennium. Do you take issue with that?
Are you referring to the settlement?
Yes.
Okay. And I note that the settlement didn't explicitly accept the forecast, but it accepted the modeling results, which I guess sort of implicitly accepts the load forecast. And Yeah, in my testimony, I suggest that I really think a somewhat more modest and load forecast, especially in the beyond 2027 period, would be more prudent for planning purposes.
So, but up to 2020, I mean, but for purposes of looking at the near-term actions and the load forecast underlying that near-term actions, do you take issue with the public staffs and the company's settlement as to the issues in which you've been involved in this docket?
I think I heard near term interpreted as 10 years earlier today.
And that might have been my just being less than artful with my words, but
Yeah.
the near term as it's set forth in that settlement agreement.
I think once you get out to 2028, 2029, 2030, that forecast is squishy enough that I really wouldn't want to see utility making large investments based on a forecast like that at this time. As we move forward year by year, it may firm up one way or the other, but at this point, I wouldn't agree with using those years to drive planning.
So you have a greater tolerance for underserving or erring on the side of underserving. Is that, should I interpret your position that way?
Not so much. I'm more focusing on the forecast, and there is time. And when we're talking about 2028, if we get a surprise next year and the forecast is much higher or whatever, there is time to adjust a resource.
Except, I'll push you back a little bit there, and I want your response to this. I mean, the resources that are under development now by the company, solar, I'm talking to my microphone, solar plus the gas plants that are pending and CPCN proceedings are scheduled to come online in 29. So when you consider the work that has to be done to develop solar and get it into service, develop gas, get it into service, what we understand from the company and the participants in these solar proceedings is that we're looking at 2029, 2030 before they're going to get these new resources in service. Hence, that's a reason for sort of pushing you to help me understand your thoughts on this, just this near-term period.
Yeah, and it goes back to the word planning. When planning is an ambiguous word, unfortunately, it can mean working out on paper, doing the preliminary work, doing the critical path, sort of low-cost things to make sure that if you do need it in 2028, you can do it. You know, that's one interpretation of planning, is just doing all the things you can do to be prepared. And then there's planning is also often used, meaning large investments in transmission and generation. And so what I'm suggesting is, you know, those large investments based on a forecast like this that might not turn out. And in my testimony, I call attention to what AEP Ohio is doing, for instance. They're only including in their forecast that they're going to build toward or have PJM build toward. They're only including customers who've signed 10-year, who will sign 10-year contracts with 90% take or pay levels. In other words, the customers will promise basically to either take that electricity demand or to pay for it. And then AEP will put it in the forecast and plan to build transmission for it. And entities that are unwilling to make such a commitment, they're not going to include them in the forecast.
And I guess my only question for you there is, without sort of prejudging anything or really revealing any, I mean, I don't, you know, does Ohio have the same legal and regulatory framework as North Carolina when it comes to the electric utilities interaction with its customers?
Well, I'm not an attorney, so I can't pass judgment
So
on that.
So I wonder sort of where, you know, the utility here has an obligation to serve its customers. So.
Right, but what AEP Ohio is looking at is if they take these forecasts and if they build a $1 billion transmission line, and if then those forecasts, those customers, some of them don't show up, somebody's going to have to eat that $1 billion. My guess is AEP Ohio is a little bit concerned it's going to be their shareholders. Normal cost allocation would push a lot of it on residential, commercial, and industrial customers, the organic load that's not really at fault here. So that's what they're concerned about. That's why they're taking this approach. And I think there's the same concern here. that you take these forecasts, some of which is very soft, you start making large investments to meet that. And then if any of these many things change, somebody has to pay for that. I hope you'll have figured out in advance who it is, and I don't think it ought to be the residential and commercial and industrial customers.
All right, I'm going to ask you one last time, just so I'm clear, then I'm done. The settlement agreement that the public staff and the company have entered into that focuses on near-term actions and the load projections underlying those near-term actions with respect to the supply side resources that need to be added, you in the near term, you wouldn't support that agreement that the two parties have, or the multiple parties have come to on that specific issue.
My scope is load forecast and resource adequacy, not resource planning. But I'll just say again, I kind of more or less accept utilities forecast through 2027. Beyond that, I think a lower forecast would be more prudent. So to the extent that flows through and would answer your question, I'll leave it like that.
Okay, that's fair. All right, I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
And just a follow-up question to Chair Mitchell about your concern about double counting for the new development, the data centers and such. And I think that you testified in response to Chair Mitchell's questions about how many of these data centers have multiple sites that they are considering and looking for the best value and where transmission will be available, et cetera. I wanted to give you a chance to respond to the economic development panel from Duke, their rebuttal testimony. And I will just read very quickly what they've said so you can respond. This is on page 25. I don't know that you necessarily need to turn to it, but they state that only those projects where a customer commitment in the form of an executed agreement or where the negotiations with the customer were in the advanced stages of engagement were considered for inclusion in the forecast. And then they proceed to state that finally at the portfolio level, meaning considering the sum total of all the estimates for projects with material commitments, a discount was applied to address the project location uncertainty, project timing uncertainty, and the possibility of double counting the growth expected in the base forecast. Had you read the rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any disagreement with they're addressing that double counting?
Oh, specifically the double counting.
Right. The double counting that the manner in which they have attempted to address double counting to ensure that the load forecast is accurate and that there is not double counting.
Okay. There's not double counting and load forecast is accurate are sort of two different questions.
Mm-hmm.
Double counting isn't the only issue.
Okay. Well, I understand, but I'm talking about double counting at this point.
Yeah. No, I think that those discounts probably reasonably address the double counting issue. In my testimony, I raised 6 other, or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6, some number of other reasons for uncertainty in the forecast.
Okay, understood.
Okay.
That's all the questions I have. Commissioner Tucker? Commissioner Tucker, you go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll be quick here, sir. In my other life as a legislator, when we put together incentive packages based on forecast from economic development, based on the number of jobs that were going to be created by businesses, only about roughly 40% of those only about 60% of those came online. Rest of them kind of fell off by the wayside that you've talked about here earlier in your testimony. But in that economic development and getting a commitment from a company, you talk about large loads at 20 megawatts. You talk about them signing and also making a material commitment by long-term contracts, which you alluded to earlier. Are there other steps that you would ask? Because in a sales cycle, it's kind of difficult. When you got South Carolina hammering get the data center in or this, that, and the other. And then finally, I don't see that you think all this hype about data centers is going to come to pass. Again, Duke doesn't want to overbuild, but can you kind of, off what Chair Mitchell asked you, kind of help me feel more comfortable with where you're coming from? I mean, you're from Washington, right?
DC, yeah.
Yeah, DC. So when it gets cold down here, can we come up there to stay with you? I mean, she's committed to serving the customers, and I realize that utilities have to plan to the maximum. They don't get to, or we don't get to second guess when Winter Storm Elliott comes or whenever. But just help me get comfortable with what you would want to see from a 20 megawatt data center or customer that Duke needs to put in their process so that they have, for lack of using a better word, absolute insistence that this is going to show up and that forecast is credible.
Okay. I mean, you sort of combined a couple things there.
I did.
And an issue that I raised in the Dominion proceeding, I don't really know how it went about, but data centers, when they typically demand the same amount of power, all year and all 8760. And they also typically, historically, have diesel backup generation. So they provide their customers 5 nines reliability by running that diesel power, but only for their customers, not for the utility. And usually since it's diesel power, there might be environmental restrictions that prevent them from running the diesel to reduce their load in order to help the utility historically. So, the connection to Winter Storm Elliott is during some future event of that time, are the data centers all going to be demanding and consuming their, 100%? Or are they going to be working with the utility? Are they going to start to install the kind of backup generation that can be operated, at request to the utility? I call it active standby, clean fuels. All the developers, the data centers have all said they intend to go 100% clean energy. So are they going to be that sort of participant on the grid so that the next time it's extremely cold, they go low? Because if they're still demanding 100%, I'm imagining that the news articles about that event, if residential and commercial customers have to undergo curtailment while the data centers are at 100%, my guess is that's going to be one of the big headlines for the event.
Okay, and just one more thing, and along those same lines, you talked about independent operators and battery backup and all of that for the data centers, correct? That they are doing that now?
That's definitely a direction they're going, partly as a result of necessity. But I would hope to see utilities increasingly beginning the discussion with a new, very large point load project of, can you be a participant on the grid? What kind of backup generation do you have in mind? Are you able to reduce demand when I ask you? Or are you really asking me to, go build a transmission line to serve this 20 megawatts? I think that should be the first discussion. And then the second discussion is if they turn that down, say, okay, then are you willing to sign a long-term take or pay type contract so that if you don't actually show up, I don't have a problem of figuring out who I'm going to try to recover the money I've spent to serve you, whom I'm going to try to recover that from. So that's the discussion I would suggest.
Are you aware that Duke has signed an MOU with the likes of Google and Facebook and the big tech companies?
I've seen some positive things in that regard.
Right. So some of the things that you've mentioned should be in those negotiations, I would think, as they begin to talk to these major companies, and they are saying they're going to go clean energy.
Yeah.
So everything you said there is correct. That's all the question I have. Thank you, Commissioner.
And I'll just
Thank
add
you,
that,
sir.
that if indeed they're able to get agreement with these entities to create active standby generation, then the load goes in the load forecast, but that capacity should go in the supply forecast. Either that or you take them both out, but it would be balanced in that circumstance and it wouldn't cause other bill.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your comments.
Okay, thank you. That comes to the end of commission questions, and we are going to turn to commission questions. Before we do so, I believe that there is a motion. So we'll take a pause on questions on commission questions to allow Ms. Kress to make a motion.
Thank you. If now's the appropriate time.
Yes, please.
SIGFR will comply with the commission's instructions and will respond to limited data requests related to its redirect exhibit by 5 p.m. tomorrow. We have conferred with counsel for the public staff and Duke and have confirmed that both Duke and the public staff are agreeable to waiving any further cross-examination of SIGFR witnesses Collins and Muller. In addition, Mr. Collins is currently dealing with a family emergency and has been since Monday evening. So for those reasons, SIGFR would respectfully move that they be excused from reappearing at the hearing.
Okay. And I believe that there is no objection from Duke or the public staff. Is that correct? Okay. So I will grant the motion and excuse witnesses Collins and Muller. So they are free to go home. And I know there's exceptional circumstances. I did want to say one thing. I have a little bit of hesitation about excusing the witnesses simply because we have a discovery request that's outstanding. So I'm expecting the parties to comply with the discovery request and there to be no dispute, because I do not want to be in a position later in the hearing with a discovery dispute and then having the question of whether we need to bring the witnesses back. So my expectation is that there will be no issues with providing the information and no discovery dispute.
Absolutely understood. And that is, I believe we are all on the same page.
Right. With that, your witnesses are excused. And
Thank
so we
you.
will turn to questions on commission questions now.
Just a few questions, if I may. Do you happen to know how many megawatts of coal generation are targeted for retirement as part of this resource plan?
I don't have that number handy. My focus has been on the load forecast and resource adequacy.
Okay, so you're not aware of the amount of megawatts of coal generation that the company is seeking to replace as part of this plan and that the commission is considering at this time?
I don't have that number, no.
So when you offered a response to Chair Mitchell's questions around what is a reasonable set of near-term actions, you made that recommendation with no knowledge whatsoever of the amount of coal generation that's targeted for retirement and the ways in which replacement generation is needed for those resources.
What recommendation are you referring to?
So Chair Mitchell asked you a question, your opinion on the short-term and the near-term resources identified in the stipulation. And asked your opinion on whether or not you believe those resources are needed. Do you recall that question?
Yes, and I responded that my scope is the load forecast, and I took issue with the load forecast.
Okay, so you're not offering an opinion on the near-term action plan, whether that's a reasonable set of resources.
Correct. I mean, taking issue with the load forecast has implications, but my scope doesn't include resource planning.
Okay, and you haven't assessed whether or not the resources identified in the near term in the stipulation are needed for reliability in light of a plan to retire 8,400 megawatts of coal generation. You've not performed that assessment. Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Seeing none others, I just briefly, Mr. Wilson, I want to turn your attention to resource adequacy. You had some questions from Chair Mitchell about extreme weather and, as I recall, her question concerns with the ability of Duke to meet load in extreme cold weather events. Another question about the extreme weather events that we've experienced in the Carolinas in recent years. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
I would just like to turn your attention to figure 15 of your report. So that's page 47 of your report. Do you have
Yes.
that handy? So do you agree this figure shows the minimum annual temperatures at Charlotte Airport over a period of years going back to 1963?
Yes.
And so this figure captures some of the extreme cold weather that's been experienced, including Winter Storm Elliott in 2022, correct?
Yes, it does.
And the extreme colds that we've experienced in those recent years are considerably higher than the extreme colds that were experienced in the mid 1980s.
Yes.
And just to the questions that Chair Mitchell was asking you about how the those extreme weather events affect the resource adequacy model, can you just say briefly how the inclusion of that extreme cold from the mid 1980s affects the Astrape resource adequacy modeling?
Yes, we started getting there and I didn't fully explain it. So the challenge is, and this graph is a good place to start, the graph suggests we really haven't seen anything below 4 degrees since the 1980s. So we really don't have any experience on what 4 degrees is going to do to the company's load. So to do the resource adequacy analysis and to include that, -4 and the 2s and 3s that are in there, we have to figure out what the relationship, we have to come up with a representation of what those additional degrees of extreme load will do to, those additional degrees of extreme cold will do to load. And that's where the prior graphs, the regressions come into play. So I took issue with 2 aspects of what they did. One, they included a lot of milder temperatures, and that, to me, exaggerates the impact of extreme cold on load at the most extreme temperatures. I believe, and I've seen in other areas, that it's moderated at the most extreme colds. For the reasons I explained, everybody's already turned everything on. There isn't anything else to turn on. And in addition, because it's like 6 to 8 a.m., typically some schools and some businesses simply won't open under those extreme cold, 1 in 3 year, 1 in 10 year events. They won't open. So I expect, and I think there's, some historical data that suggests that that relationship is moderated at those kind of temperatures that we haven't seen for decades. So that, in addition to the discussion of the fact that they haven't represented the trends in those data, are the problems with the resource adequacy study as I see it.
Thank
That
you.
exaggerate the winter risk.
Thank you. No further questions.
And Mr. Wilson, before you step down, we do have one more commission question for you. Do you have the amended stipulation in front of you? Okay, let me read it to you then. I think it'll just be easier. This relates to, this is paragraph 14 that relates to load forecasting. And I'll just read it to you. The stipulating parties recommend and the companies agree that they will monitor continued economic development and the pipeline of large load additions, in parentheses, 20 megawatts or more, including wholesale load in their service territories, and commit to file with the commission and provide to the public staff reports on a semi-annual basis. In addition, the companies and the public staff agree that they will meet to discuss and modify if agreed upon further or expanded use of advanced predictive methods for the discount factors applied to large load customers that are forward-looking and use probabilities that explicitly account for specific forms of future uncertainty, such as project delays, cancellations, and other factors outside the company's control. Do you agree with this paragraph 42 in the stipulation?
Well, more or less, I share the skepticism. I think it was the company expressed some skepticism and, or somewhere, no, maybe it was earlier, someone else expressed some skepticism that you can use analytical methods to get a handle on the uncertainty about these future loads rather than, the company looks at each one and comes up with an assessment of each one and then applies a discount sort of on a category basis. It's very subjective. I'm not sure advanced analytical methods would necessarily add a lot of value, but I think it's a perfectly good, all those provisions are just fine. They don't address all the concerns I would have about the uncertainty in the forecast, but I think it's appropriate to do all those things.
Okay, I'll leave it at that you say that it's appropriate for the stipulating parties to monitor the continued economic development as stated in paragraph 42. I just wanted to confirm that you were in agreement with that.
Yeah, and economic development, I guess you also include data centers and crypto mining, which aren't really economic development, but
yes, economic development and the pipeline of large load additions, which is described as 20 megawatts or greater. So it includes both. Okay. Thank you. Any questions on my last question? Okay. Mr. Neal, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, thank you, Presiding Commissioner Kemright. We would ask to move his two exhibits into the record, noting that JFW2 contains confidential information and was filed in both redacted and confidential versions.
Okay. Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed.
Thank you.
And Mr. Wilson, thank you for your testimony. You may step down and be excused. Okay.
Great, thank you. Dan Simon for Track Capital Management. Presiding Commissioner Kemright, I believe my witness is next.
Okay.
Based on the track calls to the stand, Ronald J. Moe.
Good afternoon, Mr. Moe. I'm going to go ahead and get you sworn in. Will you place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Mr. Moe, can you please state your full name and business address for the record?
Ronald James Moe, 1699 Southeast Camino Drive, Camino Island, Washington State, 98282.
And who is your employer and what is your title there?
I'm a vice president at Leidos Engineering.
Great. And did you prepare, cause to be filed, the direct testimony of Ronald J. Moe of approximately 23 pages filed in this proceeding on May 28th, 2024?
Yes, I did.
And did you also cause to be filed in this proceeding on approximately July 26th, a one-page summary of that testimony?
Yes, I did.
And if I were to ask you today the questions listed in that testimony, those same questions today here on the stand, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Presiding Commissioner Kemright, I'd like to move into the record, the pre-filed direct testimony of Ronald J. Moe on behalf of Track Capital Management, as well as his summary of his testimony.
Okay. Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed. The direct testimony and summary of the testimony of witness Moe is entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Great, thank you. The witness is available for cross-examination.
And I believe we have 10 minutes, estimated 10 minutes of cross from SACE. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed.
Nick Jimenez for SACE et al. Mr. Moe, on pages 2 to 3 of your testimony, you testified that Tract has communicated to Duke its desire and intention, assuming the companies can supply the required electricity, to develop a data center park with a 500 megawatt load by 2032 in Duke's North Carolina service territories, and additional larger data center parks soon thereafter, also within Duke's service territories. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Would you agree that Tract has not firmly committed to develop any data centers in North Carolina at this time?
Can you define firmly committed for me?
Well, why don't we turn to, I'd like to introduce one exhibit. My colleague has the binder there for you. This is SACE et al. potential cross-examination exhibit 72.
And presiding Commissioner Camerite, I, just as a point of clarification, I may have an objection based on exactly what aspects of the document Mr. Jimenez is introducing.
Is this potential cross exhibit number 72?
It is.
Okay. And then I will allow you to make an objection. Maybe the best thing to do is which aspects of the potential cross-examination exhibit are you going to be questioning the witness about?
That's my next question. Response 1-3-1.
I have no objection to him asking Mr. Moe with regards to this particular data response.
Okay, so let's go ahead and identify the exhibit, and we'll have it be marked as identified.
Thank you. I would identify this as SACE et al. Cross tracked direct exhibit 1.
It will be so marked.
Thank you. Mr. Moe, if you would refer to that response 1-3-1 on page 3, you see that?
I have it.
Okay. Do you see the first line where it says tracked does not have firmly committed customers for such anticipated load at this time?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that it's common for large load customers, like developers of data centers, to look in multiple locations?
I've heard that in testimony today. I don't know that, and I've read that in the trade press. I don't know that from any conversations that I've had with Tract.
As a general matter?
As a general matter, I've read that in the trade press.
Okay. Including looking outside of North Carolina?
Including Tract looking outside North Carolina?
Let's keep it to Tract, sure. Yes.
I think it is, they have announced publicly that they are developing other data centers in other states, as well as trying to develop data center parks in North Carolina.
And is it fair to say there's more than one reason that they Tract or another data center developer might select a particular site?
I'm sorry, does these line of questions relate directly to the data request that Mr. Jimenez has just placed in front of Mr. Moe? You had him read the statement that Tract does not have firmly committed customers for such anticipated loads at this time.
I'm not sure I understand. I'm asking.
Are you making an objection? If so, please make a specific objection.
I guess the objection is to is he laying a foundation for this response, which was prepared by Mr. Smith here? I'll retract my objection at this time.
Okay, please proceed with your questions.
Okay. So I think we didn't quite get to an answer if there's just as a general matter more than one reason that a data center developer might select a given site.
I don't know that one way or the other.
Okay, you wouldn't know if it's more than just the local utility's ability to serve that large load customer's anticipated load?
I wouldn't know whether it's more than that. The only issue that I have discussed with Tract is the availability of electric power.
So shifting gears, in your testimony, you described an approach that you believe would have led to a more accurate load forecast for large site development loads had Duke used it. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I described an approach that Duke could have implemented in the fall of 2023, given the information that they had available to them then. It was not a recommendation about how they should forecast large site development loads going forward, but just limited to that fall forecast update.
Exactly. And on page 20, lines 4 to 5, you said that approach is not necessarily the best approach for the companies to employ going forward when they will have more time and potentially more information. Did I read that right?
I think that's consistent with what I just answered, yes.
Okay. So it's not just the forecast for large load customers, but even the methodology could change. Is that fair?
Relative to what they did in the fall 2023 update?
And in future updates.
Yes, so the methodology could change between what they've used to date and a future forecast.
Okay. And would you agree that fluctuations in load forecasts can expose existing customers to risk if resources are built to meet that forecast, and the large load customers that they're built to serve don't ultimately show up?
I think it's important to recognize that there are risks to both under forecasting and over forecasting loads. And I think Mr. Wilson states in his testimony, pre-filed testimony, and I believe the public staff stated in their pre-filed testimony how important it is to accurately forecast loads generally and large site development loads in particular, because there are risks in both directions.
In both directions. You're not aware of any data center developers that would legally take on that risk in some way, are you?
That's outside my scope of knowledge.
Okay. No further questions.
Redirect.
I have none. Thank you.
Questions from the commission? Chair Mitchell?
Yes, and I'll be very quick. So is it your testimony that the companies at the end of the day were overly conservative and projecting loads associated with customers like your client?
Yes, like my client and the other customers that they categorized as large site developments that had loads expected or potential loads over 20 megawatts. But including tracked.
Is that based on sort of just your general knowledge and understanding of the marketplace, or is it based on specific information that you have about developers of specific locations or prospective customers at specific sites in North Carolina?
No specific information about tracked or any other particular customers, but a general knowledge of the market, but also a lot of experience in load forecasting.
Okay. You've been in the room today and probably multiple days and have heard concern expressed by multiple parties about sort of the overestimating the load growth and the implications of uncertainty in the load growth on the high side. Are you aware of, are customers or prospective customers like your client engaging with electric utilities in any jurisdiction in a way that ameliorates concerns about either uncertainty in the load that will materialize or the new generation that might be necessary to serve the load? Let me ask the question a different way. What are customers like your client doing to be more active in facilitating the electric utilities accommodating the demand that it may place on the system?
Well, I think tracked and other data center developers are looking at a lot of locations to develop data centers. There's in their view, and I think this view is shared by a number of independent outside entities International Energy Agency at one end, but a lot of investment banks, a lot of other consulting firms are forecasting, I mean, just huge amounts of growth in data center demand just between now and 2028 and continuing beyond that. I mean, the amount of demand that they're projecting is on the order of, or the increase is on the order of the entire load of the state of Texas. The data center developers, like my client, are aware of the need by the hyperscalers for that amount of data center capacity. They are out doing everything they can to develop sites in North Carolina and a lot of other states. And some of those independent forecasts show the number of states in which data center developers are active, and there's more states that are covered than not. So they are looking for sites everywhere, essentially, with the intention that they're going to need a high percentage of those sites to satisfy the demand by Microsoft and Google and the other large firms.
Okay. So I think what I hear you testifying is that there is within the data center marketplace, there's a significant amount of demand, and market participants are looking at jurisdictions across the country for sites at which they can locate and meet the demand that you say exists for data centers.
Exactly.
But so my question is, so what are data centers doing to facilitate the provision of service to those sites? I mean, are they willing? I mean, is there a push within the market, data center market, to look at self-supply or backup generation or efficient operations or fine-tuning operations with the utilities to operate at certain times or operate in certain ways, so as to impose minimal demand on the system or on the system at certain times? I guess what I want to know in a nutshell is, what are data centers doing to help sort of solve the problem that we are now being asked to address?
I think the most important thing is they are actively engaging with the utilities, and tracked in particular as soon as it kind of made a decision that North Carolina was a good location given the demand that Tract thought the hyperscalers would have for locations. Once they made a decision that to focus on North Carolina, they did reach out to Duke and have had a series of meetings and conversations and email exchanges about trying to find locations that would kind of minimize the cost to Duke of them coming onto the system. So where there was transmission that was available in particular, but so engagement's, I think, the first thing with the utilities. Secondly, I think the backup generation issue, I think we need to be careful about. I mean, that is, data centers, as several other witnesses have noted, require a very high level of reliability, a higher level than the utilities are generally able to provide. And the data centers are not expecting to get a special level of reliability from the utilities. They're building backup generation typically, so that in that gap, they're able to bring on their own generation. And it is as Mr. Wilson noted, frequently diesel, and frequently does have permit limits. I think as part of the engagement with the utilities, I think the data center developers have tried to figure out ways to work with utilities to lessen the burden on the utility. Some of those work. On-site generation, other than backup generation, is something that has been discussed in other jurisdictions, I know, and actually done in other jurisdictions. So that's on the table. Some of these suggestions about interrupting loads seem to be less plausible. I think the Duke Economic Development panel in their rebuttal testimony noted that they've asked every data center developer about that, and it's just not the way they operate. But I think the data center developers are trying to engage and find, I mean, essentially win-win, to use a catchphrase, solutions. Does that answer the question?
Yes. What about discussions? I understand your points about load and the sort of the ability or inability of the load to this particular type of customer to be interrupted, and concerns about reliability. So I understand that testimony. I guess my question is, what about the way that the data centers operate? For example, and I am not I'm not a computer person. I'm just a lawyer. So I'm going to say something that's technical, and it's probably way off. But so if they use a certain way of processing information or a certain type of code, if they open the code or close the code, or use a more restrictive type of processing versus a less restrictive type of processing, my understanding, just based on information that we get provided to us in industry and regulatory conferences, that can have a bearing on how much electricity these facilities are demanding. Does what I'm saying, or does my question make any sense to you?
Well, I'm an economist and also not an IT person, so maybe the two of us can talk. But the data centers spend so much on electricity that it is clearly in their interest to save whatever they can, and to work with the utility, on rate structures that are going to be to the utility's benefit, that will also benefit them financially. So this is from me reading trade press. I don't think a utility program to incentivize conservation is needed. They already have the incentive.
Okay. Well, one last question. Why did your company select North Carolina as a state of focus?
So I'm a consultant, and I wasn't in those conversations. My understanding, and this is as much from trade press as talking with Tract, is there's a reason why Virginia was the initial epicenter. As Virginia has gotten saturated and Dominion has, occasionally paused further development, adjacent states, especially those with very educated workforces and other things that make the state attractive to business, were kind of the natural second tier of places after Northern Virginia, and so I think it was the sorts of things that you've talked about over the last couple of days, trying to keep North Carolina competitive. That the things that are under your control on the one hand, but also the education system and the general business environment as well.
Okay. Okay. I appreciate your testimony. Thank you for answering questions.
Commissioner Duffley.
Thank you for your testimony today. So my questions are just kind of general questions. Would you agree that data centers want firm baseload capacity, high capacity factor generation?
Yes.
Okay. And you've heard about, probably read in the trade press about a data center co-locating with a nuclear plant.
Yes.
correct? And so my question goes to not kind of this work on the fringes, but I also have heard someone from a data center say they don't want to be in the business of generating electricity. You know, that's what utility companies are for. Do all data centers feel that way?
I haven't had that conversation with Tract, and I haven't read anything one way or the other. I'll note that on the nuclear plant that you mentioned, I think the data center is not going to either own or operate that nuclear plant, but is going to be that nuclear plant's sole customer. I think data centers want to, or companies that own data centers want to invest their capital in data centers and rely on arrangements with trusted partners to provide the power. And to the extent that is, in this instance, Duke, I think that's great. If there's some other arrangement with you know, an independent power producer that is co-located, I think data centers generally, again, I haven't had that conversation with Tract, but I think data centers generally would be open to that type of arrangement as well.
Okay, and yeah, so data centers want to stay in the business of being a data center and let the utility companies do what their expertise is. Is that correct?
Correct, and what their balance sheets are devoted to.
But these data centers are causing large increases for this type of, you know, high capacity firm base load generation. And I guess my question follows up on Chair Mitchell's question is, what are the data centers willing to do with respect to, and let me take a step back. Coal generation is retiring across the U.S., correct?
Yes.
And so their companies are looking at all different aspects to try to obtain this clean, firm generation, correct?
Yes.
What are the data centers thinking about, or are they talking with utility companies with respect to what data centers can do to assist in bringing on clean, firm, high capacity generation?
So I haven't had that conversation with Tract. I mean, my conversations with Tract have been kind of limited to their interactions with Duke to try to you know, obtain power first for the 500 megawatt development and subsequently the two others. So I don't kind of have any information that you don't have. But I go back to the answer I gave to Chair Mitchell's question. They've Tract in particular, but this is true of the others, very much want to engage in Tract's case with Duke, but generally with host utilities and in organized markets with merchant generators to identify and figure out how to pay for solutions that benefit obviously the data center developer, but also everybody else, and in this instance by imposing a lower burden on other customers.
Okay,
Thank-
before we
thank-
ask, are you done?
Well, yeah, thank you for that answer. That was what I was looking for. Thank you.
Okay. And sorry to interrupt, but I do know that Mr. Moe is from Seattle and has been here all week and potentially since last week. I said that we were going to end at 5:30, but let's be really efficient with commission questions because I want to get you finished so that you can be excused.
I'm not leaving till tomorrow morning anyway, so,
Okay.
I mean, I appreciate the notion, but.
Okay. Well, we don't want you to have to come back on Monday morning. Let's put it
Okay,
that
well,
way.
If that's the goal, I agree.
That is the goal, because I said we were going to conclude today at 5:30. So let's be, as to the extent that we can, really efficient so that Mr. Moe does not have to come back on Monday morning. So questions on commission questions?
I have one quick question, if I may. In your broad discussion with Chair Mitchell and then certainly also with Commissioner Duffley, and in particular, this goes to the question relating to what you heard earlier this week and also today, including from Witness Wilson. I wanted to ask you something based upon a reference on page 20. It's footnote 8 in your testimony to the Georgia Power IRP order. And I guess my question is whether you know if the Georgia Commission in that proceeding required Georgia Power's large load customers to make a financial investment before being considered in the forecast, and regardless whether you are aware of other jurisdictions similarly requiring large load customers to make such financial commitments.
In the case of Georgia, the commission did not require, well, let me back up. In the case of Georgia Power's load forecast that they submitted as part of their 2023 IRP included customers and their loads that had not made material financial commitments. And so by material, I mean, there were in some cases small filing fees, $100 or $500, but not millions of dollars, associated with upgrades. The commission approved that, and the stipulation that was agreed to and approved by the commission about the going forward data tracking and forecasting continued to include customers that had not made a material commitment. Do you want me to continue on other states? Okay, so the other one that's kind of well documented is Virginia. Virginia uses, as I explained at the technical conference in June, Virginia uses a very different forecasting approach. They have 8 large customers with whom they have very, very close relationships. This is Microsoft, Google, et cetera. And then a set of others that they group into what they call the 9th. And they work with those customers to identify their plans to develop additional sites, and they include Dominion Energy Virginia includes in its load forecast loads associated with those planned expansions, either of existing sites or mostly new sites, whether or not there's been a financial commitment made for the new site. Was that clear? You seemed.
I was just wondering, well, the question was whether jurisdictions have required, not just what utilities were required, but commissions.
Well, the commission has approved, in Virginia, the commission has approved that the plan that was based on that load forecast.
Any additional questions on commission questions?
Very briefly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moe. Chairwoman Mitchell spoke about concerns about overestimating load growth and asked a question in effect of what are customers like tracked willing to do to ameliorate those concerns? Do you remember those questions?
I do.
Let me take that one step further. Do you have any thoughts on, to the extent there is a forecast that is more aggressive than what the load actually develops is? Are there steps that the utility can do to help ameliorate the cost impacts on utilities, on the customers, excuse me?
Yes, I think in my pre-filed testimony, I recommended that the commission approve the portfolio or plan from the fall that was associated with the continued economic development high load forecast, and adopt that as the base case forecast and the associated plan, and treat what Duke has called the fall base case as in fact a low case. Those have two different plans, two different sets of resource additions, and two slightly different sets of coal plant retirements. And I don't think they submitted an near-term action plan for that high case, but you could infer what the near-term action plan would be for that. And I think if the commission adopted my recommendation of using that plan, there are clearly some things that are in both plans that Duke should pursue all out, and the things that are in the high case plan that aren't in the base case plan, I think are things that they should take preliminary steps to develop and make sure that that no doors are closed to further pursuing them for the 2030 to 2034 period, but not make a full commitment, material commitment to them until the next IRP, where hopefully an improved load forecast would either confirm or refute the need for those additional resources.
Great. I have nothing further.
Any additional questions? Okay. Seeing none, I will take. It looks like there are no exhibits, so there's no motions that need to be made. Sace, you may go. You have a motion to make.
Thank you. Yes. SACE et al. Would move to enter SACE et al. Cross-tracked direct Exhibit 1 into the record at the appropriate time.
Okay.
And to be clear, that's just data request 1-3, correct? Just the one page?
It was not, but if that'll save an objection, it could be.
It will.
Okay. So we will admit the limited pages, and if you can file that in the docket so that we can have the correct exhibit that has been identified as Exhibit 1. And with that, your motion is allowed. Mr. Moe, thank you for traveling to North Carolina and being here all week. You may step down and be excused and make your flight tomorrow. So for the schedule tomorrow, we will have a long day. We're going to be starting at 8:30 in the morning and concluding at 5:30, and we're going to take again a half an hour lunch break. So thank you very
One very
Mr. Durrett.
quick item. Due to some witness conflicts, the grid edge panel will likely need to be moved up earlier in the slot. Right now, we are projecting that they would appear after the reliability and operational resilience because they need to complete their appearance tomorrow. So if that's okay with the commission, we just want to put parties on notice of the need to do that due to the schedule conflict.
Okay. I see no objection to that.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you to everyone, and let's go off the record.